watching.
You're watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
Dawson! Dawson! Ah!
Poindexter, you're getting all excited.
And now I'll make the point better. This joint's clever. In the lounge with Poindexter. So Poindexter Lounge, you know that we can get it in. And now I'm headed up like I'm Led Zeppelin.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. I'm choking on chicken.
Why don't you set aside an hour or two? We'll have a few drinks and a cup of coffee I don't drink.
Yo. Hey, 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 yo. All right, for a minute there, I thought you lost it. Whoa. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. What's up, nerds? It's Enosh here once again. Welcome to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, and it's good to have you with me in the lounge tonight. It's always good to be in the lounge, and we keep fighting. We keep pressing on, no matter apparently who we make mad and what people have to say. We'll talk about that in a minute. But hey, welcome. How you doing on a Friday night? It's good to see you. It is super to be with you on this Friday night. And I hope that you're having a good weekend. If you're in the United States, it's 4th of July weekend. It's a holiday weekend. People will be blowing stuff up and eating lots of processed meat. And so if that is you, if that's what you're doing, good on you. If you know what, if you're just celebrating this like any other weekend, or if you're in any other part of the world and you're just kicking back with us tonight, it's good to have you. And I'm so glad that you decided to join us. But also, I do want to encourage you, please, if you have not yet, hit that subscribe button. Subscribe to the channel. It is very important. I really can't stress that enough. I would love for you to be a part of this growing group of nerds. I would love to see your name on our little roster thing that comes up on our analytics. That shows who is subscribed and who is not. And sometimes, I'll be honest with you, you think you're subscribed to somebody and you don't. Tonight, I got Dawson from Nerdy in Many Ways in the background, and I was literally live on the air with him. I was his first ever member of his channel. And I know I was subscribed to him. I have no idea to this day what happened. And I looked because I went to go do something and it said that I wasn't subscribed to him. I was watching literally on the air with him. We do the Sunday podcast there on Nerdy in Many Ways. You can find us there at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Sunday. And we're in the middle of a broadcast, and I went to go watch the broadcast so I could post in the chat. That's what it was. So I could post in the chat, and I saw I wasn't even subscribed. YouTube does weird stuff, folks. I will give Doomcock that. Doomcock is right about that. Sometimes YouTube does weird stuff. They don't think that you're watching. They don't think that you're engaged, whatever. And so they kick you out of it. And you know what? There's only one way to combat that. And that, of course, is to make sure you're subscribed. So subscribe to the channel. Also hit that notification bell. And let's have some fun. All right. And also, I want to say a shout out to all those people who come alongside the channel. Thank you to all of our members. You guys are awesome. I hope that you're all having a great day. I always got to get that banner out of the way so we can see everybody at the bottom of the list. But thank you to all of our members. We love you guys so much. You guys are awesome. And of course, all of our patrons. Welcome Stella Baxter once again as our newest patron, and so glad to have you, Stella. Stella's been a longtime supporter of the show and of the channel, and just a great person. And so, shout out to Stella. Thank you so much. And then, of course, everyone who gives super chats. And don't forget, we do giveaways, and look at this name on there. Look at that name, Demain Stokely, about halfway up on that second row. Demain Stokely won our giveaway this week of our John Byrne 6-pack of the of his reboot, Man of Steel reboot. Some great reading there. I hope you enjoy that, Demain. I will be getting that out to you very soon here. And so it might not be until next Tuesday, though, because of the holiday and everything. But we'll get that out to you. And then, you know what? I just realized I haven't picked what the next giveaway is. We've got stuff to give away, but I haven't picked. Maybe by the end of the night, we'll pick something. All right, because I got a whole treasure trove of stuff that that we like to give away. But thank you to everybody, and of course, the way that you are eligible for any of our giveaways is to either be a member, a patron, or give a super chat at any time. And we're just grateful that you're here. All right. So nobody ever expects anybody to give anything. We're just grateful that you're here. We're glad you're part of the lounge, and we want to just have fun with you. So welcome. Real quick, I do want to go through here and say hi to a couple people before I bring my panel on. We got a bunch of stuff to talk about tonight. A lot of fun stuff to talk about tonight. Anchorman is here. Glad you're back. But what's your honest opinion of me? Dude, I don't know if I could tell you this any clearer. I think you're all right, man. I don't have a problem with you, bro. We're all good. You're a little obsessed with weathermen sometimes, but that's okay. What's up, Anthony Beltray? Good to see you. I think my lights just fell. My string of lights fell back there. The stickiness is coming off. I got to redo all these lights. See, I want to do all these lights back where they're like, I got a really cool stream where, you know, I want to have them put the light up on the wall behind there so you can see it like that. But I was kind of messing with it. So I just kind of strung it up real quick. But apparently that didn't work. My day was good. I spent my day with my lovely wife, Tiffany, and we had some fun just watching shows and having some fun that way. What's up, Andrew Casali? Hey, Enosh, how's it going? Tobey Maguire is the definitive Spider-Man from the comics. Can't change my mind. Bro, I wouldn't try. I wouldn't even try, bro. What's up, Caleb? Yeah, I couldn't get that Armor Dark Side in time. We will talk about this a little bit, though, because I got regular Dark Side here. And then I also have, and you can find my review of this figure here on the channel. And then as soon as this video goes off air, you can find my review of the Steppenwolf action figure. Oh, yes. Nerdy's in the back, just holding his chest, just going, oh, my gosh, what a thing of beauty. Look at him. Look at this guy. Oh, spiky and all. But anyways, that video will be going up. You're going to get a lot of toy videos this week, guys. I know a lot of you have been wanting it. You've been wanting toy reviews. I'm setting back up. I've got a new studio that I'm working on at work. And especially once I get in there, I can bust out a lot of stuff. And yeah, so be looking for a lot of that stuff. What's up, Geek Studios? I am doing well. I hope you're doing well as too, sir. What's up, Keely Chow? Good to see you. David, good to see you, man. Oh, this is so cool. He says, hope you and Tiff had a great day. I'm still in California, but now I am in Santa Ana, near Anaheim. Very familiar with Santa Ana. Can't wait for the show, my friend. Poindexter Lounge is the best. Thank you, man. Somebody just messaged me. People message me a couple times a week, and I hear from people, and it always blesses my heart when you guys tell me how much the lounge means to you and that it's helped you through this whole last year and stuff. And I'm just glad you're enjoying what we're doing, and we're just going to keep doing it if that's all right. Lord Slug, I'm going to answer this question here in a second. Says, quick question. What happened to the last stream? Wanted to catch the replay, but it vanished. Oh yes, it did, didn't it? Yeah, we'll talk about that. Lovely Tifftastic is in the chat, of course. What's up, Brian, Master of None? Okay, man. Well, we always miss you when you're not in here talking to us, bro. But it's good to see you in the chat. And, you know, you're always welcome. Cherie is in the house tonight. Let's see who else is in the house tonight. Real quick. Mary Wilcox is in the house tonight. The ladies are in full effect tonight. Hey, there's Ashley the Widow. You know, so I'm going to be on Ashley's channel at some point. We're going to make this happen. And almost was tonight, but just couldn't make it happen tonight. But we're definitely making that happen. So look for that soon. Lewis Cox, what's going on, Lewis Cox? Megan Fox's Poison Ivy. Hey, we'll have to keep that one in the back of our head for our discussion. Because that would be... Actually, I could kind of see that one. Strangely enough, I could kind of see that. Ryan Rivera in here tonight. Good to see him. Music Man, good to see you. Let's see. Paul Smith. says, hey, Nosh, hope you and the fam are great. Hey, fellow lounge lizards. Hope everyone's doing well. I think maybe we should just get a t-shirt that says, I'm a lounge lizard at the Poindexter Lounge. What's up? Oh, good to see you. Anthony Grigsby, good to see you, sir. Glad you're here. Baby girl, what's going on? My day's been okay. You know what? Yes, Tiffany even loves it. Lounge lizards. Yes, it's been an okay day. We've just kind of chilled out today. Like I said, caught up on some shows, watched Bad Batch, did stuff like that. So, but we had a good time today. Tiffany and I just spent the day together. What's up, Sith Lord? Good to see you. Hey, yo. Says Shifty Gizm in the house. Flipping HBO done went and canceled Lovecraft Country. Gosh darn it, HBO. You know what? Tiffany and I tried to watch Lovecraft Country, but we really couldn't. I don't know. I just couldn't finish it. I don't know. It started off really strong. And I'm hearing that from a lot of people, actually, that they felt the same way. It started off really strong, and then it just, I don't know, it just kind of died for me. But I may pick it up again and see what's going on. What's up, Late Gamer 55 over on Twitch? If you're on Twitch, welcome. If you're on Facebook, welcome. And of course, if you're on Periscope, welcome. But also, of course, to everyone here on YouTube. So good to see you guys. So good to see you guys holding down the chat, and I'm sure you all will. Hunter Iggy says, Enosh, Megan Fox remains for me as Wonder Woman from the anime series of Justice League. Did she do the voice? She must have done the. I don't think she did the voice though. So okay, well that's interesting. From the anime series of Justice, I'm wondering which one that was. Was that the newer one that was like really kid centric? I think I see Dawson tapping away or something back there. Maybe Dawson will have an answer for me, but when I bring him in, because I don't know which one that one. I didn't know that she played Wonder Woman. Captain James Biggins, what's going on? Good to see you. Marcus Cruz, good to see you. Enosh, did you watch The Sopranos? No, I didn't. I did see though that there is that new what is it, a prequel to The Sopranos, and I mean that looks pretty cool. So. Heck yeah! I'm happy for anybody who's into that. Have you reached Gary's holocron? If you would like to, you've reached Gary's holocron. If you would like to leave a message, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. What's up, Gary? What's up, Gary? Man, good to see you, bro. What's up, Ben Workman in the house tonight? Good to see you. Always good to see everybody. And all right, what's up, pre hindsight? What's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah. Paul, I got to agree with you. Tiffany and I were talking about this tonight. Megan Fox is just not, she's just not one of my faves. I liked her in like the first Transformers movie. I thought she had a lot of potential, and then it just seemed to kind of die, so for me, and I don't like, man, surgery is one of those tricky things that if people don't get it right, it can really mess things up for him. And I feel like stuff really, and that, and I'll be honest with you, I really don't think that she's the greatest actor. If I'm being quite honest, I would like, I would like for, I'd like to see her in some more things, but I don't know. I have not come across that yet. Let's see. I'm still trying to figure out what this Megan Fox Wonder Woman. I'm not seeing folks that. I mean, there's the old casting rumors from a long time ago, but she's never actually played Wonder Woman. And in fact, oh boy, here's something we can actually bring up. This is from 2009. I mean, she was rumored to play Wonder Woman, but as far as I could see, she hasn't played Wonder Woman in anything. I know she was rumored to play Wonder Woman for a while. What's this? Let's start. Yeah, this is why people are suddenly re-examining. Yeah, so we could talk about that tonight. I do have another article too that I was gonna. We could talk about all this. All right, I got buttons being pushed and things happening. Yeah, she kind of looks like the Wonder Woman from the 2000 the early 2000s, but she hasn't been Wonder Woman in anything. But hey, we're going to talk about that, and I'm not just going to talk about that by myself. We're going to bring in a few others. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, will you welcome to the program? He is my cohort in crime on Sundays. We're over there on Nerdy in Many Ways every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. He's coming in. Usually, I'm the older version of him. Tonight, he's the older version of me. With the Kingdom Come shirt. So there you go.
Like, how does that work before you mentioned the Kingdom Come thing?
Well, because we both got Superman going on. So, you know.
That's fair. It's definitely fair.
So you're the older version of Superman though tonight. How you doing, Dawson?
I'm doing great, man. I had today off. I'm off until Tuesday, which is, it's so glorious.
Nice.
Like, I tell you what, when I left work yesterday, I swear the song, oh gosh, what's it called? My Heart Will Go On from Titanic just went off my head. It's like near, far. I was like all free from work. I was like, yes. But it's been a good day. I had a stream earlier today. Just been playing some video games today. Just really relaxing, which I very much needed.
Heck yeah.
And it's just good to be here. I haven't been able to be on these streams very often. It's always good when I'm able to be on one.
Well, you know, we haven't been on a lot this week. I haven't been feeling the greatest this week, so it's been nice to kind of just take a couple of days. You know, we streamed Sunday. I streamed, I think Wednesday night, and I was going to stream last night. I was actually going to do a call-in show, and it just, you just kind of get those moments. You get everything set up, and then you're just like, now I just want to go to bed. I'm just kind of tired.
That happened to me. Oh gosh, what was it? It was like Wednesday. I was going to do a stream. Actually, it was the day where the Lex Luthor stuff was brought up, which of course we'll bring up later in the show. Yeah. But that stuff came out, and also like there's some other things that I wanted to talk about. And I literally made the thumbnail, and I was sitting there on my couch, and I was just too tired. I was way too tired to do it. I was like, yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. But
I'm seeing a lot of love for the shirt in the chat.
Heck yeah.
Courtesy of Ryan from Zebra Fett. He did a great job with this.
He's got some great shirts, guys. He's got some great shirts for sure. So anyways, it's good to see you. David, so I will say that David Carradine in the house says, did Lucy Lawless ever play Wonder Woman? No, but God knows I wish she had. She, back in the day in her prime, she would have been perfect for Wonder Woman. I mean, she basically played a Wonder Woman type already because she was Xena, warrior princess. I mean, kind of had that look. But other than that, it's all good. What's up, H Bards with a $2 super chat? Thank you, H Bards. Says Enosh versus Enush, dawn of the Enosh verse. The Enosh verse is coming.
So I'm Enush.
Circle.
Huh.
Yes.
I see how this
Enush,
is.
Enush. But yeah, so hey, H Bards, by the way. Yeah, I caught a little bit of Jarbo's stream of him making fun of me because I was trying to say the other day, because H Barts has been so supportive of the channel. He's supportive of me, supportive of Matt Jarbo, he's supportive of all a bunch of people. Like when he's on your stream, man, he's just very supportive. And we've been very thankful for that here. And so me and Jarbo, we kind of have this fun kind of back and forth kind of thing. We kind of fight over H Barts a little bit. But we just love him. It's just all in fun and all in jest. But I was saying,
he's mine.
Yeah, he's mine. No, but I was saying I want to have a special place for H Barts because he is consistently given to the channel. My goodness, in ways that I can't even explain to you guys. I mean, and so I kind of want to have. I said a memorial. I didn't mean a memorial. Of course, Jarbo jumped on that like, oh, he thinks you're dead, or H Barts and all that stuff. That wasn't the thing.
That sounds like a Mad Jarbo thing to do.
I know. I was saying I want to do something in honor of H Barts and because we got our members plaque, we've got our patron plaque, and I kind of want to do like a commemorative H Barts plaque where it's like H Barts has his own level. Right. So when people, if anybody else ever comes up behind H Barts and has that, kind of comes in that same level, whatever tier we put that at, then they'll be in the H Barts Hall of Fame, with him. So, yes. Yeah. But that, look, and I want to make it clear. I know Matt Jarbo did too. Look, we just appreciate H Barts. Okay.
Do you really though?
I do. I really do. I really do appreciate H Barts. So it ain't about special treatment or anything like that. But you know what? Let's be honest. When somebody blesses you and is nice enough to do that, and especially the way that H Barts has, you know what? They're deserving of recognition. And so, just like we try to give prizes out and stuff to everybody else who gives and stuff, H. Bart's goes way out of his way, and so it's very much appreciated.
Which, by the way, with that giveaway, Domain Stokely, very jealous right now. Very, very jealous. Enosh didn't see me in the back, but I was just like, gosh, dang it.
So bummed that he didn't see that one. Huh? All right, so we got other people to bring in, so let's go ahead and do that now. Ladies and gentlemen, I never know what to expect with this guy. It's Iron Boy Jr.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone.
Otherwise known as RJ.
Hey, what's up? I saw Spider-Man in the thumbnail. I was like, well, I gotta pop in, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. He's Iron Boy Jr.
Yes,
Isn't
Iron
that
Boy
kind of like a conundrum? Well, not a conundrum. What is that? Like an oxymoron? Like Iron Junior, Iron Man Junior, Iron Boy Junior. Isn't that kind of saying the same thing?
Stop making sense, Dawson.
That's my job. I'm supposed to try to make sense out of all this nonsense.
Oh, hey, Michelle O'Rourke says, hey, Enosh, hun, can you do me a favor? You have a mini guest on your stream tonight. My baby is kicking, keeping mommy awake. Would you say hi to my baby, please? Hello, little baby. Hello. Welcome to the Poindexter Lounge. I know that mommy is going to make sure that you grow up to be a big, strong nerd, just like the rest of us. And so don't give your mommy too much trouble tonight, but just sit back and enjoy and just let the nerddom flow from us to your mother and into your veins. Yes, we'll get creepy with it. We'll like indoctrinate them into our nerd cult right away.
Someone took a picture of my screen and named their channel, or I guess their profile, Dawson's Creek, in your chat, and I love it.
Oh yes.
Oh, that's right always. Oh yes. What's up? Oh, that's hilarious. That's awesome. I always love that. That's great.
That's great.
That's really great. H Barts with another $2 super chat says Iron Boy Jr. stands for Iron Boy Reeves Justice. Oh my god! All right, well, we got a couple other guys to bring in, and then we'll get going here, ladies and gentlemen. Here's somebody who is new to our streams, not new to our chats and everything, but I know that the last time we had him, we're going to have him on regular now, and so. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome Nightstar? What's going on, brother?
Hey, Enosh. Nice to see you guys.
Good to see you again, sir. Good to see you again.
Love the dramatic lighting. It's like you're being revealed as a villain or something. It's like it was me all along.
Heck yeah.
I had another. I did another broadcast earlier this evening from my show, Chicago Corner, and that's kind of the lighting scheme. I just have to have something interesting going on behind me.
Gotcha. Nice. Looks good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. Nobody paid attention to the Poindexter Lounge like when I was just sitting on my couch, but when I actually brought it into the interesting room in the house, like all of a sudden people were like, what's going on back there? We got to see what's going on back there. So,
see, obviously that's my goal at some point. You know, it's not quite there yet.
Cheers. Happy 4th to everybody.
Yes. Yeah. Happy 4th of freaking July. I love it. I was actually, earlier today, I was listening to my Spotify, and there's a version of God Bless the USA. Originally done by like, is it Lee Greenwood, or what's his name? Lee Greenwood, I think is it. But there's this a cappella group named Home Free that did a rendition of it with Lee Greenwood. Chills every single time. Absolutely beautiful. If I could recommend that before, of course, my song recommendation on the Sunday podcast, right? I'd recommend that one because, oh, dude, I love it.
Well, we got a couple other guys, so we're going to bring in now. I love him. You love him. His girlfriend loves him, and it's a good thing that she loves him because he said some stuff that would usually probably get him into hot water, but you know what? She seems like a really cool person and is now making videos with him. So hopefully one day we get her here on the Poindexter Lounge. But maybe this is just like the place that he just wants to come to kind of get away from it all. But we don't know. We'll just I don't know. I'm just talking right now. That's just what I'm doing. I'm just talking. This is what we call in the biz, just making time. And I don't know why, because I don't need to make time right now, but we can bring him in. Mr. D-Hal Vince. What's going on, D-Hal?
Hello.
He really didn't want you in the stream, so he just kept on talking and talking and talking and talking.
Yeah, I guess I'm never coming in the stream. That's fine.
No.
It's okay. You're always welcome on mine.
I will one day. I will try to get Shay on the stream, but the thing is that she doesn't like staying up very late. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to give her some incentive. You're just gonna have to give her some incentive to stay up later.
I'll work on that.
Is she a big nerd? Is she a big nerd fan like the rest of us?
She's a nerd in other stuff, not so much the comic books and stuff like that. She loves Dungeons and Dragons. She loves Disney. She loves Pokemon, that type of stuff. But I'm starting to get her into Marvel and DC and stuff like that.
Or Enosh can draw her in doing a special segment on any of those topics.
Okay.
Oh, she loves Star Wars as well.
Oh, well, Star Wars, that's the easy one
There
to
you
bring
go.
on.
Well, my goodness. And then, ladies and gentlemen, finally, tonight, you love him. We all love him. He is a voice of wisdom, usually, unless we're talking about this John Byrne run of comics. Then he's absolutely wrong and a filthy liar. But I still love him, and I still respect him very much. And he's a good friend. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the channel, Mr. William. There he is.
William, why don't you like the John Byrne Man of Steel series? I remember picking that up in a comic book store in the 80s, and it was like such a cool rebirth of a reimagining.
So now we're all just going to go after William here.
No, I'm not going after him. I felt that way about it.
Come back.
It represents the biggest mistake DC ever made, and a mistake they've spent the last 35 years fixing.
Oh,
what do you feel was the mistake about it?
They tried to consolidate things that they did not need to consolidate, and it really not a lot came out of it. And they realized what a mistake it was literally years down the line because they immediately started undoing it with all these other different storylines. And it really it's saying that your collectors at the time couldn't understand a lot of these complex realities, so we had to consolidate it and make it easier. It's like you turned something that was beautiful into a coloring book, and they didn't need to do that. And then they basically took a Superman character, and it's not just that series, it's what he did for his terms of coming to DC, which was basically making it so that all Superman stories revolved around him from beginning to end, front and back, before him and after him, and disassociation with the Legion of Superheroes, having to basically, Giffen and them had to basically screw up their book to accommodate what his demands were at the time, and that didn't work out. And like I said, they immediately started to unravel all these decisions within years after making them, and that comic represents one of the first things that they did after the screw up. So.
It's an interesting perspective, because I remember when it came out, on the bat. Now remember, this was back when we didn't. Well, Burton's '89 Batman had come out around then, but we weren't really as spoiled as we are today with superhero movies. And if I could liken what I thought that particular run was like, it was like a reimagining of the character, much like what Zack Snyder did with Man of Steel. And basically, I thought it was like contemporizing, is that a word? Superman into that period of time, which I thought was kind of cool, because the stuff that had preceded, I was never really into Superman until, I was into Superman, but I wasn't into buying Superman books in my comic shop until I got into the Dark Knight, and then the Man of Steel run happened. Maybe it's just because that was my kind of fresh introduction to Superman during the 1980s, and like dedicating myself to follow a run, because it was kind of starting things up from scratch with the new, the reimagined origin.
Yeah, they just did so at the expense of just about everything else around it. And like I said, at the time Crisis was going on, that was a big year in comics. It was 1986, and then that storyline came out in 1987. No one was thinking down the line how bad it was until you started going into the storylines that it affected, and that, storylines that it really, really screwed up. So, and like I said, that's just one of them. But they basically made that Superman at the expense of a lot of their bedrock storylines, and I
don't know, dude.
I enjoy. Later, like I said, the further we get away from Crisis,
I think. That's fair. If that's your perspective on it, I thought it was. Maybe also I love John Byrne's artwork. That's why I was more prone to like.
No, and it's not
trying it out.
John Byrne.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand what you're saying. Has more to do with. Well, I thought it was a good run, but that's fair. We all have our opinions on it. I just was curious to know. I just love
what I love about this storyline is that what it did for Superman made Superman more of a relatable character.
That's
because it made Clark Kent the real character. It took away from all that silliness of back in the day where he was doing impossible things, moving planets, doing things with his mind, coming up with new powers every day. So many infinite Earths. That's why they did Crisis, because there were so many infinite Earths that it got out of hand. There was too many things to keep track of. And they brought it down and they said, listen, we're going to make Superman relatable. Clark Kent is the real guy here. Clark Kent is the real person. Superman is the persona he puts on. It's not Superman, and then he has to be this bumbling Clark Kent or whatever. It's Clark Kent is the real person in this. You know, Clark Kent grew up on the football team. You know, he was a good-looking guy. He was popular and all those things. He doesn't have to be some dork to be able to not be recognized as Superman. That's not why.
Which is what carried over into the Zack Snyder movies. Plus,
exactly.
I think at that time, so we had the Golden Age Super, and I must correct myself. It's not that I didn't pay attention to Superman, but the Golden Age Superman, the Silver Age Superman, there didn't seem to be, from my memory, a consistency with their being universe building where there was a dramatic through line the way that comics started doing in the 1980s as Man of Steel kind of like reimagine and relaunch the series. And Enosh, to your point, yeah, it's like Clark Kent. It's Clark Kent's story. Superman would say he's Clark Kent, where Bruce Wayne would say he's Batman, and that's kind of like the interesting, dynamic between those two characters in the DC universe.
Yeah. And what and you know what's great about that is that lasted well into like Dan Jurgens and Ordway's run of Superman and into the death and Return of Superman and everything that came afterwards. And I'm going to get a chance to talk to Dan Jurgens about that here in just a couple of weeks. So I'm very much looking forward. Yes, thank you. So Dawson like tagged me one day in a tweet. He about Dan Jurgens, and was just because I love Dan Jurgens. Dan is just like one of my favorite writers of all time. It was a video where he really is my favorite. He is my favorite guy, and I'm not like one of those guys that like usually have like oh, this is my favorite writer or my favorite illustrator or whatever. But Dan and Ordway stand apart for me because that's when I really got into collecting comics, not just being aware of Superman and different things and being aware of these characters, but actually like reading the characters and knowing the characters and getting into the lore and actually collecting multiple books and stuff over DC and stuff. So, but that being said, so that day I was just like, you know what, Dan Jurgens, wouldn't that be cool? So I tweeted him and he DM'd me and he's like, yeah, let's do this. And I'm like,
awesome.
I went yelling through the house.
Congrats! That's a great score.
Yeah, so we're gonna have him on, and I'm waiting. By the way, the Stephen Alton interview that I did, that's done. He's the guy who created Meg, the Meg. He wrote the book series The Meg, and then they made it into the movie with Jason Statham. And there's actually a part 2 coming out, and he has another movie coming out called The Lock, which is about the Loch Ness monster, but it's more of a real, it's more of a real take on the Loch Ness monster. And I really like that. I got to talk to him all about that stuff, and he's also got this other project called Sea Monster Cove, which is like a virtual aquarium kind of thing where you can go and like learn about prehistoric creatures and stuff. And it's got like a 3D model thing where you can like put your headset on and it makes it look like you're in the tank with like a 60-foot prehistoric albino mako shark. Like it's amazing. It's really incredible. The only problem is I uploaded it and it got copyright claimed because of the videos that he wanted to share in the interviews. So now I'm waiting for them to release the copyright claim before I put it out there. So look for that. Speaking of copyright claims, I want to just before we shut up, Doomcock. Shut up, Doomcock. Whatever, get out of here. Whatever.
Is that really him?
No,
come on.
It's not him, but that's just dumb. SJW Sharks? Is that what it is? Giant SJW Sharks. That's who it's
The Sharks only ate men.
Doomcroc.
Social justice whales?
Justice Social justice whales. Well, they're always crying, right? And apparently, it's bad that people want to save them, because God knows one day they're going to have to be here when Captain Kirk and Spock and all them have to come back to 1986 and bring some whales back. Also, by the way, the same year in which Man of Steel, that series was released, 1986.
I think you keep bringing that up to rub it in William's face. That comment.
It feels like more rubbing my face. I love this series. I love this. By the way, I got another set of those to give away. So Dawson, there's still a chance.
Oh,
So I'm just telling you. I'm
You
just
get
saying
another
there's
copyright strike?
Yeah. So here's what happened the other night. So we are we're doing our video. Everything's going along fine. We got done with the whole thing, and then I get off here and I'm doing some work. I'm editing something else, and all of a sudden I get this email that apparently Warner Brothers hit us with a copyright strike.
Oh yeah, that one. Okay.
Over what?
For showing the stills, the pictures,
like the leaked Flash thing.
From the
concept
Flash
art.
stuff. Yeah, the concept art stuff that came out this week about the Flash. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, I'm like, are you going to go after
They
John
leaked it.
Campia too? You're going to go after John Campia too? And like, I mean, it's
or
like
the TikTok videos that show the entire thing.
Yeah, we didn't even show the
on
video.
Instagram.
We didn't even show the video as it was shown. I literally went through and took stills of each part that, we wanted to talk about. And we gave our commentary about it. We talked about it. We freaking reported the nerd news of that day. Give me a freaking break. Is this the way it's going to be?
They're relentless, man. You guys were talking about how they hit Zack Snyder a week ago, and you were talking about copyright.
Yeah.
And William, I remember your comments on that. The weird thing about that situation, though, is that they have Batman and Catwoman are trademark characters, but that artwork, they didn't own the artwork. They owned the characters in that artwork, and it was like a parody image. So the fact that they were able to get away with a copyright strike seemed to be more that they're Warner Brothers and nobody ever stands up to them because they've got an army of lawyers.
The primary depiction of those characters as they are is in the form that they were depicted in as far as that type of artwork goes. And anytime you reach a level of mass distribution, like I said, if it was just me posting it and I have 6 people who know me, nobody cares.
Okay.
But when you have hundreds of thousands of followers, that goes into the mass distribution and mass. And like I said, that depiction of those characters really does, in that type of medium is what I'm looking for, does belong to them. But as far as your strike, that didn't come from Warner Brothers, did it?
Yeah, so I'll explain in a second. So Master Swag King, what's up, MSK, with a $2 super sticker. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you very much. So what they did was, and I've tried to handle this the other way, because it's one of two things. It either is some idiot who just wanted to come at us, whatever, because we were positive about those pictures. Actually,
Haters.
we were actually very excited about those pictures.
Even
we
the
talked
babies?
about. Yeah, I talked about the babies. I'm like, I don't know what this picture is depicting.
Baby's thing was stupid.
I
think it might be. All right.
I will say this. I won't say anything is stupid until I see it actually in the film, because it's literally a concept art thing. We don't know what happens in that moment that he,
or if it even gets.
I mean,
into the
because we could say
final
the same thing. We could say the same thing about Zack Snyder's Justice League, that him trying to save a hot dog at the same. Like if we saw that in artwork of the Flash, just saving a hot dog and doing stupid stuff, like out of context, anything can look stupid.
But we know exactly what they'd be going for. Like the babies be falling in the air, like, "Wah!" And the Flash would be like, "Don't worry, babies, I've got you."
It's a baby shower.
Gosh.
Well, but depending upon what that is in the film, it could be all right. I'm not going to prejudge that before I see that. The point is, as I said,
baby Allens.
yeah. I mean, I did say though, look, I don't know what this is. It doesn't look great. It's not something that excites me for it. You know what I mean? But it's just one of many possible pictures. You know what I mean?
Intriguing possibilities.
Yeah, it's one of many things. So it's I'm not mad at it, but I'm not it doesn't.
It's just kind of dumb.
It's kind of dumb, and it doesn't excite me like some of the other pictures where it's got Batman and it's got Michael Keaton's Batman in there, as Batman, and it's got all these cool things in it. Those things, those are the pictures that excite me. But this idea that they went and copyright claimed, didn't copyright claim
it. Must be
it.
something they were trying to save for fandom. It must be.
No, you got spoofed, dude. That's not real.
Well, okay, but here's the thing. I would love to think that I got spoofed, and maybe I did. And if somebody did that, well, then you know what? We'll take care of that, and I'm going to fight it because it gives me the option to fight it. And honestly, it's one of those strikes that if I fight it, they have to come back and sue me if they really want to go after it. And so that's on them, which I don't think that they're going to do over this, but okay, whatever. So that's how much I feel about this, because literally they would have to go after everybody. Why isn't John Campea getting a strike for reviewing those same things? Why isn't anybody else? Listen, we are a legitimate news source that has had many people from Warner Brothers Films on our show. Okay, we were part of the invite to be a part of the premiere for Zack Snyder's Justice League, and look, we're a legitimate source now. Okay, so the thing is I wrote them back. YouTube gave me an email and said, "Hey, try to work this out first with the person claiming this." Okay, claiming your stuff. And at first, I looked at the name, and the name looked kind of suspect to me. Except for somebody in when I talked about it, because we have a private chat on Twitter with a bunch of our streaming friends, somebody pointed out, in fact, RJ, I think was it you who pointed out that I think it was you.
I don't think it was me.
Okay, somebody pointed out anyways that this weird looking name is actually the name of a guy in legal at Warner Brothers. The weird part was that it was not a Warner Brothers.
It wasn't a Warner Brothers email.
It was a Gmail account.
Yeah.
To which
you'd get something official from Warner Brothers, Enoch. I bet it was Doomcock.
Might have been.
I bet it's one of your haters that's deciding to try to cause trouble for you.
So the thing is, so we got a strike. We got a strike. I'm gonna. Is the one who figured that out. So he pointed out the fact that the name that's in the Gmail account, even though it looks like something kind of silly and funny, is actually the name of somebody in legal at Warner Brothers. So,
but anybody could look at legal at Warner Brothers.
Exactly.
Anybody could look at their staff and create a Gmail account, because this guy probably might not have a Gmail account because he works out of Warner Brothers to spook you.
So the good news is that I can fight it, and it's one of those ones that literally they're going to have to sue me to get it reinstated. So basically, they're not going to. Yeah, they'll release it. It'll be done probably within 10 days. We won't have to worry about it. But the good news is that we didn't get taken down. So it's not like one of those things where like we couldn't stream for a month or, 30 days or, 2 weeks or whatever. Right. So that's why we're back. But it's still just like, if it is Warner Brothers, it's stupid and petty. And Warner Brothers, like all these companies, need to start understanding the way of the future is
free advertising.
Is things like this that are advertising their stuff. Nobody's getting rich off of your IP. Okay, with our little group, but you know what it does? It creates buzz. It creates excitement for whatever it is, property or whatever. And I'm sorry if you're going to go after everybody like that, then I don't know. I mean,
if it is Warner Brothers, petty and
most likely
stupid.
happened, Enoch.
What's that?
You got targeted by somebody who's got a gripe against you. Warner Brothers released
Wouldn't
that
be the first
footage.
time.
They're not going to fight you back when you contest it. They're not going to fight you back. They released it to people. They wanted that information to get out there. And the reason why other people who have like maybe 100,000, 200,000 followers haven't gotten hit yet, because that copyright strikes and bounce off of them by lead. You're a little bit smaller as far as audience wise. I'm not knocking you, but you're smaller.
No. What?
You're
speaking the obvious? You're speaking the obvious. Get out of here. I am the largest YouTuber ever known.
He is the largest YouTuber.
Don't you know this? Don't you know who I am? I can piss off a bunch of people who will now take that out of context and say, Enoch said that he was the biggest YouTuber ever. And now plaster that all over Twitter.
So when John Campea has a hater that does that to him, it's he can absorb it and it doesn't exist. But smaller YouTubers are going to take it. But no, Warner Brothers, and I can show you what a Warner Brothers email looks like, an official one. And it's no Gmail account.
Yeah, no.
So the fact that it was a Gmail account, somebody's screwing with you. Warner Brothers is finally doing the right thing by putting out these things, and they need to do a lot more of it. They should be doing this for Suicide Squad, and with Suicide Squad coming around. But somebody in their marketing is finally putting out little things, and now we're starting to have conversations about things that are relevant to the movie leading into the movie. We're starting to have, those kind of speculation things that keep the buzz going, which is why they did it. But yeah, you just got targeted by one of the Enoch haters.
That's not the first time. It probably won't be the last time. But I did want to explain to everybody why the video is not up now. But I will tell you this: I plan on going back through. First of all, if we get it dropped, the video will just pop up back. So if you still want to watch our last show, it's still up on Facebook. Right, so we streamed to multiple places. It'll still be on Twitch and it'll still be on Facebook. You can go watch it.
And they're not going to take it down. They will not take it down. They want it out there.
Yep. So there you go. And then,
Guys,
like
I'm
I
gonna
said,
be right back. Excuse me.
no, once we go through the process, it'll be back up. But I
Say
want to.
no. Excuse me. No.
No. But no, I just wanted to explain to everybody because I've gotten a lot of questions about it. And so that's what happened. We got a strike, but it's an errant strike, and you know what? We'll take care of it. So thank you everybody for your support. So that being said, we got some topics to discuss tonight, some interesting things, some silly things, some funny things, and some stuff in between. So there you go. But first of all, have you guys seen this new Spider-Man costume?
I have.
There's multiple new Spider-Man costumes, actually. This is one of many.
I've seen this one in the black one. You got other ones?
Yeah, there's way more. There's a lot more.
You know what? If you want to pull those up, and I can share. If you got them.
Yeah,
I can share because this is all I could find. Like when doing a search, I knew that they were out there, but I didn't see them. So this is the black suit with that gold spider. What do you guys think about this? I mean, what do you guys think about them changing the spider suit every movie like this now?
I hate it.
I didn't like the black and red one in No Way Home.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, this is an improvement. It looks like a balance between his regular suit and the Iron Spider suit. So I mean, I kind of dig it. It doesn't feel like there's too much going on in this one.
I'm okay with it. I mean, as far as changing every movie, like I would like some consistency, like we had with Tobey Maguire's movies as well. I mean, Andrew Garfield, he did change costume between movies, but I'd like to imagine they would have kept the same costume from the second to the third had they made the third. I mean, it does kind of make sense if like he's getting into all these different battles and like it gets torn up and such. I mean, Tobey Maguire is the perfect example of that. He basically had his suit destroyed in every single freaking movie.
Yeah.
So like, I guess in a way that kind of makes sense. I'm not a massive fan of the overly techie feel of all of these Spidey suits, just because again, it does kind of take away from the whole friendly neighborhood Spider-Man aesthetic to it. But as far as like just looks are in general, I'm okay with the look.
Yeah, so this suit is actually called the integrated suit. And the Funko Pop revealed that apparently this is being infused with Doctor Strange's magic or something. Or there's something going on with this, yeah. It's really interesting.
Okay.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I have the image right here actually from the Funko
Okay.
Pop.
Yeah,
So I was gonna go through.
Magic.
So I mean, I saw this suit and I saw also this black suit that's here. But you're gonna tell me seriously that
the one in the corner right there.
So this
the bottom left.
Yeah, bottom left.
Okay, that's infused with. Oh my god, I don't want to see that. Really. Why can't Spider-Man just be
working with
Spider-Man?
Doctor Strange? It's a multiverse
but why does he have
movie.
to be infused with Doctor Strange's powers?
Why can't Doctor Strange just use his own magic and Spider-Man use his own skills?
This is why I want Sony to take him back completely and build his universe around him.
Which is never going to happen, but I don't see that happening anytime soon.
I will bet you this Alex Ross signed copy that it will.
I'm sorry. What were you betting? I was looking at this picture. What were you?
I will gladly take that bet.
Dude,
record this segment right here. Sony will eventually take him back.
Oh,
because you may not agree with their confidence in whether they can make a Spider-Man universe on their own, but they do, and that's really going to be all that matters is their egos and their faith in that they can make a Spider-Man franchise on their own without Marvel.
I mean, since the MCU, like Spider-Man hasn't really made a huge impact on the MCU, so if they did take him back, I don't think Marvel and Disney is going to lose that much.
Neither one of and that's the thing. Neither entity needs each other right now. MCU does not need Spider-Man, and Sony does not need MCU.
I completely 100% disagree with that. I think they're in a symbiotic relationship, and they both need each other.
No, it's parasitical, not symbiotic.
I think it's symbiotic completely because here's the thing. They want it to be in the MCU because they like the fact that their movies can be MCU adjacent. People will go see them out of curiosity. I mean, look at the Morbius trailer. Nobody ever crap about Morbius if they didn't see it that trailer. Michael Keaton's Vulture's in that. How does it connect to these movies? I think with the multiverse stuff coming in, it's an opportunity to grow the franchise even more in some respects.
What they're going to do is they're going to use with their past success that they've had with MCU, and they're going to strike out on their own, and there's no reason for them not to.
Like if they have a couple movies with Tom Holland as Spider-Man, then they can build good I guess credit with the fans, right?
Yeah.
And so like if they just simply take him on their own, like there'll still be a lot of Tom Holland Spider-Man fans that will still go and see his movies even if he's just Sony.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I just think it benefits both parties way too much for them to give up on it. I mean, the last Spider-Man movie made $1 billion. The merchandise sales are higher than ever. They literally just put Tom Holland's version of Spider-Man in the theme parks in Disneyland's new Avengers campus.
That's a different license altogether. These movies are not all going to make $1 billion.
Yes, but it's the same actor and the same version. They're acting like
okay.
That
so why wouldn't Sony take that logic and take it? They have the actors contracted to Sony, not Disney or Marvel. Tom Holland's in contract with Sony, so
that is true. But again, he literally, when the deal first initially fell apart, he was very apprehensive about working for Sony only. He likes working under Kevin Feige in the MCU.
He's got a movie deal with Sony that goes beyond Spider-Man.
Yeah, but here's the thing, RJ. Of course, he wants to be in the MCU. Why would you not want to be in the MCU? But that's not going to be his choice.
I know it's not his choice, but I'm saying that it's beneficial to both parties. They're not going to break this up.
Not anymore. At one point, yes, I could agree with that. Not anymore.
Yeah. I got a thought on that. But first, H Bars with a $5 super chat says, "I love Feige, but he said he is a big Spider-Man fan, yet has done everything to make Spider-Man blah."
Exactly.
Here's the thing.
That's because Spider-Man was done so well with the Tobey Maguire movies too, and
Andrew Garfield.
And, to a certain maybe the first one.
Yeah, the second one. The second one had a lot of issues, but I got to agree with H Parts here because I'll be honest with you. Like, as much as I really like Tom Holland's Spider-Man in theory, but I want them to let him just be Spider-Man. It's stuff like this right here, where he's got to have this nanotech suit, and now he's going to have a magic infused suit from Doctor Strange, and he's going to have this suit and that suit, and it's all this tech and stuff. Well,
I couldn't stand that stuff from the moment it was introduced.
A lot of that was actually imposed by Sony when they made the contract for these movies.
When does he get to be Spider-Man?
Well, that's the plan. They have a multi-film arc that the character's going on. They've said multiple times they'd like to do at least one more trilogy.
But hardly ever in this trilogy so far has he just simply strictly been Spider-Man.
Yeah, in the first movie, we saw a little glimpse of it, right? Where he just had the regular outfit. He was your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
That was great.
That was great. Now all of a sudden and I'm fine with them thrusting Spider-Man onto on a bigger, global scene because he is Spider-Man, and if they weren't doing that, there'd be something wrong, right? If they weren't using him in that capacity with the Avengers and everything else, and I get
they're
that.
making him into an Avenger is what they're doing, Enosh. I mean, that's
I get all that, but here's the problem. Here's the problem, though. They are not treating Peter Parker like he's smart. They're treating him like the MCU and this version of Peter Parker. Unfortunately, he screws up constantly. He is treated like a 12-year-old. He is not. It's like
he's a teenager.
Teenagers
make foolish mistakes, though.
Yeah, but this is the type of Spider-Man that you feel like you can't leave at home.
Yeah.
Right.
And Spider-Man should at least be able to do things on his own.
He seems younger than he actually is. They treat him younger than he actually is. Because my 16-year-old, my 15-year-old, and my now 19-year-old, Isaac just turned 19 this week, guys. I'm like beside myself.
Oh, wow.
But my kids already act more mature and more like conscious of the world around them than I see out of this Peter Parker. And that's what bothers me, is because they eliminated the Uncle Ben scenario. Pretty much. I mean, they keep they reference him every once in a while.
They don't reference him. That's the problem.
And a lot of that again is Sony mandates. Sony mandated that they make this trilogy stand out and be very different from the last two incarnations. A lot of right stuff with that.
Okay,
them to do stuff
I get
differently.
that. But I get all that, RJ. But see, this is what I'm saying. Like you're stating points that like we all I think understand, but it doesn't make it rest any better in our hearts and minds, because the thing is that they've taken away the weight of responsibility on Spider-Man to be more adult.
Yeah.
Okay. They've taken away that ability somewhere between Tobey Maguire And this Spider-Man lies a Spider-Man that is can be both silly and goofy, yet at the same time, and wisecracking and all that fun stuff, but also have a weight that, like, I feel like sometimes Tobey Maguire went a little too far and was a little too emo and, and depressed and stuff. But in that same token, like somewhere in between there is actually Spider-Man from the comics. And I just don't think that we've seen that yet with this Spider-Man. And now they're basically making him Iron Man Jr. It's exactly what
I think you got that from the Andrew Garfield movie. Andrew Garfield's Peter Parker, I thought, was the most authentic to me. And I actually had an argument with a friend of mine who's a dyed-in-the-wool Steve Ditko Spider-Man fan about Far From Home. And my objection to Far From Home was he's such a kid. Everything you're saying, Enosh. And my friend was like, yeah, but that's what he was in the original Ditko run of the comic books. He was a kid. He just wanted to go out with the girl and have a vacation with the girl and have romance. And I'm like, well, that's boring to me. I mean, when you see how well Peter Parker was done in the Tobey Maguire and the Andrew Garfield films with that responsibility you're talking about, it does diminish him the way that they've done him in the Marvel universe for whatever reasons. As charming as Tom Holland is, I don't find his iteration of Peter Parker compelling whatsoever. He's just there to be one of the new Avengers, and the way that they created that mentorship relationship with him and Tony Stark. Yeah. Now, granted, I haven't followed the Marvel books that much, like in the past decade. The Spider-Man that I remember was when Todd McFarlane was doing it back in the 1980s and 90s. That's when I was reading Spider-Man and even the 60s version. So that's the kind of Peter Parker I wanted to see, which was closer to the Tobey Maguire and the Andrew Garfield version. So for them to go back to an original iteration of when he was a young kid who was still in high school, I think maybe those of us who are older who remember the other iterations, it's why it doesn't really feel that organic to us.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: Sony has one more film in this deal. If Venom 2 does as well as Venom 2 is probably going to do, they're not going to renew that deal. They won't need to.
I will gladly make that bet with you, William.
There it is.
I don't think it's happening.
Here's the thing. I wouldn't have said this either a year ago, RJ. Okay, here's what I see. I feel like this deal between between Disney and Sony, at some point this is going to boil over where somebody's going to have a bigger head and they want a bigger piece of that pie. And
yeah, it already happened once. I agree.
It already happened once, and I don't see them as much as like for the fans. It makes sense. Look, I was on that bandwagon too. Like, I don't want to see Peter Parker go anywhere. I want to see him stay right there with the Avengers and stuff. And maybe they work out a lesser deal, where we don't see him as much in with everybody else. But I really think now's the time that they need him, and they need Spider-Man to step up to be an actual hero and a leader, because. Let's be honest, we've talked about this many times. The MCU going forward, until they start introducing some of these other characters that we've been waiting for, like the X-Men and the Fantastic Four and these others, like they're kind of in need of standout heroes right now who are leaders,
which is exactly why Disney will not give up Spider-Man, because
it's not up to
them though.
I know it's not.
RJ, it's not up to them.
It costs a lot of money to do it, and I don't see Sony relenting. I mean, it was a miracle that this deal came together, but I think that Sony recognized that it was going to be in their best interest to work with Disney. But I think at the end of the day, Sony, a lot of people in the live chat are saying that Sony's not going to go away without a fight or without retaining. I think Sony's got the bigger head here too.
Yeah,
because they sort of earned it now, because, like I said, they released a Venom movie that really was not expected to do as well. Now they have another one coming out, and they own the character. They own the movie rights to the character right now, so they have all the leverage. And it makes no sense to them to go forward with them at this point. Neither side needs the other.
The only reason I'm against that argument is that if you look at what they're doing with the spinoff movies, they are very much setting them up to be MCU adjacent, and I think they like that there's that hint of connectivity that emboldens some of that MCU crowd audience who wants to watch everything and be in the know to check out those movies. I think they're trying to keep these movies MCU adjacent. They don't want it to be in that vague spot where it kind of is and isn't. because it emboldens their audience a little bit to want to check out those movies. Because like, how are you going to convince an audience to go watch a Morbius movie? Okay, well, there's Michael Keaton. There's references to Spider-Man potentially.
Well, same way you convince them to go see a Venom movie.
I get the sense that the next Spider-Man movie we're talking about right now, though, is been designed and conceived to solve all those problems with the whole multiverse and all the rumors we're hearing
they're going
about.
to sever him from their universe.
Yeah, they're literally. I mean, and it's interesting and amazing that they were able to figure out. Okay, for all these legal issues we're talking about right now, tangled up with the studios, it's kind of cool that the creatives figure out. Well, how can we solve this if ultimately it's going to go back to Sony? Let's do this multiverse thing where we're hearing that Alfred Molina is going to be back as Doc Ock, and there's rumors of Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin and Andrew Garfield. So that's actually and it's doing that whole Sinister Six thing that I never understood how Sony could do a Sinister Six movie if they weren't going to have Spider-Man in it.
Right,
which was the rumor years ago.
That's the thing. They never
So this might,
which is why I'm so pained. Which is why I was so pained, like, because I personally love Amazing Spider-Man 2, and when they did the whole, like, tease in the credits of the Sinister Six, I left the theater thinking, oh my gosh, yes, this is happening. And nothing ever came of it because...
Well, the problem with Amazing Spider-Man 2 was that it was like... I don't know.
The problem
with that movie, it tried too hard to set up other movies instead of, like, being a good standalone story.
The problem with it was they had Paul Giamatti as Rhino.
Yes,
that was the problem.
That was bad too.
Well, in there's talk, he's coming back real quick.
No.
There's talk. There's talk that he's going to fill out the Sinister Six for them for sure.
No.
Ryan Hartwell with a $2 super chat says, "Who do you think is worse, WB or Sony?"
WB.
Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers.
Sony
I'm
gave
sorry.
me freaking Enter the
Not even a
Spider-Verse.
contest.
That's not even a contest. At least Sony showed good faith in the fact that they've been able to work with Disney to this point. Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers can suck it. As far as I'm concerned, that's probably why. If it is real, that they're copyright claiming me or whatever. I don't know. H Bart's here with a $10 super chat. Whoops. Why did it go to the wrong place? Yes, Amazing Spider-Man sucked. I picked this one. Okay, H Bart's with a $10 super chat. He's pumping back there some music. We'll get this real quick though. Don't worry about it, William. We'll get you back here in just a second. Spider-Man. It was just in the background, just a little bit. Don't worry. Spider-Man rarely reveals his identity and does not want to be an Avenger. Also, I know they did not have the rights to Reed Richards, but he is probably the closest mentor he has. Yeah. Well, now they have the rights to Reed Richards.
Reed Richards in the comic books was much more of a...
In an ideal world, they would put Reed Richards in that slot. You know, in an ideal world, had they owned that character, I guarantee he would have been the mentor figure. But at that point, Tony Stark was probably the one that made the most sense. I still think it'd be cool if Spider-Man was in that Fantastic Four movie. I think that'd be awesome if he was there just to say hello, you know?
Yeah, because he was part of the Fantastic Four in the comics, or whatever. They were the Fantastic Five. But so that would have been cool.
So who would people want to see play the Rhino if they don't like Paul? I've never actually given thoughts to casting the Rhino, but since there seems to be such a universal consensus against him.
Well, someone who's not short and stubby.
No mechanized Rhino, please. No mechanized.
I do like Rhino, but just
the idea of a mechanized Rhino could work, but you need a big guy in the.
But maybe one that doesn't look like something from Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, not one that says, I am the Rhino. It's like, oh, shoot me.
See, I thought when I saw Giamatti as the Rhino, his accent and his voice and his manner was how I am. I mean, I'm also remembering the Rhino from the old 60s animated Spider-Man show that I used to watch as a kid. I mean, he had the face of the Rhino, but I guess you're right. Seeing somebody
Giamatti wasn't
a
Arnold
mechanized
in
suit.
Batman and Robin, where it's just like completely hamming it up and not taking it seriously. Like it's making
like a
cartoon, going cheesy, like a cartoon. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that, but like somebody who was like physically intimidating, someone's big, because like in most obviously Spider-Man comics, he's a big guy just simply in a suit. Now I don't want that because that's silly, but like maybe a mixture of being a big and intimidating guy, but can't match the strength of Spider-Man, so needs a little bit of enhancements in order to go toe to toe with him.
So
get
Dawson,
kind of like the Bane of the Spider-Verse.
Are you saying Dawson, when it comes to Rhino, that you just want to see him big and strong, and you basically want to see his thing?
Like it's a massive thing, and so I want to see his thing.
That's not what I said
You
at all.
totally said
That
that.
was a stretch. That was a stretch.
I don't know. It kind
Totally
of
there.
sounded like that's where you were going with that.
No.
Really, they could get like a wrestler, like
I
Braun
knew it as
Strowman.
soon as it left my mouth. And it's starting.
Oh wow.
Well, like, it could get worse.
It's like a lot of different tentacles and like massive stomach.
Is that what you're hoping for, Rhino?
Dr. Octopus.
You want Dr. Octopus?
Oh,
Hey, speaking of Spider-Man, did you guys see the article today that Kevin Feige was very, very heartbroken? I think the quote was that Alfred Molina went and spoiled the fact that he was going to be in the next Spider-Man movie.
Yeah, he was doing a lot of deflection and kind of saying, "Well, I'm just stay quiet. I hope others stay." I don't remember what his quote was, but it was actually very funny. It was him like, "Oh no, the Marvel snipers are probably after Alfred Molina right now for spoiling."
I'm willing more to bet that like Alfred Molina's spill was intentional and that Feige's just playing into it. It's kind
that's probably what it is. Yeah.
Real quick, this you know what?
Hey,
Big Show as Rhino.
I like that.
I would be down with that. Actually,
I don't know who Big Show is. Is he a wrestler or something?
Yeah, the Big Show.
He's Paul White. He was what was he called? He was called the Giant for the longest time. When he first debuted in WCW, they made up this fake thing because he took on Hulk Hogan at first, where they made this thing up where he was the son of Andre the Giant, and that was never like the truth. No. But then he became known as the Big Show, and in fact,
it's the Big Show.
Braun Strowman.
Yeah, and now he's a commentator for AEW. So
Braun Strowman would be another one that I could see could do that. You guys know who Braun Strowman is?
Sounds familiar.
He's a newer wrestler in WWE.
Yeah, so here is I'll show you guys if you haven't seen Big Show. I'll show you him, but then I'll show you Braun Strowman as well, because I think that the question is though is can I know that Paul White, the Big Show, I know that he can act.
Yeah, he's been in a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he's been in a lot of stuff, but I don't know about Braun Strowman.
I think he was only ever in like one or two movies in like background roles when he played like big tough guys just in the back. So I don't think he actually has like true acting experience, if that makes sense. So
yeah, that would be my only concern about Braun Strowman is that I don't know that he can act. Here.
Right.
Well, the thing is with Rhino, I don't think you need like an Oscar winner to have someone play Rhino.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the story you want to tell. There are some more dramatic and emotional stories you can do with that Rhino character, because like he is trapped in that suit, and he had a life before that, and he's stuck in that suit. He can't really like be the person he was before. I mean, there's some dramatic stuff with that, but I would imagine a movie they just want to go for like the big tough guy kind of thing. So you're probably right, Dio.
So here's Big Show, and Big Show is like 7 feet tall. He's absolutely huge. I think he'd make a really good Rhino, actually.
I could see that. Totally.
But how would you do a modern Rhino though? Would you just make him the guy who's stuck in the suit, or would you do it like a mechanized Rhino though?
Somewhat mechanized.
Also, keep in mind that he's in his 50s.
That's true.
Well, yet we have a 70-year-old Batman in the Flash movie, so apparently age
that's not the same thing. That is not the same thing.
It's pretty much the same thing.
No, it's not.
It kind of is. I mean, if it wasn't Michael Keaton, if it wasn't Michael Keaton DL, and all of a sudden they were like, "Hey, we got the 70-year-old guy that we're going to put in as Batman."
Yeah, Alfred is now Batman.
Look, and I'm right there with you. I'm lining. I don't care how old Michael Keaton is. I'm lining up to watch that movie, like because it's Michael Keaton.
Yeah,
it's Michael Keaton. I just want to see Michael Keaton.
Oh boy!
I know.
Look
I
at
know.
Y'all want to see the 70-year-old put on the bat suit again? Oh, yeah, that's cute. that's good.
He's gonna whip out his cane.
There you go. Right, and then I want to bring up RJ's pictures here in a second. But Ryan Hartwell with a $5 super chat says, "Did you ever see the Studio ADI behind the scenes footage of the Green Goblin costume? It was originally scrapped because it was deemed too scary." Yes,
that was the prosthetic mask and stuff. Yeah,
I love it.
But the question there was like, if you're going to use that realistic prosthetic mask, why would I mean the mechanized suit in the original Spider-Man movie kind of made sense as it came out of Oscorp and it was armor,
except for the mask. The mask doesn't make any sense.
So if you've got that mechanized suit that comes out of Oscorp, why would you why would Norman Osborn put on a silicone mask that looks like a Halloween mask? I mean,
it might have been a stretch, but it would have been something cheesy for the.
I think what they showed in the original concept videos of that Green Goblin mask were really cool, but I also think that they would have had to have rethought the whole aesthetic of the character, because you couldn't have that mech suit idea with Oscorp technology at supporting the comic book. Let's be frank, the comic book.
You could only have the glider and then him make his own suit with that mask.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Which is like
we got Go Power Rangers.
But it helps you suspend disbelief though. It's like Nolan's Batman movies, The Dark Knight. It's like if you're going to show someone who's going to go out and do this, he's got the technology that we suspend the disbelief. If someone's going to be the Green Goblin in the Spider-Man universe, as they were trying to again use this word I made up, contemporize it. You were able to suspend disbelief with the glider and the fact that he had that mech suit that was armor to go along with it. So it's weird. It's like you either have to completely embrace the aesthetic of the comic books where you do the silicone mask look and try to provide some kind of reasonable explanation for it, or you do the compromise, which is what Raimi did with the direction that they went in with the mech suit, which I think served the story and made sense as much as a lot of us would have liked to have seen the more comic traditional faithful look.
Yeah, no, I definitely think what they ended up doing made sense as far as the story is concerned. And of course, hindsight's always 20/20. You look back and it's like, oh man, that would have been so cool to see. They could have done it this way. At the time, though, they're probably like, well, you probably don't want to go too far into that campiness or whatever. Like,
and then Spider-Man 3 happened.
I'll say this: if they were to do a modern like Green Goblin in the MCU, I'd love for them to do practical makeup and prosthetics. That could look really cool if they did it that way.
Well, yeah, I think if you're going to attempt a Green Goblin with that look, like a organic look that's not armor, it's got to have something to do with biotechnology, right? He's injected with exactly. It's got to be a mutation. That's the only way that's going to work. And you got to try to keep it legitimately within the realm of what people are familiar with in modern day science, medicine, and technology to suspend the disbelief aspect of the mutation and everything else that would go along with showing the character that way. That's just all
experiments you tried to do to a certain extent, but they didn't do it in the best way.
Herpes.
Yeah, I didn't like the whole disease storyline with the Osborns and
I thought it was an interesting take.
Norman Osborn having a frozen head in the end credits.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that they did the genetic thing and the.
I was okay with that idea. I think the whole concept of genetic mutation in the Amazing Spider-Man movies was a cool direction to go to. It very much felt like Ultimate Spider-Man to a certain extent, especially the Green Goblin. If they would have gone further into that aesthetic, I think that would have been pretty cool.
If it was Ultimate, he would have been the hulking Green Goblin with the
but Ultimate is a lot more like the Hulk.
Well, yeah, I know he's a little bigger, but they were trying to go in sort of that aesthetic direction without making him a hulking beast. Because I know that I watched a version of Amazing Spider-Man 2 a couple months ago on YouTube that had some of the cut out CGI moments of Green Goblin where he takes out that executive of Oscorp that screwed him over, and it adds a lot more to the character. There's just a lot about that movie.
There was so much stuff cut out of Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Freaking Mary Jane was taken out, and Shailene Woodley, perfect casting of MJ, was cut out of the movie. Some Green Goblin.
Release the Mark Webb cut of Amazing Spider-Man 2.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
I thought that the Raimi version of Spider-Man, I wish that he'd followed the original storyline and had Gwen Stacy in the first one, killed her off, introduced Mary Jane in the second one, because that would have been a much stronger arc for Peter Parker had Raimi been a little bit more faithful to the comic book storylines.
No, I hated that
Mary Jane was the heroine. No, she was, first of all, she's no Mary Jane, but also there's such a really rich story history with Peter's character arc, losing Gwen, then discovering Mary Jane. I don't know why they threw that all out the window when they did the original movies. I like what Gavin's saying though here. Just do Dr. Doom right in a new Fantastic Four. I am dying to see a well done Dr. Doom and not the cheap knockoff that we've seen on YouTube with Doomcock.
No, trust me. When we get Dr. Doom in the MCU, they have that. I would say Doctor Doom is arguably even more important than nailing the Fantastic Four.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's a villain you can use for a very long time if you do him right.
With many different people and many different incarnations, yes.
And keep in mind, we've essentially seen Doctor Doom already in all the Star Wars movies. Darth Vader was essentially completely inspired by Doctor Doom, the noble villain. And if they can do that right in Doctor Doom's home universe, the Marvel universe, done properly, that's going to be a character that's got so much potential long term.
Hold up, is this Spider-Man doing the horns down symbol right now? you guys know what that means? Horns down?
No.
So there's the rivalry
is that some kind of devil thing?
No. It's a college football thing, actually, where like University of Texas is the Longhorns, right?
Maybe
and
Satan?
They play against Oklahoma and other like Big 10, Big 12 schools. And for the Longhorns, they're like horns up. That's their thing, like because Longhorns. But other schools, when they play them, their rivals are like horns down, just like kind of just to mock them a little bit. So it looks like he's doing that there. So he's obviously not a University of Texas fan, which
yeah.
There you go for you sports fans out there. There you go.
You're welcome.
so this one is called the integrated suit. That's the gold one. It's really weird. It looks like, I don't know. Like, again, it looks like Doctor Strange magic. I think maybe they're teaming up and he's just like, they're using both their powers together or something. I don't know. That's what it looks like from this picture.
I really hope though that it's not that he's like given Doctor Doom's or Doctor Strange's powers.
Yeah, I really hope not. That'd be pretty dumb, actually.
Because it looks like maybe like he's making portals or something. Because maybe he's like hopping through dimensions.
It does look
or something.
like that. Yeah.
Which would open up the way.
Like he shoots at like instead
multiverse
of webs he shoots at. He's shooting at portals or something. That could be really cool.
Interesting.
Yeah. There's the box.
Okay.
This one's Doctor Strange.
No.
I said in my video, it looks like he's dressed up for Casual Friday. He's got a shovel. He's not really wearing his typical clothes.
He's out here to help me kill my moles out in my backyard.
He's gonna help you dig a gopher hole.
Yep.
And there's the box for that. And this is just the Far From Home suit again.
I don't like that suit.
Well, you don't like the Far From Home suit.
I don't. I tried.
Oh, the black
I saw
suit,
it in the trailer. I'm like, I don't like it. I watched it in the theater. I'm like, I don't like it. And then I watched it afterwards. I'm like, I just don't like it. I can't. I don't know.
I'm kind of impartial to red and black. It does remind me a little bit of the early Steve Ditko
like
comics.
Superior Spider-Man stuff. I'm like, no, get this out of here.
I'm not a fan of the black on red either. If I got the red Spider-Man, I actually I like the blue. I like the classic look. If I'm going for that, yeah. It's but I like the black suit. But if we're doing that, I just prefer to have red and blue.
I am looking forward to the day where we finally get a Spider-Man movie where we get this style black suit. Like, give us the classic looking black suit with the symbiote. Like, please.
You're gonna be waiting. You're gonna be waiting.
I know
You're gonna be waiting because it's Venom. Venom is the symbiote, and Sony's gone in a completely different direction with all of it.
Yeah, which it pains me because I love that suit so freaking much.
Yeah. So here's MJ. Not much with this. I mean,
MJ, not MJ.
It's just Zendaya.
Not MJ.
Yeah, and then you got Ned. And then you got this one, which is called
go back though, because let's talk about the fact Ned lost some weight.
He did.
Oh, he did. Yeah, he's a lot thinner in this movie.
Yep. Looking good.
He does stuff.
You working out?
Yeah.
He's not just the guy in the.
It always bothered me. They named him after the Hobgoblin, and I'm thinking, was that intentional? That maybe they're thinking of going in some direction where, I mean, it makes no sense.
Hobgoblin?
Well, no. In the original comic book run,
Ned Leeds.
The Hobgoblin's secret identity was Ned Leeds, and he was a reporter at the Daily Bugle who'd stumbled upon Norman. This was back in the 1980s run. This was before Todd McFarlane came on to kind of reimagine the look and aesthetic of Spider-Man in the Marvel line. But yeah, Ned Leeds was the name of the reporter who'd stumbled upon one of Norman Osborn's hideouts, and he had appropriated all of Norman Osborn's technology, and he was the Hobgoblin. And it was like a big shock surprise when it was revealed in the comic books because Ned Leeds was friendly with Peter working at the Daily Bugle. So here we have the Spider-Man movies, and they name his best friend Ned Leeds, which I thought was just like a throw off. They just decided, well, let's just take a name from the universe without really understanding those.
They basically wanted to do Genki Lee from the Miles Morales comics, but not actually take that character away from Miles. That's basically what they did. They repurposed Ned Leeds to be Genki. That's what they did.
Gave him that name, which it's like anybody who knows the Hobgoblin knows that's who he was.
Well, the actor Jacob Batalons kept talking about the Hobgoblin stuff and says he's down to play Hobgoblin. Like he's been reading up on those comics and everything.
And I would say that I would say that I would enjoy that because I would add some like personable like betrayal to the character, which would be pretty cool, right?
Maybe why he got into shape.
That could be too. Yeah,
you know,
they're gonna take that storyline and adapt it from the old books.
That'd be cool.
I will agree with this. That MJ pop. Ooh, MJ in a pantsuit. Oh my gosh, we just need to go. She looks like she's from Hogwarts. Like, you sure this is the right movie?
Well, apparently this movie takes place during Christmas.
You sure this is the right movie? This isn't the next Harry Potter debacle.
Hey, I like your outfit, man.
Stupefying.
Crazy beast. It's just a giant spider.
Crazy beast.
Crazy.
The term is fantastic, my good sir.
There ain't nothing fantastic about that series, sir.
Hey, I like those movies.
I love Harry Potter, but love is not the word that comes to mind when I think of Fantastic Beasts.
I was just so done.
Fantastic Beasts and where everybody forgot them and left them.
Oh, come on, y'all.
When I saw Deathly Hallows Part 1, by the time I actually got to theater to see Deathly Hallows Part 1, I was so checked out of Harry Potter. I read all the books, but like once I got to the Part 1 of Deathly Hallows, I was just like, I'm so
well. That's the worst of the series.
Well, like I was done even before then because like I've said this before, and this is kind of a hot take, but the Harry Potter movies are so freaking repetitive. It's the same freaking pattern over and over again. Harry Potter's a lonely boy in this world. People don't really care about him. Goes back to Hogwarts. Stuff happens. And then all of a sudden people realize, oh my gosh, like Harry Potter is like going to help us all. And then Voldemort shows his presence. And then it's the end of the movie. Then the whole cycle starts all over again in the next movie. And then the next movie. And then the next movie. Granted, some different stuff happens in each story. I get that. But it felt very similar in every single one. And it drove me absolutely insane.
You take that back, sir. How dare you?
Nope.
No, I was kidding.
Well, Dawson, I hope you tune in when I eventually review the Wizarding World movies.
I might.
Wow.
All right. So
I'm glad I could suck all the energy out of the room.
Oh no, you're fine.
You totally did, man. You threw off my
to bring
girl.
the energy down even more a little bit. I know the chat was talking about this. Do you guys think any characters are going to die? Because there's rumors Ned is going to die in this movie.
You know what? Maybe they fake Ned's death and he comes back as the Hobgoblin.
I was going to say that too. Yeah,
that'd be interesting.
There's going to be so much going on in this movie, though. Well, actually, now let me shut myself up because if they're going to bring possibly Willem Dafoe's Goblin back and all of the other villains, that wouldn't. It's already going to be heavy with all kinds of multiple characters. Maybe there is something to the whole Hobgoblin thing.
Yeah.
So what's this? Why has he got an upside down Batman symbol on his?
Okay, so I have kind of like two theories on this. It's called the black and gold suit. Either theory number one is that this is Wakanda tech, which I don't think it is, or two, which is more likely, I think this is a special suit he makes to combat Electro. Reason why I say that is because to me, like
the circuits and the gauntlets.
Yeah, the gauntlets look like they're like, if I can zoom in, they look like really techy, but also it's like it reminds me of like gold wiring.
Yeah,
and you got like the little blue up top here,
like insulation. So it's electric resistant.
Dude, so bring up those gauntlets again.
Sure. Zoom in.
It's those gauntlets right there that make me absolutely believe that this is Wakanda tech.
Yeah.
Wakanda tech. Okay. Yeah.
This is absolutely Wakanda tech. It may be for the same reason that you're saying to combat Electro, but dude, look at that pattern and everything on his gauntlets. That's not something. Look, this Peter Parker doesn't come up with this kind of tech on his own. He just doesn't. He just doesn't. He hasn't had to. He came up with web shooters, but he hasn't had to come up with anything because he's been supplied with these amazing digital costumes one after another that literally has AI that talks to him and does stuff for him. He ain't making that kind of stuff in his mom's house at her apartment. Come on.
Is this going to be Black Spider or Spider
Well,
Panther.
remember though, he's on the run though. That's the thing.
Spider
I'd be
Panther.
curious to see because remember that
Spider
cliffhanger
Panther.
of his identity being leaked out. Is he going to have resources to go to people like this, or
No,
is he going to be
he's
all
gonna
his
have
own?
no. He ain't gonna. Peter Parker doesn't have any resources in this world. He doesn't have a job. He doesn't do anything. He's a high school student. Where's he going to go if he's on the run and everybody knows that he's Peter Parker? Where's he going to go? I guarantee
go to
he's
the
gonna go to
Avengers.
Wakanda.
Happy
He's going to go to
Hogan.
Avengers. He's going to go to Wakanda where he's hidden, where whatever. There's a huge fight. Everything it draws him out. He has to fight alongside everybody, but then in the end, he has to get a suit like this.
Unless this is an alternate reality that is ripped open with all this multiverse stuff that will end up in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, since Doctor Strange is making an appearance in Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this could be an alternate version of Spider-Man, maybe.
That's a good point, dude. I didn't think about that. This might not even be Tom Holland Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I just have a feeling that this is Tom Holland's Spider-Man. It's
look
just,
at the eyes. I mean, that's
yeah.
screams Tom Holland.
It's just this screams Tom Holland Spider-Man, but it just screams Wakanda tech now because now we
Yeah,
no
yeah,
longer
it
have
does.
we no longer have Tony to provide him with these suits. So now we're going to use Wakanda to provide him with these suits.
Well, I was going to mention something, but it's a spoiler for Falcon and Winter Soldier, so I don't know if I should say it or not. But if you watch the final episode, like the last 2 episodes, what Wakanda supplying people with different suits and stuff kind of makes sense as well.
That's true.
Yeah, but like it's at the same time. It's like
They've got the tech now that Tony Stark is dead.
well, it's like again, the first movie, Tony Stark gives him a suit. Second movie, he makes his suit from Tony Stark tech. Then the third movie, it's Wakanda tech. It's like, dude, he's an intelligent character. He wins these science fair things for a reason. He's very intelligent. He knows his stuff. It's like, let him make his own freaking suit.
But that's the thing is now the bar has been set, Dawson, to such a high level that even as intellectual as he is, even as smart as Peter Parker is, he can't make a suit. Cash flow alone, he cannot make a suit that comes anywhere close to these suits, even the basic suit that he started off with that just had the AI that talked to him and had, what was it, 100 and something or 300 and something different, it had attack mode and defense mode and all that stuff like that.
Instant kill.
Like this version of him, he doesn't have the money to top anything. Like, why would you create a suit at this point? Because you're never going to top what you've literally just been given.
And that's what sucks.
And that's kind of what takes back from the character a little bit, because really the Spider-Man has not really had to persevere and really that's probably going to be one of the good things about this next movie is for the first time, like he's actually going to not just, I don't know,
There's a lot of stuff going on with it,
and have a bunch of people to just support him and, and do whatever. Real quick, Ryan Hartwell with a $20 super chat.
Dang, man.
Thank you, Ryan. Dude, you are awesome. Thank you, bro, so much. Says, I never want to suspend my disbelief when I'm watching something. I want to use my imagination and have an open mind. What may seem impossible today could be possible in the future. Maybe that's just the artist in me. Look,
I like that way of thinking.
That's a great point, Ryan, because we never know. Look, things that we say like are impossible. There was a day and time where the idea of cloning was just science fiction, right? That was just science fiction. It was something like, well, it's possible. I'm sure that maybe somewhere, but it was never anything. And then all of a sudden, now we live in a world where cloning is absolutely possible. Now it's all a matter of, is it ethical to clone humans? It's not a question anymore if they can do it. They can do it. And probably already have, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But
probably.
but now that's the big ethical, question is, would it be ethical to do that?
The thing about suspension of disbelief, though, I mean, I think that's a really great sentiment, but I had a difficult time with Spider-Man Far From Home with the holograms and how Mysterio was able to do all this crazy stuff. I had a real tough time with that movie because I could not suspend my disbelief. I could kind of suspend my disbelief for the first Iron Man movies because tech is within the realm of possibility. I could suspend my disbelief in the Nolan Batman films because he was using a technology that we're kind of almost on the pinnacle of. But the stuff that I saw in Far From Home, it's just like I couldn't, even with the nanotech that was introduced in the Avengers movies, I had a kind of a tough time believing Mysterio could do all that stuff, which really diminished my enjoyment of the film. along with Peter not focusing on being Spider-Man because all he wanted to do was go on his trip with MJ.
I have a similar thing with Avengers Infinity War and Endgame, like, because you mentioned the Iron Man films, the first ones, like the technology was like advanced, but it was advanced to a point where like, okay, I can believe that some really high tech, really intelligent person could come up with something like that. Like especially the first couple, like they were tangible. They had some actually practical like stuff with the shoulders and boots and gloves and everything.
And the way they like drilled him into the suit, it's like it was like he was in a car assembly line. It's like, well, that makes sense because that's how he would have to go together.
Yeah, and then in Infinity War and Endgame, all of a sudden he's like making giant massive hammers out of his hands, and I'm just like, and all I say is, "Oh, nanotech from Wakanda." It's like
it kind of takes us out of it though. A little.
It loses that substance. It really does.
Yeah.
If I could play devil's advocate for just a moment, so like you still have a hard time suspending disbelief, that was like 20 movies later since the first Iron Man, where stuff evolved and Tony discovered new things for the technology, and we started to get more encounters with aliens and mad.
It was also the point of the message, like Tony Stark at his peak with the greatest technology in the world couldn't stop Thanos. Like his ultimate fear had been realized. His fear was that he was going to fail and they were going to win. That's exactly what happened. That's why he spent his whole life building the most advanced tech possible. So I thought it made sense that at the end of Iron Man's journey, he has like the most advanced nanotech possible,
Yeah, but at the same time, like my biggest thing is like not necessarily that he used the nanotech, but it felt like such a jump from the last time we had seen Tony Stark to Infinity War of like something that was like more grounded, like screwed on, like actually a suit. To all of a sudden, bam, nanotech. It felt very.
That's a good point. I feel like they should have started building those scenes maybe in Civil War.
Yes,
and to Enosh's point earlier about cloning used to be science fiction. It may have used to be science fiction, but it was actually based in some possibility of science fact. As you broke down DNA and
there was theories.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it was conceivable that someday it was possible. I still don't know that I can even imagine the possibility of nanotech like we see in our comic book movies.
Yeah, and I was going to say real quick in regards to Mysterio, I actually quite liked Mysterio on Far From Home. I thought, I was like, when they announced that he was going to be in that movie, I'm like, how are they going to make this work? Is he really going to be like an actual magician, like kind of like in the Ultimate comics, or are they going to actually do like the illusionist? I thought, and I thought, it's an interesting way to like modernize that character using drone technology and holograms. For me personally, it worked.
I liked him as a character a lot, and I think the fact that he was played by Jake Gyllenhaal really helped sell the character. But holograms that are looking like they're destroying most of Italy, and that's the kind of like suspension of disbelief stuff that I just have a really hard time buying into, and it interrupts my enjoyment of the movie because I'm thinking, no matter what the future holds with technology, that's never going to ever be possible. Like cloning might be possible because it had a basis in science and medicine.
It's that freaking bar scene every time when I watch Far From Home. It ruins it for Mysterio for me. Like he gets on the top of the bar, like, we did it. You did this. You worked for Tony Stark. You were screwed over by him. And I'm just like,
that was a little
exposition.
So well. You were doing
to be fair to that
you were
scene,
caught
though,
monologuing.
To be fair to that scene, though, it was kind of awesome that they called back to Iron Man 1 and brought back that actor.
That was cool, but they should have done it in a better way. Instead of like,
that was a quick, how do we get the audience to the point we need them? So let's just write this quick exposition scene, from a screenwriting perspective. That's all it was. It was a cheat.
Literally in my head, I heard Frozone from The Incredibles saying, and he starts monologuing again.
To be fair, I mean, Jake Gyllenhaal, God bless him. He tried his best to make that scene work.
Did you just say God rest his soul? Like
I said God rest for a second. Yes,
we are murdered.
I hope I didn't jinx Jake Gyllenhaal.
Wow.
Jake, watch out. I'm about to jinx
That hurt me. That hurt me so much watching that.
It hurts every time I watch it. It really does. But it's still one of my favorite drops.
Yes, it is. It's painful, but it's needed.
Yeah, it did seem a bit convenient that he just drops. Oh, we've been doing this the whole time. The elemental stuff, that was all us, man.
Yeah, there were a lot of cheats in Far From Home that are what took me out of enjoying it. It was
I've
clunky.
rolled my eyes harder in a movie than I did at that scene.
It was McClunky.
like Batman and Robin, I've rolled my eyes more so, but like for that scene, I was just like, wow, okay.
Well, Batman and Robin is literally like an updated version of the old 66 TV series. I mean, there was nothing serious about that movie, and Far From Home was meant to be a serious movie that was supposed to fit organically with everything that had preceded it with the Avengers movies.
I will say, Mysterio up on the bar going,
pound it.
Pretty much. I will say though, the scene where like he had Spider-Man in the trance and like the whole snow globe thing, that was cool because it called back to the comics very well. It looked very nice. But like, yeah, the whole bar scene just kills it for me.
Landon, my son is in the chat. He's literally right above me over here. Says, I didn't like the holograms that much. I felt like they could have done it different. Yeah,
he could have just been magic. You know, I think that would have been cool if he actually was magic and he did.
Yeah, but you know, I appreciate them.
I would have bought it. You know what? I would have bought it more if it hadn't been hologram technology, and if somehow Mysterio actually had some kind of supernatural powers, because it's not like we hadn't seen supernatural powers in the MCU. That I would have bought.
Yeah.
But
shot my web is Oprah's buying nano suits for everyone.
Yeah.
One for you.
You get a suit. You get a
One
suit
for you and you. Yes.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I agree. Like that's one of my problems with this thing is that like I can appreciate it somewhat that they solve some issues using technology. Okay, so I don't want to be completely against that, but when I
does it have to be Stark technology though?
Well, that's what I'm saying. But when I see them solving problems that really aren't problems, but they're just narratively, the story writers don't want to have to deal with where are these people's costumes anymore.
Lazy writing.
That's lazy writing to just be like, they don't have to deal with, well, they got to get their costume or they don't have their costume or they're wearing their costume under their suit. No, we don't have to deal with that. So now it's nanotechnology and we can make it be whatever we want it to be. And it just like literally Iron Man's suit just appears on him. And it's like,
that's some science fiction.
Yeah, well, like I was explaining earlier, like to me, it felt thematic to his arc though, because again, it was like he spent his whole life building as much technology as he could to like the most advanced it could be for the moment Thanos arrived. So interest in that movie made sense to me in a way because, like, well, this is the time to use something like that.
Andrew Casale absolutely right here. Mysterio is the master of illusions, not master of drones.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, well, the drones were used to create illusions, though. So.
Oh, but no.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I like it.
I can meet you halfway, RJ, because I do see with Iron Man's arc that he's just gotten so advanced with technology that
here's the thing. The Iron Man suit in the first movie, I think, was the best one personally because he has the blasters, he has the rockets on his shoulders. Whereas in like Infinity War, you know what they should have done with that is they should have had all the superpowered people fighting Thanos like hand-to-hand combat. Should have had like Iron Man like trying to keep a distance and blasting with rockets, kind of like what he did in Avengers, right?
Oh, the power scaling makes no sense.
Yeah, because like he can't go in there and be like hand-to-hand combat. So what they had to do with the nanotechnology is give him like massive fists that come out because of nanotech and punch Thanos. No, have him be at a distance, flying around, being a little pest, and like blasting him here and there to distract him. While maybe Spider-Man gets the gauntlet or the Infinity Gauntlet, or like Star-Lord or somebody else who is more physically capable of going toe-to-toe with Thanos instead of Iron Man. Scarlet Witch, yeah, have her in that mix.
She was cheated of her moment in Endgame. I mean, it's like we saw it manifest in the WandaVision series that she probably is the most powerful Avenger. Yeah. And had he not rained fire, that battle would have been over with her.
Yeah.
Hey, where's the Hulk? What'd the Hulk do?
He did nothing.
Yeah, the Hulk didn't do
anything. We saw the Hulk run the battle and did nothing. We didn't see a single shot of him fighting the enemies in the final battle, which really pissed me off.
Yeah, they need to fix how they handle Hulk. I'll say that. I like the MCU, but how they've handled him, I think, needs to improve greatly.
Age of Ultron just went downhill.
But my point was is that like you have characters with certain abilities in these different universes. Like for example, Batman. You know, you're wearing your shirt there. Love Batman. Great.
I had to get into character after I saw you guys all in your. That's why
I love it. I have the same shirt.
We're doing our secret identities tonight.
Yes. There you go. But like, for example, Batman with the Justice League. If they're fighting someone like Steppenwolf or Darkseid, for instance, he keeps his distance. He does what he can on his end.
Yeah.
And lets the superpowered people handle the more hand-to-hand combat with the bigger characters like Thanos in the MCU. Have Iron Man be simply like kind of like Batman, keep a distance, do what he can, control the situation, be a pest, and let everybody else handle it. Instead, they're like, no, we have to have hand-to-hand combat with Iron Man and Thanos, even though it makes no sense whatsoever.
Nope.
It really and I think it was very cool in Zack Snyder's Justice League how Zack really showed Batman's limitations. It was, we all love Batman, but he knew there's no reason to get close to anything that was going on because he would have been a smear on the floor had he gotten close to Steppenwolf.
Exactly, and that's what I feel like Iron Man should have been in Endgame and Infinity War.
Tim's Chalk, what's up, Tim? Good to see you, bro. Says this is to go to the new Croc Plus sale going on. Yes, make sure you subscribe to the best streaming service known to man, Croc Plus. Just all kinds of wonderful things from some, I wouldn't say wonderful creators, I would say interesting creators. To really put it that way. All kinds of different shows and things that you can see on Croc Plus, and I'm trying to find them right now. But one movie that you can find on there is, of course, Willie Doomcock and the Salt Factory.
Oh gosh,
streaming only on Croc Plus.
I love how the hair's like coming out of the helmet.
And of course, this newest entry, don't forget this. I've shown this picture many times, but you guys didn't realize it was all a setup for a new documentary coming out on Croc Plus called We Don't.
Oh my God.
You didn't know that, but now you do. And then yes, many other great shows like It's All Smoke and Mirrors. Oh
my God.
People love that show.
Oh wow.
Jim Croc really fancies himself as quite the minstrel musician on his channel.
Oh yes. We just watched that the other day.
It's great.
Oh my gosh. Yes. He has a little cry there and sings all about it. So what are you gonna do? But back here to RJ. RJ. So
there's some Legos. There was a figure.
Go back because you had a couple figures there. So show that black suit Spider-Man again, real quick.
Yeah, you want me to pull up this one?
Yeah. No, not that one. The cool looking one.
Yeah, that's looking clean right there.
Yeah, just tell me when to stop. There's like a lot of Nerf toys and stuff, and
a bunch of garbage toys.
What?
These
I'm
are
sorry,
all the
toys are all so downhill.
These are all the toys, ladies and gentlemen, that you can look forward to seeing on all the shelves sitting there because nobody buys these toys.
Iron Spider arms are back, so I don't know if that's gonna be the movie just for the toys, but I thought that was interesting.
Oh, brother.
Okay.
Look at there. It's all this gold and
red and gold, baby.
Like, I do feel really bad because I feel like when I was a kid,
this guy right here, yeah.
To be fair, I feel like nostalgia might be kicking in a little bit, but I feel like toys back when I was a kid were much better than toys now. Even though these stuff like Mayfax and McFarlane and stuff for collectors and such, but toys at Walmart or Target are just so much cheaper in quality compared to what they used to be, especially Transformers toys.
Oh yeah, oh my God.
Toys. Oh man,
don't get me started on that.
Oh, I'll go back farther. Did you guys ever? Well, this is more our generation. Micronauts. Micronauts was a really cool toy line. Talking about Transformers, it was kind of like the alternate. Toy line where you could mix and match the characters and create different things.
Right.
So this Spider-Man actually looks cool. This Spider-Man though looks like he's the Spider-Man who's doing commercials for a whiskey or a bourbon. That he's kind of sitting in a lounge. I can just imagine this Spider-Man sitting in a lounge somewhere and you just hear him be like, when I'm out fighting crime, gets pretty hairy out there. But that's why I made new Spider's Web Bourbon.
You know what? This image though strikes me as, if we're talking about, he's got Wakanda nanotech, and then he's got the red hands. I wonder if this is like the nanotech going over his body in his normal red and dark black suit, because the color of the hands at the wrists and the hands just don't really look like they're aesthetically in line with the rest of the suit.
Look, we can just look at this though and tell that this looks like it's got Wakanda written all over.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Dude, have you seen Black Panther's costume?
No, I know.
This is that, dude.
I know. I'm just saying, I'm wondering if it's because some people are speculating it might be his main suit gets destroyed and it's underneath The Far From Home suit.
No. This is going. This looks like it's going over his suit. This might be like a protective nanotech outer armor that's going over the regular red and blue suit that we see in the other toys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, what do you guys think though? Do you think this is like my theory was that it's like a suit made to combat Electro? Because to me, it's like gold wiring, maybe. Like
I could see that. I could definitely see that.
Because I don't see why he would change his suit otherwise, because that red, gold, and black suit he has looks like it's already upgraded. So I think,
although to be fair, the first suit he got from Tony Stark had like so many other features that I wouldn't be surprised that like shock absorption would have been one of them. So like, I don't know, it feels like they maybe just wanted to change aesthetic just because, but like I could definitely see that being an explanation they give for that.
Yeah. Or this isn't even in the movie. It all means nothing. That's also
it's going to be very interesting coming back and revisiting this video after the movie comes out to see how wrong we all were.
See, all these theories for these movies, people are going crazy with them, and I'm just like, guys, none of this is confirmed, man.
It reminds me of all the theories leading up to The Last Jedi, like, Snoke is Plagueis, and like I remember still to this day, like walking out of Last Jedi, just laughing at all the theorists who were so wrong. And that's probably going to be
was the logical choice. Plagueis was actually a logical idea, though, and actually they should have done that because it would have made a whole lot more sense as far as who Snoke was. But
I just still thought it was very funny, especially like when he just died in the movie. I was like,
I'm like, what? I know it actually made me laugh too. But okay, go on to the next picture there, which is him with the white background. Hold on, go back.
I like that suit.
That toy hip, I hate that toy hip.
Spider-Man's J. Jonah Jameson suit.
Yeah, that's a weird pose. That is such a weird pose.
I hate when the articulation, man. The articulation.
Now look at here too. It looks like the red and blue colors go farther up to his elbow, which I don't think I saw on the other one. I'm wondering if like these have alternate hands arms that you can like attached to the body or the hands to like mimic this idea of this being some kind of nanotech armor that covers his red and blue suit.
Well, what it could be is that like maybe when the black suit is over top of his normal suit, he can't shoot webs. He's just simply trying to survive the electric shock. Or maybe when he shoots webs, the red is exposed.
They come back.
Yep.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, no, okay. All right, go on to the next photo there.
Yeah,
J. Jonah Jameson.
I don't know if this
or we can as DC collectors we can all get this, and this can be
Gordon,
Commissioner Gordon on the weekend.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
I love it.
I wonder if he is in the movie though. If he's going to be a No Way Home. I mean, I imagine
he has to be.
I'm sure.
Well, because every other character in every Spider-Man movie ever made is in this movie, so might as well.
He's absolutely in it, RJ. Yeah, he's absolutely in it.
Well, they ended the last one with him revealing Peter's identity. So, I mean, logically, they would have to like carry through on that reveal.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Yeah. Now this figure looks good.
The head sculpt's good.
Is he eating a donut? Yeah, no, that's the eye of
Akamoto.
Yeah,
looks like he's munching on a chocolate chip cookie or something.
Oh, I can see that
chocolate chip cookie.
And he's got like the magic hands, like that.
Magic hands. He's got
magic hands.
He's got jazz hands.
So Doctor Strange like quits being Sorcerer Supreme and actually goes into business for himself, doing massage therapy.
Yes.
He partners with Phoebe Buffay.
The Sanctorum. He turns it into the Magic Hand Studio.
Yeah.
The Magic Hand Sanctorum.
A lot of these are just like
hold on. No, go back because a lot of times like when you see stuff like you can actually maybe see like where they're going with some stuff. What is this? This is a Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's like very Iron Man inspired.
That's very Iron Spider looking. Yeah.
Tony Stark inspired.
Yeah, it's called a Nerf web bolt.
It's a Nerf dart gun.
I just don't read much into the Nerf stuff, like some of
the
these
Nerf
smaller
stuff
toys, because they're just like,
I wouldn't go there because sometimes there are very much aesthetics of films that are actually revealed through like a lot of this stuff, but nobody picks up on them until much later because they're not looking for them with this stuff, and this is little kid stuff. So, or it's Nerf stuff, so like nobody thinks that they're going to show something like this. But if he's shooting something, my take is probably he might be shooting something that would mimic. That's why they make this dress up stuff. Is so for kids to be able to somehow mimic what they see. So it could be nothing, but it could very well be.
It's hilarious that this kid on the box is wearing safety glasses for Nerf guns.
I didn't even
No kid
notice
does that.
Take your
No
eye out,
kid
bro.
does that. Oh gosh.
Dude, Nerf will
Now,
take your eye out.
they could have done a tie-in and made it Tony Stark's tech glasses from Far From Home.
Yeah.
Let's get him some. Let's get him some shoulder pads and some elbow pads and a helmet and some knee
Like
pads.
back in the
and
day,
some shin
when you
guards.
saw like a box for a BB gun, you didn't see the kid with safety glasses on. No, not at all. What's up, Goldman?
What's up, Goldman? Me, you, and Dawson got to get together. We got to talk. Talk Star Wars. Yeah, you'll shoot your eye out, kid.
Well, BB guns will take your eye out, so they should have goggles with that. So
Well, they didn't back in the day, but now we have freaking Nerf guns with glasses on the kids. It's just like, oh my gosh.
yeah, because they'll still take your eye out too.
Yeah, but like,
See how kids play with them nowadays?
It puts some hair on your chest.
It's called evolution.
Yes, evolution.
The one of the few parts that I am actually like I will agree to that. Yes.
My little cousins attacked me with Nerf guns, and it was not fun. So I'm just saying.
Solo. Yes. I got some ideas.
We had Nerf wars in my grandparents' basement all the time, and like, dude, great times. No safety goggles whatsoever. It was fantastic. We had like the machine guns.
You brave soul.
By that logic, because of Steppenwolf here being all spiky, I need safety goggles because you never know. I might be playing with him. Like I feel like I'm Dan Aykroyd on that old Saturday Night Live skit with Bag of Glass. Remember that? Well, just imagine, you're just playing with your Steppenwolf figure, and you're just doing your thing. You're like, oh my eye.
Dude, I'm freaking jealous of that Steppenwolf figure. I really wish I would have gotten one.
That's why I keep bringing it back into the screen.
No protectors here.
It's okay. I still got my dark side. It's beautiful.
And I'll bring this up in my review of him. There's some weird stuff going on though down here in his pants. Yeah, there's some.
Don't go into Steppenwolf's pants. Don't do that.
This is like a rubber piece that kind of just covers up his mid section there,
cloth,
just like Darkseid.
And
eek.
So I'm really not trying to be funny about this, but like if you look in there, you see how McFarlane does his legs. They're held on by these hinges. I hate those. I hate these because the problem is once these pop out, that means that the part bent out to let the pin out, and once it's bent out, you never get it back in right. You'll never get it clamped on because you can't clamp it beyond the part, so it doesn't want to stay. But
we just gave Steppenwolf an examination.
I also love too that like even with these, he's got the toes.
Got the toes.
Yeah. All I'm saying is, PLW. I got some ideas for PLW. This might be a future match.
Oh Lord!
I think I know who would win.
McFarlane did the Justice League. Steppenwolf also
very similar in size, though. Very similar.
Did they come out at the same time, or that's the Justice League Steppenwolf is from a long time ago?
No, this is a Build-A-Figure from 2017.
Oh, okay. So okay. Yeah, interesting. They're almost the same scale.
Yep. So it's that is interesting. Okay, so back to this. Okay, so we got masks. Okay, it's a generic kind of mask.
Iron Spider.
Spider, yay. Okay.
Yeah.
But the box Spider-Man isn't the Iron Spider. It's a different costume there.
Yeah. He's got the two.
Oh, I see. He's got a chest.
He's got a chest
covered up. Okay.
Oh, okay. That's weird.
I missed that.
Interesting.
Motorcycle, which is not going to be in the movie. I can tell you that.
What if they do give him a motorcycle?
What if they do give him a motorcycle? He's got to get away from J. Jonah Jameson somehow.
And wings.
Oh boy, because they gave him a motorcycle in the.
It's the Spider.
This is like I don't even know what this is.
They're going to combine. They're going to combine all of the characters into Spider-Man. So he's going to have wings like Falcon. He's going to have powers like Doctor Strange. He's going to have technology like Iron Man.
Wakanda.
This is proctology exam. Spider-Man.
He's gonna have a black suit that's very similar to Black Panthers, in Wakanda, and
he's got a trident.
He's gonna grow out like red hair and be hot like what's her name?
Scarlet Witch.
No, not the Scarlet. No,
Black Widow.
Black Widow. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, then he's got to make his suit rubber then.
Yeah.
This is French Tickler Spider-Man.
What is it?
Yeah, so I'm zooming in on the promo art because this is the promo art of the black and gold suit. It looks very shiny.
That's very Wakandan.
Shiny.
Look at the patterns on that. That is
Yeah.
so Wakandan.
Wakanda forever.
Now, is that a thing that goes on his head, or is that thing next to it that he's pointing at there? It's like Spider-Man's pointing. It's like this thing right here, guys.
Oh yeah, I don't know what that is.
Right? like,
for,
look at this thing I got right here. Check this out.
Yeah,
It's
it
for
looks
the
like a
There you
it looks
go.
like a web.
There we go.
Well,
I feel like I could talk for him. I feel like I could talk for him and be like, okay, RJ, if you can, just get in over here a little bit right here with this thing that I'm looking at right here. RJ, thank you, RJ. Thank you. Appreciate it. Jesus, it's so hard to find good workers nowadays. Anyways, look, so I got this little web thing. I assure you that's web. It's
Cerebro.
It's web. It really is web. And I got this gold web shooter thing that's coming out of my hand, and I can point and talk. So I can do presentations. And for some reason I got gold on my suit, but no gold on my mask. So there you go.
all that texture on the suit in this figure is Wakandan. But like seriously, that web, it looks like he's about to enter Cerebro.
Why is it not letting me? Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, and there's more of this gold suit. Then he's got like a shooting something. I don't know what that is. It's like gold webs.
Gold web cannon.
Man, New York's gonna be super shiny by the time this movie's over.
I know. You got the big Titan Hero series.
God, how many
I
suits
hate
does
those
he have?
I
figures.
don't like those, man.
Those figures are awful.
No.
I got a gold version.
This is like
of the same thing.
this is like a set of like all the Spider-Man movies together.
Are those
like
little rubber guys?
I don't know. I can't really tell. They look a little rubbery.
Wait,
So it's
what's
like-
Iron Man doing in there?
That's from Homecoming. So you have Homecoming, you have Far From Home,
it's
and the new
mixed
movie.
up. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought that these.
Oh, so it's like a bunch of basic figures then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Then you got the Super Web Slinger.
The golden
Oh.
shower
Oh, I
web.
used to own one of those.
The golden
Yeah,
shower
I
web.
had one for the Tobey Maguire movies, and it had like the silly string attached to it. I had that glove for years.
Yeah, man, that was.
He's got it when he's got to relieve himself. You know, that's how he relieves himself in the suit. Golden shower web.
Oh my god.
Well, that's what it's looking like over there. Holy cow. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
those figures, I swear.
Yeah. I
Then you
know,
get the Legos. This one, not much to say. It's a Lego from Far From Home,
Mhm.
but
That's No Way
has
Home.
the-
That's No Way Home.
no, I know. But look at the top. It's inspired by Spider-Man Far From Home.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so this is a scene from that.
Or so they say.
Yeah.
Well, so they say. Sure.
They
And this
say.
is the big one. This is Spider-Man at the Sanctum Workshop, and it's like the actual one from the movie.
And Scorpion there.
Waiting for
Yeah.
copyright claims.
That Scorpion?
I don't know. Someone pointed out to me this looks like a scorpion monster at the
Mm.
bottom here. So I don't know. Here's the thing with Lego sets: you can't really trust them too much in terms of like revealing plot for movie,
Right.
but they do give an idea of like character design and locales. So
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't read too much into that scorpion monster in the background, but I don't know.
What if you're wrong?
I very well might be. I don't know. I've been burnt out with Lego leaks before,
I mean, there was the
Yeah.
giant man leak in the airport. Lego.
Yeah, that was the only big Lego leak I remember there being that actually did reveal something about one of these movies.
Well,
Mhm.
why would you put a scorpion there?
Well, that's the thing. Is it a scorpion? Well, I'm trying
What
to
if-
zoom in on it.
what if
Dude,
it's
that
over-
is so a scorpion. He's got the claws. He's got the tail.
What if he's
That's a
trying to like
scorpion.
open portals at the Sanctum Sanctorum, and like one of them opens to like this world, like a giant scorpion comes down. They're like, "Oh crap, close it." Bad idea.
What if it has to do with the character Scorpion?
I'd be down with that.
Well, I've
I'd
been
be down
waiting
with
for
that too.
payoff for that character for 2 movies. So
There you got MJ with the candle. Ned doesn't even. Oh no, that's not Ned. That's actually Wong. My bad. That is Wong.
Wong's
that's
like, "This
Wong.
sucks.
Yeah, right there.
This
That's
sucks really
Wong.
bad."
Wong
He's got like a
green hair.
yellow coat on. Yeah. he's wearing, like, totally
This
outfit.
looks like the next Harry Potter movie,
Yeah, it kind of does.
Wow.
or
Only watched this Harry Potter movie.
or the set to that Netflix show, The Floor Is Lava.
Yeah, there's Doctor Strange and Spider-Man right there.
They're chilling out up top, looking at everybody.
Yeah.
Look at this motorcycle on the wall.
That is interesting though. Yeah, I mean, like the scorpions there. I'm wondering if this has any like what this does with the movie. I'm just curious, like why Spider-Man's going to go to Doctor Strange. That's the big thing, big
Yeah, that's
question mark.
Good question.
Mm-hmm.
So
Anything else we got there? Or was that it? Okay, more-
Yeah, closer look at like just the set itself a little bit.
okay. All right.
And then there is this one again, which is just inspired by Spider-Man: Homecoming.
Yeah,
but he has that
but he has
gold
a black
suit right there.
though.
Yeah,
Wait, what?
and
I
the
have a
golden
thought-
robes.
I have a thought on why he might go to Doctor Strange's place. I mean, consider what happened at the end of the last movie. He's a fugitive on the run. If everybody knows they're looking for Peter Parker and Peter Parker Spider-Man, maybe he's holes up with Doctor Strange as like that's just like a safe spot for him to stay in, and then he's in that laboratory and opens up all the alternate realities or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the final picture just to look at the Lego set.
Why would they put all this together though?
I don't know. That's the weird thing. It's like these are sets inspired by the last couple movies, but they have elements of the new ones in them. Because I don't think they made Lego sets for those movies. This is just them making some now, I guess, to tie into the new one. I don't know.
Vultures in No Way Home confirmed.
Yeah. I mean, they can say that on the product labeling, but it could also be a misdirect.
Yeah.
No, that's true. That's true. So yeah, I mean, look, I'm looking forward to the movie. I want to see the movie, but I just want to see them do.
I want a trailer very badly.
I want to see them do
need.
Spider-Man justice, and I want them to get away from the silly. I want Spider-Man to feel like he's Spider-Man to me, and I have felt like he just hasn't really been Spider-Man, but it is what it is.
I mean, my perspective on it, just to close things out, is like I love every version of Spider-Man, even the bad ones. I like because I love Spider-Man. Like even if you served me like a bag of crap and I had Spider-Man's name on it, I'd probably still enjoy it. But I don't know. Like I said, I'm looking forward to this new movie. I like the Holland films, the MCU stuff. It's not the most ideal version of the character. It's not my favorite, but like I said, I'm up for different versions of the character, and I'm cool with that. So I'm looking forward to No Way Home.
But here's the real stuff. Are these two dating? Apparently they were caught kissing.
Yeah, there's some pictures, some videos of them making out in a car on the LA traffic or whatever. Yeah, it's very steamy. Here's the real question though: does Spider-Man go down?
Oh gosh.
He's got a mask on. He's got a mask on,
MCU,
and it's not cut out for.
Well, I mean, if you watch the first Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie, like the mask goes halfway up.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Well, you know what? It's so apparently this is the week for Marvel related people to talk about making out or whatever. Because also Taika Waititi. Did you guys remember this?
Yeah, this is from a little bit ago, wasn't it?
It's from a little bit ago, but dang, I gotta love.
Oh, jeez! Look all these ads.
I know. Jeez, holy cow! What?
This is why Daily Mail is horrible. I don't know.
Oh my gosh, this is absolutely horrible.
I can't even read the article.
I know. Jeez. Well, Taika Waititi, they took these pictures of him kissing his girlfriend Rita Ora, but then also making out with Tessa Thompson, who's been in Thor, and everything, and he finally came out and said this week, he says, because there were reports, I guess, that that Marvel reprimanded him for his behavior because he's basically making out with both of them. They were having drinks or whatever, and they were all kissing each other. And I don't know what was going on there. I mean, whatever people do, I guess, is their own business. But
I think they were playing up for the paparazzi, honestly. I think it's them trolling them.
Maybe. I mean, but they're like full on making out in some of these pictures. But it says when asked if he was upset by the media attention the photos received, Waititi said, "Not really. I think the world of the internet, everything goes away pretty quick." It says also, "Is that a big deal? No, not really. I was doing nothing wrong. It's fine."
Yeah, I mean, how else are you going to respond,
Right?
Non-story.
I know. He's just like, yeah, I was making out. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah,
pretty much. We're good.
The Tom Holland and Zendaya stuff, though, that was trending all day long. Like, a lot of people are talking about this.
I mean, it's not. No, you're right. 2D's nerds, 2CD's nerds. That's a funny name, by the way. But yeah, I mean, it's not as cool. It's not as cool as Pattinson getting it on the Batmobile, which is epic. No, I know Snyder Step Wolf. The idea was old, but the story was updated today because Taika actually responded.
Yeah,
he responded to it. No, he hasn't addressed it at all, and so he finally addressed it. And so look, we live in a world where like people just want to call out everybody for everything. Now, like, look, when you're a public figure and there's pictures taken of you making out with your girlfriend and one of your co-stars, I think if anything, that's what makes it a little strange, is that it's one of the people that he's directed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, which I think, you know, even if your girlfriend's there and you're in a thing that's your thing, and you know your thing, if you all are good with it, that's you. But it does end up looking a little weird if it's somebody that you've directed.
Yeah,
you know, and that you're currently directing, and you know, and so you know, so that's
yeah. I was gonna mention
not much of a story, but it's just like one of those things that everybody's talking about, you know, them making out, and it's like all of a sudden it's like, well, everybody seems to be making out this week.
Yeah, I was gonna mention with the Tom Holland and the Zendaya stuff, with that article and everything. Do you guys think that that's like real, or is that like promotional? Them trying to float stuff out for the upcoming movie and trailer?
I think it could be,
because it seems like they were like, there's some pictures of like giving each other like winks and stuff. I'm like, do they just like play this up for the paparazzi to get their names out there? Because like the toy just got announced today. Are they legit dated?
Do they need to do that though? Like,
maybe, I don't know. That's the thing. That's
they just seem to do a lot of that kind of stuff, though. You know,
it seems like it's just because they've always been very flirty and friendly with each other. They're actually very close friends. So it's like, are they? Yeah, I don't know. That's why it's interesting.
I just don't feel like you need to do that. I mean, Zendaya's about to be in Space Jam 2. She don't need that. Like,
you don't need to be making out with guys like Tom Holland.
Which I couldn't be any less excited about when it comes to like Space Jam 2. I couldn't be any less excited about that thing.
Oh, me either.
Yeah, see where that goes.
But with that, I do have to dip.
Really saying.
Can I get your opinion about this real quick, Dawson?
I believe so. Yes.
Fan. Because this is something that we haven't talked about real quick, and I'll do this quickly so that you can give us your opinion before you go. But for anybody wondering what this is all about, Zack Snyder has come forward and said and revealed that he wanted Lex Luthor to defeat Darkseid in Justice League 3. So let's see. This is, we learned in the last couple of months that Snyder has some pretty insane ideas for how Justice League trilogy would have unfolded. But it says here, appearing on the DC Cinematic Podcast, Snyder revealed that Justice League 3 would have seen Superman's arch nemesis Lex Luthor be given his redemption arc. If that sounded crazy to you, Snyder also shared that Lex would be instrumental in Darkseid's defeat. He shared, "We talked about that. He's in the final battle. He's the one that brings the nuke into Darkseid's spaceship and detonates it himself. It's kind of like he wasn't down with the concept of completely destroying mankind."
Who would be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Lex Luthor always wants to like prove his dominance over other human beings. If there's no other human beings to have dominance over, what's the point?
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well
so I just want to make sure this thing pumped me onto something else. So it says he didn't realize that was the bet. So that kind of thing is something he would be capable of. He could go all the way. So, you know, my question to you is, I mean, in fact, I was just talking to somebody this last morning about Jesse Eisenberg's portrayal of Lex Luthor, which is something that at first I was not really excited for going in, but once I saw him as Lex Luthor and saw what he brought to the table, it actually got me very excited.
Yes.
And I still to this day, I'm excited about that character because I think he does a great job.
So we're going to have a point of disagreement here. I don't hate Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor, but I thought he was like doing a knockoff impression of Heath Ledger's Joker. Right down to his tics and his hair and the way he moved and his affectations. And, you know, I can always appreciate a different take on a character, especially an iconic character like Lex Luthor, and definitely some subversion of expectations in how Zack Snyder decided to cast Eisenberg and present Lex Luthor in the movie. But when as much as I love Batman versus Superman, when I first watched it, I'm like, why is Jesse Eisenberg like aping Heath Ledger's performance as the Joker? He's supposed to be Lex Luthor. It seemed, I don't know if it was, I don't think it was intentional, but it certainly kind of took me out of the movie a couple times.
Yeah, I've never heard of it that way. Like I always thought the main comparison I've seen is people saying like, oh, he acted like Jim Carrey's Riddler, which I don't really see that. That's the interesting thing. I didn't notice really the ticks, like as far as being similar to Heath Ledger.
I didn't really see that either.
But like, as far as like his version of Lex Luthor, like I love the fact that Zack was going for more of a modern day like billionaire, like a Jesse Eisen. Well, not a Jesse Eisen. What
Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, no, I thought it was a very cool take. You know that you're right on that. The big tech internet guy who's like controlling the flow of information.
Yeah,
that I could go with. I don't know. He didn't seem as menacing a character physically as you would imagine Lex Luthor to be. But,
well, you know what? Physically, maybe not. But I'll be honest with you. The more that I've watched him now, the more I believe that he's an absolute evil genius,
megalomaniac. Yeah,
and he may not have the physical presence, but I think that that's the thing, that he's intimidating in other ways, because in the back, it's like when he puts that Jolly Rancher in that senator's or in that guy's mouth, like the dude doesn't fight it off because he knows.
Well, and I also love when he's like throwing the pictures at Superman, the little grin that he has, like I have gained power over Superman. Like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But as far as like him saving the day, in fact, we had a discussion on this in my stream earlier today, talking about how like it might not just be completely selfless of him doing that. Like he might still have a grudge against Superman. So he's like, I saved the world, not Superman. Right? He has that sort of victory mentally over Superman in his final moments, which is like, you know, it'd be very fitting for the character overall, as far as like looking at like comics is concerned. But yeah, I think it's really interesting, and it's very reminiscent of the idea presented in Justice League Dark Apocalypse War, where he works for Darkseid, but like at the same time he's like working with the humans.
Yep.
Which I like that quite a bit.
It just makes me wish that we could have seen this arc completed, because I'll be honest, like with BVS and Lex, I wasn't the biggest fan. I like the idea, it's just like the performance itself was a little like odd to me, but like if I could have seen that character grow and become what is being described here, I probably would have really enjoyed it.
It's almost like if people would have given stories a chance to evolve, they would have appreciated it more.
Yes.
It's almost like Zack Snyder had a plan for all the bitching and moaning that people did about Bruce Wayne and Batman versus Superman. He had a plan.
Yeah,
in his version of Justice League. People aren't patient or the studio executives weren't patient enough to let it work.
Well, and also
work
viewers
its way
as
out,
well.
its way out.
Like people have a hard time letting things play out the way they're supposed to be. Like
it's because we live in an instant gratification culture.
Exactly.
Everything's got to be the way we want it now.
And it's also like people expect to see like the entirety of a person's life as far as a character is concerned in 1-2 hour film. It's like, no, it's a fraction of their life. That's a part of their life. And I always go back to this when it comes to BVS. Literally all you need to know about Batman or Ben Affleck's Batman and BVS is stated in the opening dialogue voiceover with Ben Affleck.
Oh, the opening scene when he loses his friend in the building and he's cradling this little girl and looking up and that this is the threat that I've got to wrestle with now, and it's my only mission now. Is to protect us from this being that we know nothing about, that we've never encountered before.
Yeah, and the words that he says when he's talking about his fall, like he says, there was a time before, a time above, there were perfect things, diamond absolutes, talking about his no-kill rule. But things fall, things here on Earth, and what falls is fallen. It literally tells you everything you need to know about this version of Batman.
We're criminals now, Alfred.
Like it's like almost as if people just don't listen to dialogue because they don't realize, oh, it's going to be an important part of the story and helps us to understand this version of the character.
Yeah.
Like if that opening dialogue was in a graphic novel, for instance, graphic novel readers would be like, okay, this is what we're in for. This is a fallen Batman. And that's exactly what Zack was going for, I feel like, is that it's a graphic novel type of setting up for a version of a character, like a graphic novel that's just introducing a version of a character. Like it's not a hard concept to grasp.
Yeah, people don't pay attention to dialogue. That's why, I mean, I talked about Rise of Skywalker or Palpatine returning, why that, like, so many people didn't get that, and that was a whole kerfuffle. It's because people didn't actually pay attention, you know? Like, it's not the movie's fault you didn't pay attention.
I know, and that, and that's a growing thing, though, that people get all upset at these movies. They get all very frustrated because
they didn't explain this, so it's a plot hole. It's like, no.
Yeah, not listening. They did explain. Not paying attention.
It's amazing to me. It's amazing to me that it's amazing to me when you have a large group of people who understand something and get it and can point it out to you, and yet there are still people who will have it pointed out to them and they still just like It's like they can't learn anything. Look, I've always been.
You're in the
type of person-
Snyderverse cult, Enosh. That's all we hear on social media. It's a cult
there
we're cult.
are so many things. There are so many things that people I can have an opinion about something, but once I hear, hey, you know what, this is something that was in the comics, or this is something that was done here or there, and this is where this comes from, I automatically go, okay. Like, because I can learn. I don't have to have it my way. I have stopped being in a position. I'm guilty of it as well. For years, I felt like I knew all this stuff, right? So like, I know how these characters should be. I know what they should do. And you should tell this story the way that I know it.
Except when it comes to Snake Eyes.
Yeah. But see, I've changed. Yeah, except for when it comes to Snake Eyes.
I mean,
that's more.
Sorry, that was a cheap shot.
No. And you're right. You're right because I think that there does come a time where it's like, okay, don't screw with the character either. You know what I mean? Like, don't just mess with a character just to mess with it and change literally everything about that character so that it's no longer that character, just so that you can put out a movie that looks cool with a character named Snake Eyes that looks like Snake Eyes, but really does not resemble Snake Eyes in any other way except for that he does martial arts. That's, you know what I mean? Like, that's the problem with it.
That's fixing something that's not broken.
Exactly. And I feel like with these movies, you know, like I don't know. I'm very interested as to how it would play out. I think that it fits Lex Luthor's character.
Yeah.
In things that we've seen before, that Lex Luthor can be befriended when there's a common enemy. And Lex Luthor has been known to get himself into things that are way over his head because he thinks that he's the intellectual superior to everybody else. And he thinks that he has a good handle on things. But then when you're dealing with somebody like Darkseid, you're not always going to be able to overcome the physicality of it. Yeah. Right.
Quick question. Was it going to be like a moment of self-sacrifice, or was it going to be like just him sticking?
That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like.
It
Is that
sounds
it's
like
a moment of self-sacrifice to actually save humanity because he didn't want humanity. He wasn't in for that.
Which mirrors that sergeant, or I guess that captain or whatever rank he was, who sacrificed himself with the plane in Man of Steel crashing into the terraforming of the change engine. Right. He did the whole good death is its own reward. So obviously mirroring that side of things.
Been a full circle thing.
Snyder Steppenwolf, I want to point out to you, like I am not saying that Rise of Skywalker is a good film. I'm saying, and I agree with RJ because RJ is absolutely right in the fact that people complained viciously about Emperor Palpatine being in the film and not understanding that Emperor Palpatine was a clone. I stand behind it 100%. It's in the film. Literally, I've talked to people and debated people. I will tell you on record that I love The Last Jedi. I do not love The Rise of Skywalker, but I will say this: if you're going to complain about something, at least know what you're talking about when you're complaining. I'm not talking to you, by the way, Snyder Steppenwolf. I'm talking about people that I've talked to about that movie, and it's literally I'll talk to somebody who's seen the movie one time. Jeremy Griggs was literally on this program. Okay, here from Geeks and Gamers, and we talked about Rise of Skywalker, and we talked about, because it was one of the points of contention that I have with him, making videos back in the day about the cloned emperor, and that's not in there. And he's like, "Well, I watched the movie once." Well, then maybe you need to watch it again.
He wasn't paying much attention that first time.
Maybe you need to watch it again because it's absolutely in there. And he's like, "Well, I'm going to have to maybe watch it again." Yeah, you might have to.
He was more focused on hating it.
Yeah, he was more focused, I think, on trying to find all the SJWs in there and trying to point all that and uncover them out of rocks.
The SJWs.
But and I will say this, Bloody Rose, I want to address this too, because this has been something that's come up in the last thing for me. Because 4 years ago, I agree. Look, would I prefer a world where Dick Grayson lives, where Jason Todd came in and was the Robin that died? Yeah, that's what I would prefer. Why? Because that's what I grew up with in the comics. That's what was there, right? But you know what? I've gotten past that, where there are certain things now that I'm just willing to say, let's see this is not going to be the last iteration of these characters. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, it's look, right now we have on the small screen, we've got Titans that is telling that story and is going down the whole Jason Todd route and all that stuff. So in my preferred.
Oh, he froze.
Oh no!
Did Zack Snyder confirm it was Dick Grayson's Robin?
Yes, he did. Yes,
he did on Vero.
Wow. Okay.
I will say this about that though, before I have to dip out. I will contend with the phrase "just to
here?
be different." Yeah, you're
back.
good now.
Okay.
But I'll contend with the phrase that is used in this comment: "just to be different." Zack didn't do it just to be different. Zack did it because it was actually a part of the story that actually makes BVS make sense. Like, for instance, if Dick Grayson's still alive, then why would he let Bruce be the type of Batman that he is at the beginning and
That's a good
even
point.
towards the end of Batman v Superman? Dick Grayson would have intervened and gotten there and tried to talk some sense into him. So if he's dead, that means he's lost his connection, or his last real connection family-wise besides Alfred, and he has no one really keeping him in check. Right? So if Dick Grayson was alive, it would have kind of thrown things through a loop. So it makes sense narratively. It's not just to be different.
Do you write? Are you a writer?
Me?
Yeah.
I do a little bit of writing for my channel. But
You've got a very good sense of story structure for screenplays, as far as like what motivates characters and what makes sense if things are logically allowed to play out. And I'd never heard that theory before, but it makes perfect sense. And that's exactly how screenwriters should approach it. And I'm sure, based on what you just said, that's probably how Zack Snyder was thinking it also.
Oh, thank you. It means a lot. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's just what makes sense to me. Because I know a lot of people have also, some people I've talked to have thought similar things. Just as far as like the motivations of the character, like you look at how integral Robin is to Batman. He keeps him grounded
in humanity.
Exactly. Because otherwise, without him, he's just festering in the Batman character, and it's putting him down a darker and darker path. Like parts of The Dark Knight Returns, for instance. Yeah. He gets back into it, and he's just purely Batman, and he's just loving it.
And Carrie Kelly's the one who grounds him again.
Exactly. So if Dick Grayson's there, his whole story in BVS just doesn't work, right? It just doesn't make any sense, because otherwise Dick Grayson would have been there. So that's why I'll contend with that.
I think that's a great explanation.
Yeah. With that, I know Enosh is gone, and I'm going to be gone by the time he gets back. But
you're leaving.
I do have to dip. I'm sorry, Gavin. I know you just got there, but it's like 3 a.m. for me.
Let's all dip out.
Terrified
When Enosh comes back, suddenly we're all gone.
Just kidding. Solo show.
I love that.
It's like, hey, where's everybody?
I love that. But it was great to meet you guys.
Yeah, you too.
And it's
you too,
nice. What is your tag again?
Mine?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm Nightstar. I'm Jerry.
Nightstar. That's right.
Nightstar. Yeah.
Well, it's great to meet you.
You
I
too.
love your takes. It's also good to see DL again, RJ, and Gavin. All you guys were on my show earlier today. And guys, whenever Enosh gets back, send him my love. Appreciate him having me on here. I just gotta get to bed. But
have a good fourth.
Hey, Dustin.
You guys too.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, no. I guess just mention
Enosh is there, but I think he's there.
I'm right. Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here. Just
Dawson said goodbye.
Yeah,
he's smart. He's very smart and logical when it comes to character analysis and story.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Arcs.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So yeah. So look, I don't have. I'm of the mind that I think that this is a cool thing that came out. I don't, it's always that thing of like, do you look at Lex Luthor and like, is he redeemable? Right? Like after
if Deathstroke was, I mean, Zack Snyder hinted that Deathstroke was too, which I'd never thought of, but that was really cool. Had we also been allowed to see that play out in an Affleck Batman movie, but still, I mean, the hint was there, and I thought that was really cool food for thought.
Yeah, no, for sure. Todd Fair with the $20 super chat. Thank you, Todd. You're awesome, man. Thank you so much. It says, Enosh, should they reboot Quantum Leap? So here's my thoughts on that. I would be fine with them rebooting Quantum Leap if I thought that they would do it justice and that they wouldn't make it into something else that would actually die within a year on TV. You know what I would love to see more than a reboot of Quantum Leap? I would love to see a television movie or a big screen movie of Quantum Leap.
It would need the right producer or showrunner that understood what was special about the original show, for sure.
Exactly.
Not just let's change this and change that because we can and because we're going to put our imprint on it, like Ghostbusters 2016. Completely forget about what made the whole concept magical to begin with.
Donald Belisario. There's a great interview actually with Donald Belisario, the creator of Quantum Leap, right here on YouTube that you can find. And he actually talked about this, talking about the idea of when Quantum Leap was done, they thought about spinning it off and doing it about his daughter, because in the show, he has a daughter, Sam, who they were thinking about trying to send through time, trying to find Sam, the dad, and make it about that. One of the things, though, that Donald talked about was It would have been great. It'd have been fun, but you're forgetting one thing when you talk about rebooting it or having somebody else do it. The inspirational performance that was given by Scott Bakula on that whole show. Yeah. You can't just replace that with anybody. Scott Bakula did such a great job on that show and brought so much to that show that I don't think that you can't just put anybody on that show. You can reboot stuff all day. Look, they rebooted Knight Rider, and how did that work?
Yeah, well, people forget there's a special magic in the casting on these old shows, and that's a perfect example. I'm a big fan of a show from the 1970s called The Night Stalker with Darren McGavin, and everybody's on Facebook. Well, we want to see a Kolchak reboot. This is who we should cast. This is who we should. It's like, no, you can't recast that character. Darren McGavin. It's like Harrison Ford is Indiana Jones. There's just something so special about certain performers. The idea of rebooting it is just nonsensical because so much had to do with the original actor's performance, what they imbued in the character, like what we're talking about here with Quantum Leap. Can I also mention, as we're talking about characters and stories, there is a great series of interviews on YouTube with Chris Gore, who used to be the publisher of a magazine called Film Threat. Now, I believe the interviews are called Film Courage, but if you YouTube search Film Courage, Chris Gore, he has some fantastic takes on what we were talking about with Rise of Skywalker, Zack Snyder's Justice League. There was a series of videos I think just dropped probably in the last couple of weeks, if not last week, where he was addressing all this stuff about how the studios are so impatient and the marketing departments get involved. I just thought as we were talking about stories and character and stuff, I think a lot of people who are viewing this live stream would really find some very, very interesting insights from those series of videos. So for what it's worth, I don't know Chris Gore. I have nothing to do with Film Courage, but it does relate to
that's a fantastic channel. I loved Chris Gore talked about sacrificing of like heroes.
Yes. And how we were cheated of seeing Han, Luke, and Leia together. It's like he called it malpractice, and it was.
And also his little video about why modern films suck.
Yeah,
that was also very interesting.
I think it was in that video that he covers some of the stuff about the Star Wars films and Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Yeah, he does.
Why most modern movies are bad. Anyway.
Todd here with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Todd. Says, do you think the Flash movie will end the Snyderverse once and for all? No.
It better not.
No, it better not.
I hope not.
I don't think
the wrath
it will.
of the fans would be too much.
The question is, do you think that's what they're trying to set up, though?
I don't. I don't
put it past them.
I don't. I
think it's more likely they're just going to ignore it and just be like, you can interpret it in either way of what it's a continuation of.
Yep.
I hope Machete is close enough with Zack Snyder that whether the studio wants him to do that or not, he is able to cleverly leave this in a way that it still leaves the Snyderverse possibility open.
Yeah, I think that exactly what was just said. I think that they're just kind of leave it alone. Look, as long as Ezra Miller is the Flash, and you got Jason Momoa as Aquaman, and you got Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman, which, by the way, she had her baby this week. That was fast. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
she did?
Yeah.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah, I was like, we just reported it not too long ago that she was pregnant. For God's sake, like she must have been. Well, for 9 months.
Well, we were in the middle of a pandemic too, so it's not like everybody saw her out.
I mean, we just found out too that Amber Heard had a baby as well. So
yeah, but I mean, everybody was talking about how like, well, they can't do any of this Snyderverse stuff even if they wanted to because she's having a baby and she's going to be out of it for a long. And it's like
9 months isn't a long time.
She just had her baby.
Yeah,
that was done. Okay,
it's over.
That's interesting.
And
by the way,
society is just resuming now that the pandemic restrictions are lifting.
Yeah, real quick, I wanted to ask, going back to the Lex Luthor thing, like when I'm just curious because I know this gets argued sometimes that it's like, oh, Snyder's revealing this stuff because he knows it's not going to happen. He wants to give the fans a bone. But I'm like, do you guys think that he's revealing this stuff because it's not currently in the plans? Like stuff is changing from the initial conception?
How much stuff was he revealing for the last 4 years?
Martian Manhunter?
Just saying. He revealed a bunch of stuff for 4 years leading up to the Snyder Cut. And even after they announced the Snyder Cut was coming out, he was still revealing stuff.
Okay, I'm just asking because I'm just curious. Like, I'm just wondering if he's really, because it's like it's changed conception wise, or what?
Well, a lot of stuff changed conception wise. He even talked about that. All those storyboards and everything, and everybody's like, "Well, see, he showed the storyboard, so that means it's dead." No, he even said himself, "These were the ideas that we had at the time. We put these on storyboards. These were the original, offerings and ideas. Even the idea of Lois and Bruce getting together." He said, "Look, that was there, but that was not what we were going to do, because then they've talked about what they wanted to do was Lois and Clark have a child. That's why she's pregnant in Zack Snyder's Justice League. You see this. Of course, I'm guessing there's somewhere somebody's mind is being blown right now that she was pregnant, because they couldn't pick up on the subtle hints that she had a pregnancy test and and all that stuff.
Did people really not pick up on that?
Oh, dude.
Oh,
yes.
People don't pay attention to the details.
You're just wishful thinking, Enosh. You're just making it all up in your head just because that's what you want. No, that was.
But then you praised Nolan.
But you saw the pregnancy test, though. It was like
it doesn't mean she was pregnant.
And then in the end, they actually CGI'd in a baby basket when she's walking up into the cat farm. It was originally like a moving box.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Bruce says congratulations. Yep.
By the way, Scott Bakula in here. Yes, he is the best. I love Scott Bakula. Scott Bakula for everything. Can I just say that? Scott Bakula is an amazing actor. But yeah, no, I don't think at all that it's going to undo it. I think if anything, it's just going to try to just peacefully move on. Now, I don't think that that's what's going to happen. But there's a lot still to be remained. But speaking of Wonder Woman and Gal, by the way, hi G Cooley.
Oh no, it's Gavin. I'm always in your chat.
Yeah, I know, but
okay, cool.
you had it up as G, so I thought maybe that might be what you want to be called in here. But what's up, Gavin? How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I was on a stream with Nerdy a couple hours ago. Then I was playing Halo, and then I'm here.
Welcome.
Welcome.
So it's been very entertaining.
You found a place to land.
I'm glad that you're here, Gavin.
Oh no, it's the best. I don't work Fridays or Saturdays, so I just come. I love going on these streams.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Well, it's good to have you. Well, so this next story, I'm curious to hear what people think about this, because I want to share a couple of things. Megan Fox. I am not impressed with Megan Fox.
She's a horrible actress.
She is not a good actress, as far as I'm hoping. She's been kind of gone off the radar for a while. I think she's been doing some smaller projects.
She only just came back recently with this movie called Till Death, which I actually heard is very good. I think she's doing a bit of a career comeback in a way. And
what would precipitate or provoke this kind of a comment? Why would she even?
So this was from a couple of years ago.
Oh,
yeah, 2009.
Because I want to lead into this, because she does have a statement from today, but I want to lead into this because a couple of years ago, this was from 2009. From 2009.
Long time ago.
30, a long time ago. But she was rumored for the longest time to be Wonder Woman. People really felt that she would make a good Wonder Woman. You look at her here. There's this picture here. If you look at this, look. She was built for it. I'm not saying she wasn't a beautiful woman. She is a beautiful woman. I mean, you look at it now, plastic surgery, there's good plastic surgery and bad plastic surgery. I feel like there were some issues with the plastic surgery that she had, but that's what it was. But that being said, she was highly rumored to be Wonder Woman. But she came out years ago and she said, Wonder Woman is a lame superhero. She flies around in her invisible jet, and her weaponry is a lasso that makes you tell the truth. I just don't get it. Somebody has a big challenge on their hands, whoever takes that role, but I don't want to do it.
I'm sure Gal Gadot is very happy that Megan Fox laid down that challenge.
Yes. The reason why I wanted to bring this up is not to try to say anything about her and not give her a hard time about it. But I do think it's interesting how, I think we take for granted a little bit how Gal Gadot kind of came in, absolutely nailed that character.
It's a miracle.
Made everybody care.
I have to say,
when first casted, I thought this was one of the
nobody liked it. Nobody liked the casting. It's like,
what the hell is
casting
wrong?
This
nobody
side character from
Zack.
Fast and Furious. Yeah.
Nobody trusted Zack's vision. And I have to say, too, when I heard they were making a Wonder Woman movie, I didn't really know a whole lot about Wonder Woman aside from a few comic books I may have looked at in the 80s. I think when George Perez was doing the artwork, and I never got a sense of like, we all know Clark Kent, Superman's origin story. I mean, it's everybody knows it. He came from Krypton to Earth. We know Batman's mythology. I never ever had a strong sense of what Wonder Woman's origin story was, even from cursory glancing at the old comic books in the 1980s. And it's because of that I'm like, why do I want to see a Wonder Woman movie? But again, Zack Snyder and then Gal Gadot, Patty Jenkins and Gal Gadot under, I think, Zack Snyder's mentorship and in casting her, hit it out of the park. They figured out how to like distill everything from the comic books and give her what I think is a very definitive on-screen origin story.
I love this picture here because it says Megan Fox is not. If you look at the little red, it says Megan Fox is not Wonder Woman, but she sure looks the part. I mean, she does look good, but you know, but I think about this: if somebody had cast her as Wonder Woman, we would have got the same generic crap that we get out of most of these type of movies and in most of these kind of things that like, she's not going to blow it out of the way. She's not really going to bring us anything that's really startling. Everything that we've seen her in, she kind of phones it in. When she was younger, like even in Transformers, she does all right in Transformers, but like, let's be honest. What is her big draw in Transformers? Sexy young girl.
But that's
that's something that that's something.
But
she's
Wonder
been
Woman,
battling her entire career, though.
Well, and she has, and look, my heart goes out for her if she's been battling that. And I know that she had some issues with Michael Bay.
She's gone through a lot.
He was horrible.
She's gone through a lot, so I don't want to gang up on her that way. But you know what? Actually, Mark Lee brings up a great point. Do we need Wonder Woman in slow-mo bending over a motorbike?
No, we do
well,
not.
maybe we do.
I don't know.
Well, I think in a lot of regards to Megan Fox, I feel like a lot of it just came down to bad direction. She hasn't been in very much when you look at her like her filmography. She's most well known for the Transformers movie. She's only just now recently getting back into like some indie movies and like again trying to rehabilitate her career and redefine herself. And you know
she
what?
was also pigeonholed as eye candy. That's the problem.
That's the problem too. And she's trying to redefine herself and really get out there. I heard she's very good in this movie called Till Death. It's been getting very good reviews, and people are saying that she does a great job in it. So good on her. She wants to again make this comeback, and I hope that she succeeds. You know, because I maybe like she'll prove us wrong and do a really great performance that'll blow us all away, and then we'll be like, okay, let's cast her in more things. You know.
Well, that being said, she's out today talking about her new movie and talking about how she is waiting for her Marvel DC moment. Okay. So it says Megan Fox did plenty of stunt work filming Transformers and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which, by the way, she had no business being in. But you know what? Let's be honest.
It was stunt casting.
Well, let's be honest. Nobody in those Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies had any business being in those Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies. Stephen Amell had no business being Casey Jones, which, by the way, I haven't shown this to everybody, but we talked about this, RJ. And since our live stream, look what I got.
Oh, nice. I'm so jealous of you, man. I really
What a nerd.
I know. It's so awesome. So freaking awesome. That's Casey Jones, baby. That guy right there is Casey Jones. Stephen Amell, I don't know who he was playing, but that wasn't Casey Jones.
They ruined that character.
Not good. That was not good.
That was horrible.
No, but so the story goes on here. Like pull it back up here. It says, in her new movie Till Death, she talks about somebody else popped in. Who else popped in? Oh,
William.
G. Cooley came back. G. Cooley came back. Okay. All right. Just want to make sure everybody was in here. So, okay. So in her new movie Till Death, she talks about lugging around a fully grown man who happens to be naked. Fox plays Emma, a photographer stuck in an adulterous, hapless marriage whose cunning husband plots one last affront by shooting himself in the head while handcuffed to her. That leaves Emma alone and without any way of freeing herself in their isolated snow-covered lake house, forced to drag his corpse around the property as some dangerous men later arrive.
It's like Weekend at Bernie's.
It's a really interesting premise.
Weekend at Bernie's. Now I'm not going to be able to get that out of my head. Thanks, William.
No problem, man. Anytime.
I'm imagining her. Oh my god!
It is an interesting premise, though. I want to check this out. I think it's hitting streaming either this weekend or next. I can't remember.
Well,
so I don't have to go to a movie to see this if I don't want to?
I don't think so. No.
Oh, perfect. I'll give it a shot.
So she's like, at first I was like, this is easy. It's a great hamstring workout. I'm going to get through it. It's not going to be a problem. But then by the end, I was exhausted. I didn't realize how tired I was at the end. I was wrecked after this. So unlike Swiss Army Man, which famously created a lifelike corpse doll of Daniel Radcliffe till death, directed by S.K. Dale from a script by Jason Carvey, used an actual stuntman. Or as Fox puts it, that was a real man, a grown naked man. Speaking of those stunt-heavy action blockbusters Fox is best known for, it's been 5 years since her last one, 2016's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Out of the Shadows. After a recurring role on the sitcom New Girl, Fox, who also, I'm guessing, also had 3 children, has worked mostly in smaller-scale independent films. That doesn't mean she favors them. This is weird, especially after what she said about Michael Bay, several times and the issues that she had with Michael Bay, but I was kind of surprised by this. So she goes, I prefer the blockbusters, actually, she says. I know you're not supposed to say that as an actor for some reason, but I like those. I feel at home making those.
They don't require as much acting talent.
It's true. Fox, long known for her fangirl sensibilities, has mixed feelings about taking on franchises or
Characterizations is what they mean.
Yeah. Wow.
This bad editor.
Wow. I'm trying to read this thing, but it's very hard. Yeah. Okay. That are too iconic. It's hard because there are certain things that I'm a fan of that I love them so much that I wouldn't want to be in them. For an instant, a long time ago, when they were casting a new character in the Hobbit movies, one of the elves, played by Evangeline Lilly. Sorry. Evangeline. Okay. A part of me was like, I have to do it. And then a part of me was like, no, I'll ruin it for you forever.
It'll ruin it for you.
Yeah. To have to be on the inside of it. It kills the magic. So it's hard because obviously who doesn't want to be in a Star Wars movie? But then at the same time, it's like, I can't love the movie anymore because I have to look at my stupid face and be upset about all the things I did wrong in it. So there's that. So she is apparently aware.
She's being pretty humble, I would say.
She is being pretty humble about it. And she's pretty aware of herself. But she says long before Gal Gadot was cast as DC's Wonder Woman, fans were lobbying for Fox to play the role, regularly photoshopping her in the role of Diana Prince. Fox dismissed the idea at the time, calling Wonder Woman a lame superhero and saying she didn't want the part. Today, though, she is into the idea of still playing a soup. Okay. She is into idea.
I'm sorry, but whoever edited this article and wrote it needs spell check badly, and they need
they're not paying journalists or editors. Yeah. They're not paying journalists or editors anymore to do the work that has to be done.
She goes, I don't have a specific one, but I wouldn't be mad at a Marvel or DC moment.
You know what? At this point, why not? They cast everybody in these movies.
Zatanna the Magician. That's who she'd look good as.
Or
some people were saying Poison Ivy.
Poison Ivy.
Poison
Ivy's a ginger, though.
They can dye her hair.
They can dye her hair. I mean,
they can give her a wig.
I don't know. I
can give her a wig.
I'd rather see her as Wonder Woman in Dead Earth.
That'd be interesting. I don't know. Like
the only reason the only reason I question the whole Poison Ivy thing is, I guess I'd have to see Till Death to see how her acting skills have evolved before you'd want to give her an iconic role like Pamela Isley.
Pamela Isley.
Pamela Isley.
No, yeah, I totally understand. Like I said, I've been reading some of the reviews and watching some. Apparently, it's a very good movie. I'm definitely going to check it out whenever I can just to see.
Captain James Biggins does bring up a good point. So in that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, we got Krang, not Crane, Krang, Bebop, and Rocksteady. So you know what? You are right. You are right. Yeah. That was the best part. But I will say, even then, most of that movie looks more like a cartoon anyways. So it didn't really feel like we got, to me, live action anything from that movie because
How could that look realistic though? Like let's be real though.
You have to do very good
Rhino
Jim Henson puppetry, and for those big characters.
Okay, before you bring those out, yes, those are puppets, but they don't look like 100% like turtles. That's the thing.
They look a whole lot. They look a whole lot better though than whatever that was we saw in both of those new movies.
Well, let's agree to disagree, my friend.
You don't think that these look better and look more real world and like actually like something that's physical and tangible and like looks more like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles than the new movies?
Sure, the designs look better, but as far as like practical versus CGI, I think they both are good in their own way.
They are Ninja Turtles.
You prefer something over the other.
I don't know. I think I'm with Enosh on this. I think in the CGI Turtles, they look too Shrek-like. They look like I don't know.
I agree the designs were not good, but as far as CG rendering, I didn't have a problem with it. I didn't. And it's like there's only so much you can do because these are so wacky. They're such wacky characters. Like, how exactly do you think they will translate in live action? Like, even if they did practical effects, like it would still look really weird.
I don't think there's any getting away around it.
I'm sorry, but Mark Lee's comment about Fraser Kane, that's hilarious.
Hey, did you guys already talk about Loki? Or did you talk about?
No, we haven't talked about Loki at all.
Okay, I didn't know if I missed.
We haven't talked about Loki at all. But no, so this was something interesting about Megan Fox. I look, Megan Fox just kind of disappeared off everybody's radar for a while. I wouldn't necessarily be against her maybe being Poison Ivy. Zatanna, I think that the ship has sailed for Zatanna. As far as that goes, before I see her do anything else like that around properties that I love, I got to see her do this comeback thing that she's wanting to do and actually.
Yeah, she's been doing a lot of different indie movies. I think she was people liked her in that. She did like a TV show, New Girl. Apparently, she was pretty good in that. She's doing a lot of indie stuff before I think she jumps into another big franchise, which is a good move on her part. That's what Robert Pattinson did. That's what Kristen Stewart did. You know, you do indie projects, flesh out your career a little better, and then you go tackle another big franchise.
Hey, Snyder Steppenwolf, you do you, bro. I don't know how you come to that. I don't personally know how you. I don't know how you come to that realization, but you do you, man.
Wait,
if you like it.
He's talking about the cartoon though, the Nickelodeon one, I think, not the Michael Bay movie. The Michael Bay movie came out in 2014. That's Nickelodeon cartoon.
The cartoon's good. It is good. It is good. I wouldn't say it's the greatest of all time though. But it is good. It is really good.
I love Splinter in that cartoon. Splinter's so sick.
Yeah, Splinter's really good.
I think Karen Gillan would make a good Poison Ivy.
Karen Gillan?
Nebula.
I know who she is.
Yeah.
Nebula from
I always said Ana de Armas could possibly be a good Poison Ivy.
Get a good actress who's like strong, and I mean Karen. If I'm pronouncing her last name correctly.
Yeah, it's Karen Gillan.
Karen Gillan, yeah. I mean, I had no idea what she looked like out of her Nebula makeup, and she's a great actress to boot, and she's got. I think she's got the look to do a Poison Ivy properly.
Mm-hmm.
It'll probably be some no name we've never heard of. That'll be perfect too.
By the way, how is it that how many years has it been since Batman and Robin? Anybody know?
It's 1997.
Batman and Robin was
not
released
long
in
enough.
1997, so. We are talking, 25 years?
How has it been 25 years and they still have not done another live-action version of Poison Ivy? That's ridiculous.
Or a proper, you know what? Karen Gillan would also.
Well, they did. They did on.
Well, I mean, like
on Gotham. On Gotham, they did too. I know, but on Gotham, they did. No, was it 2 or 3? They did 3 different versions. They did 3 different versions on Gotham. Look, when Gotham was good, Gotham was good. When Gotham was bad, Gotham was really bad.
When was Gotham ever really good though?
Exactly.
When was Gotham really good?
Smallville.
It was. I used to call that. I used to call that show Batman Babies. Batman Blue Balls. It's like, let's do a Batman show without Batman until the very last.
They should have just made it a true Gotham PD show.
Huh?
Which is what they're doing now.
I was saying they should have just made a true Gotham PD show about the police department and
there was a great comic. There was a great run.
Gotham Central.
Yeah, yeah. It's like if you're going to do it, but they had to make it all about the villains that preceded Batman, as opposed to the idea of Batman causing all the chaos.
That's what I didn't like about it.
Yeah,
that's why I'm hopeful that the Gotham PD show that Matt Reeves is doing for HBO Max will actually be Gotham Central, like a live action version of that, instead of like Gotham 2.0.
I get a sense that that's what it's going to be. I don't think Matt Reeves is going to be doing a Gotham 2.0. I don't think anybody wants to see that. I think it's probably going to be more, speculating here, but I do think it's going to be in the spirit of Gotham Central.
If it happens, because you know what? I think that the closer we get to the release of Batman, the current outgoing regime might think it's too dark for them.
I don't see it because here's the thing, William. When Matt Reeves almost left the project for the Batman already, when he negotiated the contract, he said, "You either can be full creative freedom with this IP and what I'm doing for this trilogy, or I walk." And they gave him whatever he wanted.
I'm shocked.
Right now, things are fine.
You know what? You know how many times Hollywood studios have done that and worked their way around things and delayed.
Oh, I know
exactly. Look what they did to Zack.
As of right now, I think they're just going to wait to see how the box office performs, and then they'll wait and see. I think right now things are fine.
Well, like I said, the box office isn't going to be what they're wanting it anyway. So, because it's not going to be, that's not going to be $1 billion movie.
I don't think they anticipate it to be.
No, yes, they do.
Oh no, Warner Brothers expects.
I think they're thinking 600 to 700 million. It's a lower budget movie.
Yeah, but a lot of their movies were. I mean, Batman Begins wasn't that high of a budget, and it only made 400-something million. But like I said, their expectations are everything needs to hit $1 billion because Marvel hits $1 billion.
Yeah,
that's their only
benchmark now. They gave them all the creative freedom.
Well, not even Marvel makes $1 billion every movie though. They have a couple $700 or $800 million
most of Marvel's movies didn't make $1 billion. If you look at it from how it built up, it took them quite a bit of time to get to that and a lot of it was by association. They weren't $1 billion movies by quality. They were $1 billion movies by association. Captain Marvel, etc. I mean, so they went on that wave, but when they did that, they saturated things to the point for 11 years, so that now they're in this next phase. Who knows if you ever ramp up to that again? But as far as like Batman, like I said, Reeves may put out a great movie, but if the new management is not entrenched yet, I don't know.
I would just hope that they would have some common sense and realize not every movie needs to make $1 billion. I would really hope
they have never exhibited that kind of common sense before.
Nope.
So I'm with you. I hope they do, but once again, they should have had their heads on straight with BVS.
That's why they screwed Zack on finishing Justice League. Because Batman versus Superman did good money, but it did do the kind of money that Warner Brothers wanted or expected it to do. And
I always say, I want those people who had those expectations. When I push the app for Domino's, I want to see those people at my door with my pizza. That's where those people need to be, because that was stupid.
No,
you can distort an entire trajectory of a company with dumbass expectations like that. And that's what they did.
Well, William, I wanted to bring up, because this has been an argument that's been floated around before. I'm curious to hear what you think. A lot of people say that it actually wasn't the fact that it make $1 billion. They said, it's because it had almost a 70% drop in its second weekend. And that freaked them out, because people are not liking this movie.
But you know what? Stop wearing diapers and act like grown men and women. You need to know, and I've always said this with them, when you set about making a Batman movie or a Superman movie after Nolan, in the shadow of Reeves and everything else, Christopher Reeves, you need to understand you are going to take it in the balls to a certain extent. You're going to have a transitional audience that you are going to have to win over the course of maybe 1 or 2 films. And you are going to take that hit. And if you can't take that hit, keep the diapers on and stay out of the big boy's office. But if you are going to take this leap, take the leap and understand that people who are still clutching Christopher Nolan's Batman and you're giving them a new one. People still were clutching a decades-old version of Christopher Reeves, and you tried giving them the same Christopher Reeves, and that didn't work. So now you're giving a new Superman. You are going to have to spend some time prying the cold fingers off of those versions of those superheroes while you're feeding them new ones. Of course, you were going to, and a lot of the reactions, they should have been ready for that. A lot of the BS from people who are never going to see the movies and that were just popping their VHSs for Superman 2 for 6 hours a day, Those people were never going to give them an initial shot. Now, can they win those people over? Yes, but it was going to take time. And your numbers and your critic scores, you needed to know to ignore those to a certain extent while you're building and have faith in what you're doing. And they had neither. And that was their fault. The fact that it dropped 70%, you needed to forecast that. And you also needed to forecast the money. I mean, you're these educated professionals. This is what you do for a living. And they didn't understand the IPs and how these IPs work. And that's on them. That's not on Snyder. That's not on the fans. That's not on anybody. That's on them for not having enough vision to know what the hell they were doing. It's like you give somebody a toy and they just want to slap it together. Some toys you need directions, and some toys come out of the box ready to go. DC's 85-year-old IPs are not the former.
They wanted the Marvel EU instant gratification box office is what they wanted.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, they wanted the
$400
instant
million
satisfaction,
Iron
not building
Man.
anything
Make a
to
billion.
it.
Well, because they're not thinking that way, dude. They're looking at the end result of what Marvel built up over almost 2 decades
without putting the work in.
And they wanted the return because it is an elitism kind of thing of like, well, we have Superman and Batman. If they could do that with Iron Man, we could do it. But they fail to understand that just because you have Batman or Superman in something doesn't mean people are going to resonate with it. Doesn't mean that people are going to want to go see it, right? Because they've seen good and bad Superman things and Batman things. And let's be honest, there's a whole lot more that are iffy than there are really great films. And so the thing is you can't just have that argument, well, it should have made $1 billion. No, it shouldn't have. Based on what? Based on name? Because I'm telling you right now, there's a lot of Superman movies that even though they're dear to my heart for nostalgic purposes, they're regarded as horrible movies. Superman 4, The Quest for Peace. Horrible movie. Privately, I will watch that, and I'll watch it with you all if you want to watch it, and we'll laugh and we'll have a good time, and I'll have a smile on my face the entire time. But if you ask me if I think that the movie is a good movie, biggest Superman fan around, I'm going to tell you no. Now, Superman 3, I will argue Superman 3 because
I will fight you on that because I don't like that one.
And now, see, I don't think the Superman 3 is half as bad as what people try to make it out to be.
You don't think that's the nostalgia factor entering into the equation, though?
Well, it is, and also
no, because I've rewatched that movie a lot actually, and I think that there's a lot to that movie that I think that where that movie fails, where Superman 3 fails for people, is that there are characters that should have been other characters, but if you look at the film for just what it is and not what you really kind of know or think it should be, like it should have had Brainiac in it, for example, right? Yeah. It should have had Brainiac in it, but it didn't. Okay, and it should have been Lex Luthor, and instead it's Webster, right? And so, and I get what people say. Yeah, even Mark here is like, it's Richard Pryor featuring Superman. I don't mind Richard Pryor bringing something else to that film.
But what did he bring? What did he bring?
Well, look, he brought some comedy, some levity to it, because you had Superman in that film doing something that was actually quite dark in the fact that he was turning, because he got exposed to the homemade kryptonite stuff. He was turning into this other character, and so you had to have something to kind of bring some levity to it and everything. But I'm telling you right now, out of all the Superman movies, if you watch Superman 3, that has got the best wire work of any of the movies.
Okay, hold up.
Got the best wire work. No. Dude, I'm not even going to argue with you because you're just wrong on that. It's got the best wire work of any of the Superman movies. It's got the best landings, the best takeoffs of any of the Superman films, except for Superman the movie, where he first takes off in the Fortress of Solitude and he flies to the camera and then does the little, turn off. That is amazing. But dude, all of the wire work in those other ones, because everything else done in Superman 1 and 2 was literally little puppets. I've seen them. I've been to the Superman Museum and I've seen them. They weren't even fully realized figures, dude. They were literally just like
age well, so
yeah. But I mean, they had him doing some wire work against a screen right? So like all the night flying stuff and everything, that's really cool. But that's not like the outside stuff where they set up wire work like outside in a real setting. That was all that stuff where he's like flying around the Statue of Liberty and he's flying around Metropolis and stuff. That's just him on a wire, but not even on a wire. It's him, because I've seen the thing that they placed underneath of him, because how they did that was there was literally this like plate that was like shaped like his hips and his thighs, and it had him in there and it had him in place, and he would go side to side and do that whole thing. It's not real, like what we would consider wire work.
He's not really flying.
No, I'm not saying
I'm
really
just
flying.
kidding.
No,
I'm
I'm not.
just
Yeah,
kidding.
I know. But like, okay, just like last week though, when we saw the Sasha Kaye like wire work where she's being led up and down, and stuff like that with the wires, filming the Flash.
Yeah, and that awful rib cage that's going to be edited.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, so that kind of work, that's not what they were doing on Superman 1 and 2, really. They were doing all this in-studio stuff where they had a moving background, because that's how they used to do it. They didn't have green screen, or they had some blue screen technology back then, but they weren't really using it a lot. And so the thing is that they would go out and they'd film these things and then film Superman in front of it. Literally, it was a projection screen, and Christopher Reeve would be in front of it. In Superman 3, they are literally on location, DL. And so, like, when you see him go and take off to go, fight the fire, for example, I'm not saying you got to like the movie, but as far as like the actual, like what they did, like when he's there and he takes a couple steps and he takes off and he flies, that's actually on set, like outside, like where they use the wire work. They actually do the same thing. They actually do the same thing when, like, every time he lands, you see the one part where the truck is getting ready to go over the bridge, and you see Superman literally come down and land, and it looks, I mean, they did such a good job with that wire work. It actually makes him look like he's flying. Christopher Reeve did his best work in that movie with there. Now there's a bunch of silliness in there too. Yeah,
Hey,
there's a bunch of silliness too. I mean, Richard Pryor falling from the top of that building. Stupid, right? I mean, that's dumb, right? I mean, stuff like that is dumb. But there's a lot of funny moments in there too. Like, I believe Superman 3 actually has some good comedic moments. Like when Superman's evil and he goes and like straightens out the Leaning Tower of Pisa in a comical Superman thing. Now that obviously wouldn't fly in like Zack Snyder's version. But when you're talking like classic, like, they can get away with it there.
Hey, one of the things that Marvel doesn't have, and when you guys say doing the work, to me that wasn't as much a part of it, is the fact that Marvel at the beginning of their run didn't have any legacy characters for the most part. We weren't going to, a bunch of old men and guys that are 20 and 30 years older than me weren't going to sit around and argue about, that's not my Iron Man, or that's not my so-and-so. They didn't have any legacy characters that had ever been on the screen to that level. Whereas that's our hurdle, a decades, 3 or 4 generation hurdle that DC Comics, as they were laying their groundwork, should have known that they were going to have to jump. So they were going to be behind the gun no matter what, not only with Marvel, but with themselves, simply because they're fighting their own legacies. So
no, that's definitely true, William. Yeah,
it's just something that I wish smarter people would have been running the show back in 2013.
And Mary, you are absolutely right with this comment right here. Trust me. I have mentioned it. I'm in 5 different Superman appreciation Facebook pages. Okay. I've had other friends who are in them. Dawson, who was in here earlier, was in part of one of them with me. I sent him the invite. He stayed in there for a while. He couldn't stand it anymore because of this Christopher Reeve nostalgia crap that has peaked up in the last few years. Like, I can sit here and have a conversation and tell you what I love about Christopher Reeve, right? And what I love about those movies. But then I can also be honest with you and tell you, like, okay, but that's not what I want to see just going forward forever.
I can say that about Michael Keaton in The Flash, too, though.
Yeah.
There's a nostalgia factor for
is.
Michael Keaton, and it's like, that's great. We all grew up on it reminds me of what you're talking about with Christopher Reeve, not to change into Batman here, but it's the same kind of thing. It's like, great nostalgia. It's the past. I never think of Christopher Reeve anymore.
I kind of see
Henry
that going
Cavill has
the
played
same,
the role, you know?
Right? I kind of see that going the same way with some of the Tobey Maguire fans out there who are like, no, that's the only version of Spider-Man out there. Nothing else can ever be better than that. It's like, well, no, give other stuff a chance.
A cartoon was better than Tobey Maguire's Spectacular Spider-Man.
Well, I was going to say Into the Spider-Verse as well, but yeah.
Oh, that too, yes.
Yeah, I'm just like today alone. It's like, and it's these people like they literally will post something. Today I saw a picture that somebody posted, and I thought, oh my gosh, this is great. It's in my news feed. It's a picture of Henry Cavill's Superman with Christopher Reeve's Superman, and they're looking at each other, right? And I'm thinking, hey, this is cool. This is somebody who appreciates both of it, right? And this person just said, hey, here's the real one and true Superman with some cosplayer. And I'm just like, you know what? Screw that. Get over it, for God's sake. And it's like, here's one person who played Superman, who did a great job it will always be known for the part. And here's a guy who instills anger. Like somebody said, Christopher Reeve in that same thing, Christopher Reeve instills hope. Henry Cavill what was it? They said instills like
angst or something,
anger or angst or whatever.
I saw that, and I was brain dead. And you know what frustrates me about that is that you got these people who look at this, and because they come from a generation, my generation, where everything was microwave, and you got what your hero was supposed to evolve into, like a Pop-Tart. And now, when you're trying to evolve a story, wow, you know what? Did anybody ever stop and think that that's where Henry Cavill's Superman could end up if you just let it complete and evolve? No, they don't do that.
No, because again, we live in an instant gratification culture. Yeah, it's like it has to be my way right now.
Here's another thing: Marvel is going to have to deal with this eventually with one particular character. Not all their characters, but when they recast Logan, because that is one character that is a contemporary character, and he is a loved version of that character. So they're going to have to deal with this for the very first time, where DC had to deal with it the entire layer of their character. Where by the time you saw Henry Cavill, the character was literally 70 years old. So my
also too, in terms of legacy, like eventually they're gonna have to recast a new Iron Man, a new Tony Stark, new Captain America.
Hey, wait. RJ, they're not going to recast.
Don't do it.
Remember, it's going to go on for another 50 years before they have to recast.
Well, here's the thing. I think it'll go on for another 15 to 20 years, but they will have to reboot after that 15 to 20 year period.
Well, you said 50. You said 50.
That's a comments. I always stuck with 15 to 20. I said another saga.
Hold on, so you brought it down to 15 to 20 now.
Yes, it's 15
to
20.
15 to 20 more years. So a 30-year arc is what you're saying now.
Yes.
Because you were saying an additional 50 on top of what we already had.
I think
that was part of the chat, though. That was chat and Matt Jarbo a little bit. I always lean toward at least another saga, 15 to 20. Maybe
so what you're telling me is when Matt Jarbo is here, you don't stand up to Matt Jarbo and tell Matt Jarbo what you really feel.
You're a troublemaker, man.
You're like the Bobby so what you're telling me is you're scared of Matt Jarbo, RJ, and so you're not wanting to stand up to him and tell him he's absolutely full of crap when he says that it's going to go on for another 50 years.
Well, the general idea behind what he was saying,
don't take the bait, RJ.
But the year number we have some disagreements on.
So I want them to recast Black Panther. I just want to put that out there. I want.
That's another can of worms. I don't know.
But you want them to do what?
I want them to recast T'Challa.
They should. And that's one of the few mistakes I think Kevin Feige has made by doing that. There's no legitimate reason other than sentimental reasons that you do not apply to this that they are doing that. I think it was a horrible decision. I would have rather them took time off if they were afraid of sensitivities to that level. But Chadwick Boseman, rest in peace, as great as he was a tool to tell the story. He was not the story. Black Panther has been out since 1966. Many more people, Lord willing, will play that character. They will be tools. They will be pieces to play that character to tell his story. None of those people who will ever play him will be the story themselves. If they are, that means they've done a bad writing job.
So I will say of this though, this comment right here. I agree with you that at first people they didn't like Hogan going heel, but Hogan going heel was the best thing that ever happened to wrestling. Mm-hmm. Seriously, seriously, if you watch wrestling Hogan got another 20 years.
Yep.
Another 20 years on his career because he was not going to keep going at the rate that he was going with just being the good old. Done. He was done.
It's what they should have done to John Cena.
But here's the thing, though. Eric Bischoff had the stones to stick with it. Eric Bischoff had the stones.
Exactly. And look, I'm not saying that they didn't run that storyline absolutely into the ground before it was done. But the whole NWO thing at first, when it first came on, they just didn't have an end to it, was the problem. They wrote this amazing thing that was really cool, but they didn't have a way to end it.
And it kept growing.
I mean, literally, when all of the wrestlers are in the NWO, and you end up having to split it off into two different ones, and there's only five.
Woo.
Yeah, and there's only five. You got red and you got white versions of the NWO, and you only have 5 guys in the back who are WCW anymore.
The biggest advantage the NWO had, besides the shocking heel turn with Hulk Hogan, the internet wasn't as prevalent as it was.
True.
Most of us were still in dial-up, and most of the news we were getting from that were wrestling were in little really rudimentary news groups and things, and they didn't get the news that fast as they did in 1996. That was in the summer of 1996. I was watching that live, Bash at the Beach, when that happened. Nobody saw it coming because we weren't in the kind of internet era we are now. And that's one of the things that I think has, for me, has kind of ruined wrestling. It's gotten, I've watched so much of it, it's got so predictable. And plus, it's all, the internet pretty much lays it out for you. And it's really hard to get excited for some of the stuff. That's why I've been watching a lot of overseas wrestling, because a lot of that stuff is just based, they tell their story in the ring. Whereas a lot of the angles and stuff on these days, and most of the major ones, are played out, on websites and Facebook groups. And so when you watch it, you're basically just seeing it roll out the way it rolled out on your Facebook page. But in NWO, that no one saw that coming. No one saw that coming. There were people. Hulk Hogan got death threats over that. That's how big of a mark. So Hulk Hogan got death threats. They had the security for a while until he became over, because he wasn't over immediately. People threw garbage at Hulk Hogan from that day. He was doing house shows for WCW. They were throwing garbage at him as he was entering the ring. This is Hulk, and they really, it wasn't just part of the mark. They were in on it. They really hated Hulk Hogan. But after a while, it got more cartoonish, and he became more of a lovable Hollywood Hogan. And then it was, he was more of accepted. But at those first couple months were rough. But Eric Bischoff, and the difference between an executive, a creator who knows he's going to get kicked in the balls and still does it and follows it through. And that's what the difference between what DC did in the beginning. They should have known that they were going to get kicked in the nuts, take the pain, know you're going to come out on the other end for a better, but they couldn't even look at the boot. They ran before I even threw my kick. So that's the difference. That Hollywood Hogan is how it should have happened in DC. But
and that's how people should look at it. That these characters sometimes need to evolve. They can't stay bubblegummy and I don't know what you want to call it, but I mean they can't just stay that one way forever. There's always going to be that red and yellow Hulk Hogan, right? And when you see that red and yellow, Hulk Hogan again, you get a pop out of it, don't you? We
when I
get
hear
excited.
that song, I'm a Real American, I get going.
Heck
Even as
yeah!
a grown-ass man.
But what made you appreciate that was a few years of hearing NWO music that and having him come out in the black and white.
Oh.
Yep, of having him be in the black and white, having him be this heel character that was shisty and everything else. But by the time he turned back, that's what gained him actually more longevity. But you know what? To me, man, that time was just heck yeah, baby.
That one angle ruined WWF simply because they went into not content wise, because they went into the Attitude Era to compete with it, and the Attitude Era was like a fungus that they never shook. They killed the wrestling audience with that. They were selling out their stadiums and doing measurements, but like I said, we went from 9 million people between Nitro and Raw. There was a total of 9 million people averaging, and this is what Monday Night Football at its height. And after 2001, 2002, the audience plummeted. I mean, people just ran away from that product.
Yes, they did. Yes,
and that lousy invasion storyline.
Oh, so bad. But hey, so that was all I had for tonight. Now you brought up Loki though, so I'm definitely okay with having a little bit of a conversation about Loki. I thought this week's episode was pretty good.
I think it was the best out of the 4.
I thought it was one of the best out of all these MCU shows. And with WandaVision, that's not hard to surpass most of that. But you still had good episodes. All the episodes of Falcon and Winter Soldier were good. And with the exception of episode 3, this story, this was the best episode of most of their shows. I really love this episode.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the person, the villain, is not anybody that anyone's brought up. And I'm going to go on record and say who I think it is.
Uh-oh.
I think it's Steve Rogers. I think it's Steve. Hold on. I think it's Steve Rogers, and I think it is caused by the chaos from him screwing around with time and doing what he did. If anybody's a variant, it's him, because he did something that was outside of the timeline by going and living his life, and all these things that he's done has unsettled, and this could be a reaction to him, or he could be the one controlling it. Remember, the Infinity Stones in the box, and in the box when he pulled out of those things became useless. Who knew about all of that? He's been all throughout this part of history, and he's caused those things. So this whole thing could be him covering it up to the point where you see him in Endgame, and he's used this TVA to sew up things to protect his friends, but to give him the life that he, to give him the booty call he missed out on 75 years ago.
Steve Rogers would never do that, though. That's not in his character.
Steve Rogers would never undo Peggy Clark's grandchildren and family just so he could get a piece of ass, but he did that.
Yep.
So yeah, you're right.
Well, there's been a lot of speculation over whether or not Steve Rogers was her husband that we saw in carrying the coffin in Civil War and in the background, and maybe he just lived out his time silently.
He went back to get that ass.
And okay, so and rightfully so, because that was America's other ass. Peggy, no, it was Britain's ass.
But that wasn't consistent with the self-sacrificing Captain America that they.
No, but William, let me say something though. Tony Stark, the selfish, narcissistic character who'd never do anything for anybody else, made the ultimate sacrifice at the end of Endgame. Steve Rogers, who was always selfless, decided he was going to do something nice that he earned for himself for once. I think that's what Feige with both characters.
Yeah, but they established all those. All I'm saying is be consistent with the story you're telling.
I think it's very consistent with the story. It's very consistent with the story. Steve Rogers got his happy ending, and Tony Stark evolved to serve humanity instead of serving himself. And to suggest that Steve Rogers is the force behind what's happening with the Time Authority, that's just like so.
It's interesting. I've never heard that theory before.
No, inadvertently. I'm not saying he's an evil dude sitting with a pimp cane on a throne somewhere, pushing the buttons and all that. I think something.
I want that. No, Steve Rogers sitting with a pimp cane on a throne somewhere. Hold on. I need that now. I didn't realize I needed that, but now I know I need that.
Draw it up. No, what I'm thinking is this is just a theory, a loose theory. Don't take it with. Is that along the lines when he was doing things back, he realized that what the damages that the variants that they had all caused in the beginning when they went back and got the stones in the first place, and him going back and Loki to begin with. Remember, Loki is a part of that. This Loki that we're seeing originates from the variances that they caused. So he may have he may not be malevolently doing so. He may be benevolently have done so, and he's trying to fix it.
Okay, but I'm going off the assumption that Steve Rogers, when he disappeared from that time travel platform at the end of Endgame, he did exactly what Professor Hulk told him to do. He went to the exact moment each Infinity Stone disappeared, put it back, restoring the timeline, and his decision to detour and hook up with Peggy didn't disrupt the timeline if he lived out his days quietly while his
no, because here's the thing. Everything. That would have caused the variance, number one. And there's not, and this is what I've always said. They used the linear time concept to try to the Hulk, which was completely BS that they betrayed on themselves when they did this. Is once they did that and moved forward and returned to a time that was a result of everything that they did in that movie, according to these rules that they applied now in Loki, was a variance. And if Cap at any point of time would have seen that, the heroic Cap would have been like, "Holy cow! what do I do?
Well, we've also discovered though that the Time Variance Authority is obvious and what they're presenting to everybody as far as they're kidnapping variants, number one, and brainwashing them so that they don't have their memories. Number two, for them posturing that they are keeping some kind of sacred timeline. That's bullshit anyway, because there is no sacred timeline once it's been exposed that the timekeepers are androids and that something is controlling them, like the Wizard of Oz. What are you doing, Inosh?
I'm lifting Mary Wilcox's statement to the heavens. I wish I could, Mary. I wish I could take this. If I could fly,
I love the time travel
comment up.
Time travel is the only thing that
and show it love, cause it's brilliant and game
we are going off the deep end.
Why don't you introduce?
So why did Mary? So Mary, can you type in the chat why you thought time travel ruined Endgame? I don't know how else it could have resolved.
It was done poorly. It was done poorly.
I don't think it was.
Here's the thing.
They literally made up everything. Look, here's the thing. They literally made it up as they went along. They literally just made up time travel rules that have never existed. I get it. It's all science fiction. It's all whatever. But literally, they just basically invented the idea that, oh, if I go back in time, it doesn't really affect anything. Right? Yeah. It just starts off another thing. Well, that's great. Well, then guess what?
Loki blows that up.
Blows that up. But guess what? Everybody that died at the snap is still dead. They're still dead. They didn't come back because you can't have it both ways. If you go back and nothing affects anything, then you don't just get to go back and fix everything. Then if you couldn't go back and stop Thanos based on that idea, then you can't just go back and fix the whole rest of the universe by doing that. Everybody's still dead. What all you did was spin it off into another thing, which just made new variants, just made different people. So Spider-Man's still dead. Like the billions of people are still dead. All you're seeing now is literally non-characters, people that you did not see. All of our heroes that died are still dead.
So you're claiming this is a new reality that
absolutely new reality. And here's my problem with Steve Rogers doing what he did. Steve Rogers, you're absolutely right. Steve Rogers went through his whole life doing selfless things because he saw the responsibility that he had as that. For him to go back into time just to be with Peggy is one thing. But he's going back now with the knowledge of everything that happened with Hydra. What about all the
Bucky, the Kennedy assassination,
with Bucky,
9/11,
all that stuff. He's going back there with. It is a slap in the face, I believe personally, to Captain America to say that Captain America would just go back in time just so that he could be with a woman, and that's what's been brilliant about Captain America.
Not just any woman, though.
Okay, but hold on though.
I'm giving you shit.
I know you are, but this is my serious take on this. Is I feel that Captain America would look and weigh out everything and say, yes, I really want to be with Peggy. That's his passion. That's his love. That's everything. But that's the tragedy of his story, is that he could never get back to that he could never just be back there with her because of the events that transpired. And so he has to keep living his life doing what he has to do. I don't believe that Captain America gets to a point and says, well,
okay,
I fixed everything. I guess now I can go be happy. And in the meantime, I'm not going to save the thousands of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents that died at the hands of Hydra infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. and all the things throughout history that took place because of that. I have that knowledge, but now I'm just going to keep working within that and allow that stuff to continue.
Well,
I'm going to allow people to die. I'm going to allow everything to still happen. No, I don't believe that he's okay with it to just be with a woman.
Let me play devil's advocate again, just real quickly. I mean, because I agree with you, Enosh, but just devil's advocate. If he did try to interfere with those occurrences, isn't in the back of his mind he's thinking that that'll mess up stuff in the timeline even more, or they'll create an alternate reality where other stuff happens if he did try to interfere with
Avengers
stuff like
never
that?
form. All these characters won't even exist, probably. All this and that. Yeah.
I think you're going to see a really, really old version.
If you did,
you do that.
Hydra. What if another threat came up?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But what William just said, though, as well. Okay, so the thing is that there is nothing that shows us that Cap knows that supposedly like all of Peggy's kids, all of her descendants, everybody that came after, like, yeah, we could theorize, well, maybe it was him. There's nothing that says that. So there, as far as we know, Cap had absolutely no knowledge of this idea that he went back in time and was with Peggy and all those kids were his. So he's willing to like mess with other people's timelines. He's willing to mess with everybody else just so he can be happy. That sounds like a narcissistic jerk to me that would just play with the timeline and just go do that.
That's
and I don't
true.
believe that that's Captain America.
Well,
especially after he literally just picked up Mjolnir.
Yeah.
He's
He would not
worthy.
be worthy. He would not be worthy.
Doctor Strange had to see it.
That guy to do that is not worthy.
But Doctor Strange saw that reality and didn't intercede and stop him from going back in time to replace the time stones and ultimately do what he ended up doing. Are you going to tell me you don't think Doctor Strange would have seen that?
Doctor Strange could only see things within what he was looking. But remember, he had the 14 million whatever possibilities. But with Steve Rogers, here's my theory. I think this is like I said, this is a really BS. I had too much time. But you're going to see a super, super, super old Steve Rogers that has seen what he's trying to fix and what the ramifications are, and he's trying to fix it without doing as much damage as possible.
With whose help, though? With whose help, though? Like, who is he teaming up with?
Nerds.
It could be Doctor Strange. It could be Nathaniel Richards. It could be Immortus. Because remember, Immortus could be anywhere in time at that point, and he's the benevolent form of Kang. And that's how you could bring in Kang, simple because you have one Nathaniel Richards trying to help Steve Rogers restore things to a point, and then you have Kang, who would know about it all because he's his former self, trying to use it for malevolent purposes. And that's where you would see an old Captain America, like a really super old Captain America, trying to fix it. And that's where you see all this chaos coming from. But he would cause, according to the rules of Loki, Captain America and everything that he did and everything that they did would cause outright chaos, and there would be no prime timeline.
Well, we don't know the rules of Loki yet until the series is over with to see who's
as they are now. Yeah, they could totally flip it on its ear. But I'm not sure. Like I said, I had too much time, and I figured who's the one guy who screwed up time more than any of these periods? Because all Loki did was pick up the Tesseract. Yeah. Damn, Cap picked up everything and picked up some ass too. So
can't blame him for that.
He came back, and he not only that, he created one final variance when he comes back as an old man and gives Sam the shield. Maybe Sam was never meant to. There's just so many things that Cap
I didn't think he came back as an old man. I thought that when he went back to the 1940s, he just lived his life, and I didn't get the impression he time traveled back.
And that even strengthens my theory, because it could be an older Cap beyond the end game that realizes, and hindsight, and having been able to see, or somebody shows him, maybe an Immortus, or somebody shows him, because remember, Immortus is at the end of time, so he's seen all this. He's like, Cap, I know what you meant. I know you needed that ass. I feel you. But this is what you did.
And he felt that ass.
Yeah, this is what you did, and I need you to go back and fix this somehow, but I can't tell you how, because me telling you how might cause more damage. And Cap, being a true hero, would try to fix it, and then probably inadvertently causes all these things.
Great Scott!
Right? Right? Yeah. Well, no one listened to Doc Brown. We have to restore the timeline, and you can't based on endgame time travel. You can't fix anything by going back.
But Cap's supposed to be on the moon, though, for what was happening in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. There was another nice little what was it, like misdirect that went nowhere.
Like I said, if Loki's guilty of being a variant for picking up a cube, and what's her face is a variant just for being born. That's why the girl is a variant. She does nothing because she's the mistress, princess of the mischief. That's her variant, because Loki in the main timeline is the guy.
I thought also it might have been implying, by the way, that maybe she actually was not straight up evil, because when she's playing with the toys, she's actually playing with the Valkyrie.
So there was another, I forgot which channel it was, but they were looking at the first episode of Loki when he gets brought to the Time Variance Authority, and it's when they first bring him in, and then you see another time. Yeah, no, not Sharon Carter, Peggy Carter. They're suggesting that they're bringing Peggy back for something. I haven't rewatched the first episode to look carefully, but does it really look like her?
Yeah, it's
No,
her.
not to me.
I think so.
I've got to go back and watch it.
I zoomed in. I my opinion, yeah. But hey,
They like the Easter eggs, but then a lot of the Easter eggs that they dropped in WandaVision and Falcon and the Winter Soldier didn't really end up going anywhere. It's
well,
like
they don't not
That's why I
yet, but
take
I
these
think they
theories with
will.
a grain
I
of
think they
salt.
will going
Yeah.
forward.
Hmm.
We just have to see multiverse and all this other madness that they're going to give us.
See, I'm just at a point now with all these things though that I feel like there are so many things that don't make sense because literally every new thing that they introduce, they try to act like that is the definitive power in the universe, kind of deal, right?
No,
Like
it almost feels like Loki is
more powerful.
Loki exists.
Right, yeah, right,
to
exactly.
solve
Who
all
said
these
that? Was
problems.
that UGL?
That was me. Like, this is the most powerful thing in the universe. No, these people are the most powerful thing in the universe. Oh, no, this object
it's
is
a case
more
of
powerful.
escalating threats. The Infinity Stones, as William pointed out, are really meaningless in the grand scheme of things. But in that time for that story, they were important. Now we're moving on to the next thing of things.
But yeah, I get that. But
how would you want them to continue the story then, Enosh?
And the same token, though, that's like you make something out to be the most important thing. You literally
It still was important.
Hold on, no, because you take it away. Okay, when you show Infinity Stones sitting in a desk drawer like they're nothing, and then you say that the time was it time variance authority is now the most important thing. Right, like that they work outside this, and that they're more, and that literally they care so little about this thing that drove a decade of films for people to get, people to control, and ultimately destroy half the universe and then bring it back. That was the most important thing. And then you're going to tell me that it's literally something you just throw in a desk drawer. And so now this is the most important thing. Okay, but now you just diminished everything. And they even, because Loki even said,
I don't think misdirection though. I think that what we saw in I saw that business with the Infinity Stones in the desk drawer was some misdirect that means nothing. Now that we've discovered that the timekeepers are androids that are being controlled by somebody else.
Well, I'm just saying it means something to me because it's frustrating to me because you're going to tell me that I got to invest all my time in something, and then all of a sudden after that's done, so this part of the story is done. None of that matters anymore.
But they're not saying it didn't
This is
matter.
literally a junk
What if
drawer.
there's a variant where Cap got arrested by the TVA, an alternate Cap, and they confiscated them for him, and that created a timeline where the Infinity Stones never got to where they were supposed to be. There's another branch right there. There's a lot of screw ups.
All right, I got a question for everybody though. Okay. How many of you watching Endgame before the final credits rolled didn't have a little tear in your eyes that were happy for Steve Rogers and finally getting his happy
Absolutely
ending?
not.
Really?
That was me. Absolutely not.
Really, William, you've got a hard heart, man. I didn't expect that.
I walked out of Endgame pissed off.
Really?
Literally so angry that my family felt uncomfortable around me for the rest of the night. And I literally took the next day off of work because we went on a Thursday night at the first showing, and I had to go back and watch it by myself in the theater. By myself to even find some semblance of, okay, I can deal with this, because I was so pissed off at the ridiculousness of how it went back and forth. It was self-serving. It made up its own rules as it went along. It literally gave us things that were better off as posters, or was better off as a greatest hits kind of thing, instead of actually being a coherent movie that went forward. And like I said, everybody's still freaking dead. The time travel doesn't make any sense. It doesn't spur off into other timelines that you can fix, because you can never go back to the original, because it's already played out. All this stuff already happened. Thanos got the stones. Thanos killed everybody. End of story. People got to live on in that timeline. You can go back and you can try to fix it, but guess what? All you did was spur it off into something else, and now you're living in that. So all these people are living off in these different worlds, and we're just seeing a different one than what we started off with. So literally the world that we're living in and watching in the Marvel movies now is not the world that we started in. It's not the characters that we started with. And so, you know what? You're just dicking me around, I feel, at that point. And so, yeah, I walked out pissed, and I didn't feel sorry for anybody. I didn't bat an eye over Iron Man. I didn't do anything because it just ticked me off. It was like one thing, as much as Rise of Skywalker kept giving me freaking nostalgia, stupid stuff over and over, like here's Chewie's medal, and here's this, and here's that, and look, we mentioned Red 5, and now, and all this stuff. Like, and that was all a bunch of junk. To me, they overwhelmingly heaped all that kind of stuff, and I get a little hot about it even now, because even though I'm okay, I've like moved on. I feel like I still need to go for therapy about it because like it really pushed me over the edge with Marvel movies because I liked Marvel movies. I enjoyed Marvel movies. I loved the first Avengers movie. The second Avengers movie is just absolute trash to me.
Yes,
because I feel like they destroyed all goodwill that I had built up with
Age
all
of
those
Ultron.
films. Age of Ultron is horrible. It makes no sense whatsoever. You literally have a character that could control literally all computers, all technology in seconds, and yet it's going to take him hours to somehow get something to the other side of the world. I'm literally talking to all of you right now. We got people watching the show from other parts of the world that it's happening in like real time, and you're going to tell me Ultron can't do that, and yet he's supposed to be this powerful computer thing that like takes over? Like none of it. There was no setup to it. Ultron like is just Ultron in the first like 10 minutes of the movie. It was so all over the place, and I was trying to regain some of that love back for the MCU. And then I liked Infinity War. I liked how it set everything up. But when it got to Endgame and it just started making up its own rules, because to me it felt you're talking about it earlier, man. I felt like it was lazy writing. It was like we can't make this work with normal thinking based on these things. So what we're gonna make up stuff, and then we're gonna try to give you nostalgia moments from these greatest hits moments, like on your left, and hey, we're gonna give Captain America Mjolnir, and we're gonna do all this, and we're gonna do all this. And
those are callbacks, though. How would you propose, if you weren't going to use time travel, how would you propose there would be any way to resolve the movie Endgame, or instead of just ending it in Infinity War and saying, that's it, it's a wrap, Thanos won, everybody's gone?
First of all, I would have rewritten Infinity War because like that was all over the place.
That defines Thanos as the dumbest villain of all time, how that ended. Because if you read the comics and you see how he loses a damn gauntlet, you're like, this is what I'm going to build a franchise around. But here's what they should have done.
Angie got it right here. Endgame looks brilliant. It looks amazing, dude. When all those portals open and everybody comes through, it looks amazing. But execution just was not there for me. So what I would say is, if you want, Jenner, it's not negative vibes, Bruce.
Jenner, I'm here to defend us. I'm here to defend our opinion.
I'm just saying Night Star on this. So.
No, I'm just saying it looks beautiful. But in reality, if you really break down what happened, nothing happened, and yet everything happened all at once. And yet, really, we're no better off after that movie than we are at the beginning of it.
It's character fulfillment. It's the conclusion of these characters' arcs.
Well, it's giving
if it's the conclusion of those characters, then if it's really the conclusion of those characters, then you know what? Then do what this comment said up here by Captain James Biggins. New timeline. Start over everything and say that we brought back everything and everything starts fresh here. That's not what they did. They got some people holding on to the old stuff while acting like all these people just came back when they did not. We got now they're literally like giving us time variance authority on top of, Eternals coming out, and then they're going to add to that somehow mutants, which we don't even know how they're going to figure in mutants because they just did 15 years before they introduced any kind of mutants or anything, and so we're not going to get to see that as the normal.
Well, you just use the ultimate solution to do that. Just basically recreate every superhero you had by trying to chase down the super soldier serum.
I know, but then you got that, and then you're going to have Fantastic Four, which then is going to have to usher in these other things.
Well, the thing is, it's a continuous story. You got to let them see what they do with it.
But it's not a continuing story. The story ended. That's why it
didn't end, though. It's still going.
But the story did end. I thought it was very emotionally satisfying after being with these characters for what has it been, 12 years, more than 12 years, to see them evolve. And
that was the point of the movie.
I didn't see them evolve. I saw Thor get humiliated. And not
he wasn't about to while he was doing it for a while.
Yeah, I didn't see Thor evolve to anything. I didn't see the
he
Guardians
evolved from being like a really stoic, self-absorbed. What do you call in the original movie? He was, he took himself to a jerk. He was a jerk, and he evolved into having some self-awareness, maybe being a little self-effacing, learning how to enjoy life.
Yeah, but that happened before Endgame.
No, it took Endgame. It took him being humiliated.
No, because in Endgame, he pops off Thanos' head.
Yeah, in Endgame, he literally becomes a drunk and gains a bunch of weight.
Yeah, because he deals with the burden and
he was living with the failure of the fact that he didn't go for the head. and then everybody died because he, in that one moment where he could have been the hero and done the right thing, he made a mistake. And he went into like profound depression because of that. I can get that.
But he was already at the point though that you were talking about where he was appreciating life, he was appreciating those around him. He was past that being that jerk of being in the first Thor movie, which I think actually the first Thor movie is fantastic.
Even if he's a jerk, it's a good movie. I wasn't knocking it. I enjoyed it.
He's more like Thor in that movie. That's kind of the point of Thor. Thor he's a god. He's above everybody else, and that's his point.
But he was learning to be human though in his interaction with the Avengers.
I get that, but the thing is Thor's not supposed to be human. Thor's not supposed to be that. They cut his hair. They literally over time they literally just degraded Thor over and over. How do you disagree with that, dude? He was not. He is a shell.
He was Jeff Bridges.
He is literally a shell of who he was at the beginning of what he started when we first see him in the Thor movie. I could argue that who he is in that first Thor movie should have remained who he was, only with an appreciation for other people and not so self-centered.
There's no growth, though.
That's not enough growth, then.
There's no growth. Much in the same way that Tony Stark grows by the time he makes a sacrifice. All these look, growth is change. When you're writing characters, whether you think that Cap's decision was selfish or not, in the end, he did everything he could for everybody, and he felt he deserved a moment for him. Even Tony told him that.
Well, that's not Cap ever.
That's
it's
Cap as a result of his experiences.
It's the Superman argument again.
What's the Superman argument?
Hey, you want to know how this would end? Who is the most pivotal character in any Thanos story that was missing from this entire arc, which I consider to be one of the most horrific writing decisions that they've made in the MCU?
Death?
No.
I don't know, because I didn't follow the
constantly
Adam Warlock.
Adam Warlock.
Oh yeah.
That's how you defeat Thanos. That's how, and you have somebody who's literally an embodiment of one of the gems. That's how you could have disabled and ultimately he should have been interwoven throughout this entire storyline. I got Gamora, but I didn't get the main character. That's why she's even around. That entire storyline was missing Adam Warlock.
So wasn't Adam Warlock hinted at the end of Guardians of the Galaxy 2?
Yeah.
So they kind of, maybe they were going to go in that direction, but they changed direction. Because they certainly set that up, and that's like one post-credit sequence that never went anywhere, unless it's going to be going into
like they set up
Sims, listen here. I'm not telling anybody what to think. I'm telling my opinion. It's my opinion that I had of that movie. I just don't agree with this. I would never tell anybody that they can't enjoy something. Look, everybody who's a Marvel fan, I'm a Marvel fan. I know people will sit back and just go, well, Enosh just doesn't like Marvel. That's just not true. I don't like
bad Marvel.
I don't like bad Marvel. I don't like that people have literally been basically brought up to just accept whatever gets thrown at them in these movies like it's just okay, and like they literally check their brain at the door and they're willing to accept ideas, and that's fine. And that's not, trust me, that's not an insult to anybody. If other people aren't seeing these things in this film, good for you, because then you can enjoy them without seeing these things. I see these issues in the film. Am I lagging?
No, you're okay.
No, you're not lagging.
You're fine. It's a little blurry.
Okay. Because I'm noticing I'm kind of lagging on my screen, so I just want to make sure. But I'm just saying, these are things that I have encountered when watching the film, when watching these films. Most Marvel films I can watch and enjoy. I really enjoyed WandaVision. I enjoyed WandaVision a lot. I love Loki. Loki is one of my favorite characters in all of the MCU. I love his character. I love his character development over the saga. Has been brilliant. I liked Captain America or Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I enjoyed that as well. Okay. My thing is I just have a specific issue with Endgame. There's certain movies in the MCU that I have issue with. Okay. And not all of them are the ones that people think that I should have issue with. Like there are people who have issues, say, with Ant-Man 2. I don't take a particular. I like Ant-Man. I like Ant-Man.
It was a piece of a story, and that's what they did. They just let you on this roller coaster, and that's the problem. What happens with their story? At some point, they got, especially with the Adam Warlock thing, they got to a point where I always say they could feed their fans feces on a hot plate and they would devour it. And they got to the point in some instances where they're like, we don't need to pay attention to this detail. Let's bring in Adam Warlock in, the most important character in this shit, one of the most important characters in this arc. We're just not going to refer to him again. And then we'll just do in-game. We'll do some BS timeline stuff because we know we're going to give you that hot feces on a plate with ketchup and you're going to eat it because you've been eating it since Iron Man.
Is that what I've been eating since Iron Man?
I mean, I wonder why
I
nobody's
don't- I just don't agree with the notion that
Look,
Marvel
you
fans
guys,
do whatever
look.
Listen, so to me, hold on a second.
Okay,
To me, this is one of those things of like, once you see it, you can't unsee it. Right. So everybody may not see this. Everybody may not get the same thing out of it. But like this statement alone, and Sims, I respect your opinion, man. I respect everybody's opinion on this panel. And this panel is not an argument. This panel is us just nerding out talking. I get so frustrated with people like who like see people like debating nerd stuff and they're like, oh, it's an argument and it's too heated and stuff.
Oh no.
It's a civil war with
out
the
of here, you
nerddom.
daffodils.
Like that is not what this is at all. This is literally us. Nobody needs to take this all super serious because I guarantee you none of us on this panel are taking this super serious. We're just stating our opinions about it.
No.
Yeah, I'm in it for the glory.
But here's like the problem that I have with this comment. William, Captain America went back in time to restore everything back to normal, but he didn't. He didn't restore everything back to normal.
Yeah. He said
as much as he could. As he could. He was just trying to set things back. But then there should be major consequences for the things that he couldn't set back. And here's the point. He couldn't set everything back because they established that if you go back in time, you cannot affect the future of that same timeline. So he could not just go back and within his own time. That's why they couldn't stop Thanos. They couldn't go back to when Thanos was born and just kill Thanos and it would do it. No, it would affect a different timeline. They established that. So there's absolutely no way to fix the original MCU timeline because they said you cannot go back in time just like Back to the Future, right? In Back to the Future, they go back so far, right? But Marty, Marty ends up with the almanac, right? And Biff gets the almanac, right? And so now they have to go back even further to make sure that they get the almanac before Biff is able to use it, right? To affect, because they're saying it's all one timeline until this thing happened that spurned off this other timeline. But what they're saying in Back to the Future is if you go back far enough and affect what happened there to spur it off, you eliminate that timeline. Endgame says no, you can create new timelines, but you can never go back and actually fix something that stops that timeline. Once the timeline starts, it's just always there. So that initial line, that initial timeline that is working there, that was what we started with Iron Man back in the day and led all the way through the MCU, that's still there. That's still in existence where Thanos won, where Thanos killed half of the universe, and there's nothing that you can ever do to go back in time or otherwise to fix that. Okay. So then tell me what Steve actually did. Steve didn't go back to fix anything. Steve actually went back to just put the stones back, I guess, because that's what they're supposed to do. But in reality,
the Ancient One tells Hulk you have to put them back.
Okay, restore that timeline.
So you would not have been able to.
So he's restored it so it continues.
But it's something that they say doesn't matter. So if you remove the stones, according to that,
who said it doesn't matter? You mean the timekeepers?
According to the rules that they established for this is what ticked me off.
In their own movie.
In their own movie, they say if you do something in this timeline, say we're all sitting here talking right now, right? We're all talking right now, and in this timeline, I kick William out, right? And William's gone, and I say William will never be on the Poindexter Lounge again. But then I know. But what I'm saying is, but then William gets in a time machine because William said something I didn't like, right? And so that ticked me off, and I was just like, William, you're banned, right? Stuff I would never say. And then William goes back in time, comes into the room with me here and says, Enosh, I'm not going to say that, or goes back and stops himself from saying whatever it was that he said live on the air, right? That got me ticked off. So I never ban him. Well, William didn't fix his own timeline. He literally just created a new timeline where I didn't do that, where he didn't say it and I didn't ban him and we're all good. If you take something out of the timeline, if William comes over here and takes my my Steppenwolf action figure out of my toy room, right? And I was like, I saw that William did that. Well, William can't come back and put it back like he never took it so that I don't see it, because you can't fix the timeline. All you can do is do things to the timeline according to them. This is not my rules. This is what they established in the movie. You can do things to individual timelines, but anytime you go back and you try to replace it or you try to fix it, all you do is create a new spin-off. That's all you're doing. You are not fixing the original one. So that's what I have a problem with this, because everybody acts like, well, we got this happy ending, but really it wasn't the ending that you wanted. There were certain factions that got happy endings, but all of this would tick me off as a fan. If I'm a diehard Marvel fan, true to life Marvel fan, that I just love this stuff and I live this stuff, just like I am a DC fan, okay? If you tell me that something happened in Zack Snyder's Justice League, that when the Flash turns back time in Zack Snyder's Justice League, right, and saves everybody, that all of the people, all of our heroes died, but it's just a different time spinoff, I'd be ticked. Because those aren't the people that I've been with. They may look like the characters, they may resemble the characters. Up to that point, they may have done the exact same things that my characters that I love and adore did. But now, when you tell me that you can't go back and fix it, that it spurns off another timeline, you establish that rule. Now you're telling me that these people aren't the people that I grew up with. These people aren't the people that I've cheered on for movie after movie after movie. They're literally just a different version of it. And you're telling me that it's all basically for naught. Because if you could do all that stuff, you could go back and you could save everybody, you can make everything good, and it would all be a happy ending. It's not the happy ending that people want it and act like it is. It's just not.
What they did is they applied linear time theory, but they didn't abide by it. And there's only one movie that in all of science fiction that I've ever watched that perfectly applies the linear time theory, and that's the Terminator movies 2 and 3. It's the only movie that's ever done it right, and I've seen them all. All right, and the linear time theory means, so basically in Terminator, Judgment Day was going to happen no matter what. When they killed Dyson, according to the theory that they were going on, in Terminator 2, everything should have disappeared, including John Connor himself, because there was no reason for his father to come back to save him anyway, because there was no threat. Okay, but when that didn't happen, they perfectly explained it again in Terminator 3. It was the technology that they destroyed was never what happened. That just made it happen sooner. It made it happen in 1984 instead of when it was supposed to happen in 1996. That's the linear time theory that they were affecting. Now, what Endgame does is they're using linear time theory as this, we're going to go back and we're going to fix this and we're going to make everything right. And what the Ancient One actually tells the Hulk that he's full of crap. And he tries to convince her otherwise. Because once they take those stones from wherever they're at, time doesn't stop. By their own theory, linear time is moving forward. So the very last time that you saw them all travel back in time is the last time you should ever see that universe is. Because the universe that they return to once they're successful in getting their stones does not exist, because the events that would have been caused by those stones and Thor's hammer, everything that they displaced not being there would have kept moving along with them to the future. So when they arrived at the future, they should have been dealing with a devastated present. They should have never been able to get back to the future that they disrupted, because they made it non-existent. But yet they were able to come back as if everything was frozen, and it's not. In order for them to time travel in period, that means time moved. So they used a linear time theory, but didn't apply by any of the rules that the linear time theory evolved. Because
there's one thing you're forgetting, though. The Infinity Gauntlet could change reality, and there's this comment that's coming up right now. When Hulk did the snap, we're no longer dealing with a timeline. We're dealing with what the supernatural quality and the way that the Infinity Gauntlet could alter reality. That's no longer an issue.
They didn't introduce that
in line, though. That wasn't introduced to the point where that would have affected what they were trying to accomplish. That's true, but that reality stone and all that and the ability to do that still exists within the timeline. They went beyond that. That's basically
my thing is that it's like they're snapping these heroes from other timelines. They're literally pulling in the exact same heroes from the moment they die, but instead of dying, they just get brought back through the portals to that point. That's all that happened. It's not pulling them from a
No.
different timeline. It's
No.
not.
But even beyond that, they
You can't
would
go
have
back
never
and
been able to
prevent it.
confirm.
It was manifesting the people that disappeared and putting them back where they.
It wasn't like they brought
that
them in from
part-
another
that part I'm on
timeline. It's
board
in
with.
that universe. It's
Yeah.
still that main timeline.
That part I'm not as off board with anything, but the fact that they were able to return to any semblance of what they left was impossible. It is impossible based on the theories that they introduced in their own movie. And they laughed at themselves while they were trying to explain it. Hulk literally spews some BS to the Ancient One who tells them it's BS. They cannot do, if by the rules that they're applying, and they actually underscore that in Loki, by the rules that they're applying, when anything that you take out of time, it would be like me taking a gun that I'm going to have for the rest of my life, and I've had it since the 80s, right? And it's a gun I use to defend myself from this point all the way up till 2000, whatever, right? And I go back in time and say, because I've lost this gun now in 2021, I want that gun back. That gun is cool. So I go back and I take that gun from myself. Like, what's going to happen to me? How am I defending myself in the subsequent time? If I'm using those stones, and all those stones have purposes, if I'm using those stones to defend and hold off demons and do all these things, and I take those stones out of what they're supposed to be doing and I take them to the future, that future is destroyed. It's altered because those items weren't there to stop all the other things that would have happened. Other things happened because I took those out.
But when Cap puts them back, it automatically reverts everything. That's what they also explain.
But they should have never been able to arrive at a platform. They They should have never been able to come to a place where they realized they had to go back. That reality doesn't exist anymore. It's like, okay, if I take something from you that you have your entire life, and you go back and you remove it from that timeline, right? When you arrive, you're arriving to something that has existed without that thing that you had. If you use the iron lung, whatever it is that you use to keep yourself, whatever it is that you had during the 20 years of your life, and you go back 20 years from now and you take that to the present, you are without that iron lung for the last 20 years. You are dead. You cannot come back to a timeline that you have altered by doing that.
One
You see what I mean?
data.
You're coming
this
to
is
a
why I
future that cannot possibly exist because you took things from that past that made that future possible.
All right,
that's why it's frustrating to me.
All right, so as far as the emotional satisfaction though of Endgame, you guys are entitled to your opinions, but you're wrong.
Yes, as far as the emotional impact, I'm sorry, I was a sucker. It got me.
Right.
Because
with
I
everyone
watched
else
all
on
these
this.
movies and I was invested in all these characters, but at the same time, I'm agreeing with William and Enosh because the logic and the structure of the films of how we got to that point does not make sense. So I'm kind of on a middle ground here because I was emotionally invested,
my head
but
is
the logic doesn't
exploded.
make sense. That's
My
weird.
head has exploded as Williams laid it out, and I'm still trying to I understand what he's saying. I don't. Well, no, I don't understand all of it, but I understand the point he's trying to make. There's a lot to wrap your head around for sure.
Yeah,
But it was still an emotional, satisfying experience
and I guess
for me because I wanted to see the characters happy, and I got that. That's what I ultimately wanted.
That right there is the end point to Endgame, right? Is
Yeah.
that it's not that, and that's what I don't mean this in a negative way towards Marvel, but it's going to sound that way, and there's nothing I can do to stop that. Is the fact that that's what makes Marvel. It doesn't really depend. It doesn't really make sense, and not the comic books necessarily, but this film stuff that we've gotten these really great films that make a lot of sense, that they go into a lot of detail to make sure is ironclad. And then there's other stuff like this movie where I really feel they kind of wrote themselves into a pickle. And then it was like, but we want everybody to have that feel good moment.
Yeah.
Right. Which is understandable. We want everybody to feel like our heroes won and they did this. And so they had already made these rules. They had made this world and as a string, also a multitude of worlds now that are existing all within the same thing. And so they're just showing you the one. They're showing you that one, right? When Doctor Strange, and I think it's ironic because Doctor Strange says there's one, right? They're just showing you
all
the one.
4 million, 14 million possibilities. Like you gotta be kidding me.
They're not showing you the one that actually exists in the universe we started in. They're showing you the one where our heroes win. And
he
that's
can
what
use
they
that as a platform to set everything else straight.
And that's what people want to see. That's what people wanted to see walking out of there. They didn't care how it happened. They just wanted to see their heroes win. And I understand that. I'm not mad at anybody for wanting to see that. But like when people try to tell me that the stuff that I love is stupid and not thought out and there's no plan, and I kind of look at that and go, well, there was a plan.
Look at your shit.
Well, yeah, well, don't.
Yeah,
well,
like let's not act like that doesn't go all. Well, okay.
I kept saying Iron Man 3, Civil War, and Thor Ragnarok were garbage, but everyone's like, no, it's good, man. It's all
well,
right.
that's just their opinion, though.
They were emotionally satisfied.
Yeah.
That's what that comes from.
Sims, I got to make perfectly clear. I did not go into Endgame looking for so many holes. I loved Infinity War. Okay, I just want you all to know, I really enjoy Marvel, and I did enjoy Marvel until Endgame, and now post Endgame, I'm getting over it. You guys are finding me here within this last year of COVID, okay, which was post Endgame, pre Disney.
It was our
Plus.
own Endgame. It was
Right.
our own Endgame.
Pre-
COVID
pre-
was Thanos.
Yeah, so this is where you're finding me in my opinions. Like I said, I've enjoyed all the Marvel shows that have come up so far. I have loved Loki. I think that they're actually trying to address some of these issues now with shows like Loki.
I think they're addressing all of them.
And I think that they are. But the thing is, you got to remember where you're finding me. In the last year, I know there's people who are just like, Enosh is just looking for plot holes. Enosh just hates Marvel. I don't hate Marvel. I just felt, personally, I felt like I was kind of betrayed by this whole notion of, well, they just had this ultimate plan. I agree Feige's been great and he's been on top of this stuff and they had a plan. I just feel with that one movie, it did not end in a way that made sense for me. And I still cannot rectify it in my own head. I love Guardians of the Galaxy. Guardians of the Galaxy is one of my favorite movies, both 1 and 2. The 2 has problems.
I like 2 as well. Thank you.
but I still like it, okay? And I still really enjoy it because I love those characters now. And those are characters I want you to know I had no knowledge of before I went in to go see those movies. I had no I actually thought that movie was going to fail. So this idea that Enosh just going into a Marvel movie thinking that it's going to be bad is going to like do that. Well, there's a big hole in that, and that is Guardians of the Galaxy. Because months before that, I was telling Tiffany, I think that this is going to be the first Marvel movie that fails because it's got a cartoon raccoon and a tree in it. Okay, like people are not gonna fall for that. And I was absolutely wrong. And I admitted that. And it's one of my favorite Marvel movies now. I love Iron Man 1, and I actually like Iron Man 2. I don't like Iron Man 3.
However, if they release Guardians of the Galaxy absent of the Infinity Saga, it makes Howard the Duck money. Just putting that out there. Just putting that out there.
No, you're right. You're right. And again, that's making that of ultimate importance, right? And then kind of taking it away. So I just want to make it very clear that, yeah, I guess I have gotten this reputation in the last few months as being like the anti-Marvel guy, but it's not because I'm anti-Marvel. I like Marvel. Do I have the passion for Marvel that I have for DC? Absolutely not. But I love these movies. I love these characters. I love Spider-Man. I had no use for Iron Man until I saw that first Iron Man movie, and he won me over, and I loved Iron Man from the get-go. I did not like Iron Man 3. Civil War left me high and dry. Civil War absolutely.
Iron Man 3 was good. 2 was bad.
Personally.
I actually like 2 better than I like 3.
Mickey Rourke?
Three, I just can't even get through.
Look, was the start of the downfall for Marvel for me.
Exactly.
That's when it started to break its own logic and rules in the universe, and everyone was like, "Oh, giving it a pass. Oh, okay, that's fine." And then we get to Age of Ultron, and then it gets worse. And then we get to Civil War, and it just gets worse. And
Civil War was a good movie, though.
No, don't you start with that. I could go on a rant with that.
I think Civil War was a good Avengers
movie.
Civil War was like the mirror image parallel of Batman versus Superman in a lot of ways.
I actually liked Civil War. I thought, but the problem with MCU in general for me, and this is where I don't like their storytelling, is it's just too much clutter, and that's one of the things I did not like about Infinity War. Even though I thought overall it was a good movie, there's just too many characters sometimes, and each of those characters are great characters that shine as well on their own, but there's just too much clutter sometimes, and it mutes some of the sharp storytelling points. And like I said, everybody and their mother was in these universes. And it reminds me of the original Infinity Saga back in the 90s. and why I didn't like that. It was because it was just too much clutter, and it was just they threw in everything but the kitchen sink. And I think there might have been a kitchen sink in there with powers, alongside the raccoon. But it's just they get too cluttered, and you don't. The things that I liked about the individual aspects of the characters, they get hidden in ways that I enjoy their single movies better. I enjoyed Captain America single movies better. I enjoy Iron Man single better.
I'm going to answer this, and I'm going to close it up. But no, I'm not saying that it's impossible for a story to continue after Endgame. This is what I'm saying, Sims, and I guess I'll kind of bring it to a close by saying this. I feel that they wrote themselves into a corner that the way that they had to explain their way out of it caused it to be where the most logical thing would have been for them to just say, well, it ended here. I didn't want it to end there, and I don't think, but I'm telling you, the actual timeline that we started with in Iron Man way back in the day, that timeline it probably didn't end, but it ended there at Endgame with the fact that half of existence was no more. And a new timeline started off with all these new adventures that we see here and all these new things. That's why I actually like the fact that they addressed it in Loki a little bit, but I also thought it was a cop-out answer because it was like, oh, well, all these other people, we bring them in if they have something that messes up the timeline. Well, what about the Avengers? No, they're fine. They're supposed to do all that stuff. So they're supposed to literally mess up everything and like reset everything. And I don't know. I really hope we get better answers.
Captain America's going to solve it all.
I hope we get better answers to this because honestly, I'm just not satisfied with the answer. But again, this is my own personal. I'm not telling you how to feel about Endgame. This is just my own personal feelings about it. It frustrates me. I don't want to be frustrated by it, but it does frustrate me. And as far as them bringing everybody together, the MCU together as a whole, I feel with the way that they've been presenting it, I don't know that it's a good idea to bring it together as a whole because I don't know that it all goes together well as a whole. We all know that these things exist, but the way that they've been presented, I don't know if they all mesh well, if that makes sense, together.
They can mesh well.
They can.
People, whoever's writing these characters the way they are, that's the problem, and that's where we get all these logic gaps and plot holes. All these characters can work together. We've seen it before. We've seen it done in comic books and even other animated shows that doesn't have to do with Disney when they had their own one-off things. We can see them working together. But it's just the fact, who is writing this? Who is running the ship here? Russo's. Like, come on, Brock.
I think also, though, from my own perspective, the movies have worked for me, although you guys bring up some very interesting points for discussion regarding the mechanics of the storytelling. But for me, I've never gone into so much depth dissecting all this because the characters and the performers playing the characters are so rich to me and so real. And I've always been affected by them and wanted to root for them that I haven't, I guess, focused as much on these technical story points that you guys are bringing up that took you out of the experience. So,
well, it didn't necessarily take me out of the experience, but it just if you're going to set rules within a movie, within your own narrative, not somebody else's rule, but if the writers and the producers and everybody are going to set their rules within their own narrative, I think it hurts the storyline when they don't follow those rules because their whole storyline exists along the spine of what they said. They said, this is what our rules are. We're going to tell you this story within the confines of these rules. And then they don't follow it. It didn't take me out of the storyline because there were still enough high points in Endgame to where it wasn't a complete waste of money. Like the last 20 minutes were great. But the entire theory that their entire mission was based on, they laughed at it while I was sitting there for 3 hours and 20 minutes. That's the problem I have with it.
It didn't affect my investment in the characters, though.
Yeah.
For the emotional satisfaction of where it ended up.
To me, I thought it was pretty much a perfect ending for every character's journey personally, at least in terms of the MCU.
That I cannot agree with.
No, not with everyone.
And I think, you know what?
That's just how I see it, but that's totally fine.
In their defense, what they're doing here now with Loki and the multiverse, they could have had that planned out years while they were still doing this. So we could be in the middle of them fixing something that they meant to break in to begin with. They in their defense, because like I said, the time variance and everything else, that applies to everything that they've done. So for all we know, when they laid out this plan for Endgame and Infinity War for 4 or 5 years, they meant to bridge these continuities and these realities to finish telling the story. So they may be in the flow of still telling their story. So I'll give them a benefit of the doubt there. But like I said, my Steve Rogers variant theory, you heard it here first. If by some 1% chance it comes through, I want you to archive this damn YouTube video.
All right. Hey,
This comment you just pulled up, Enosh, is exactly what I was hoping you're gonna. This could bring us to going into another whole hour, though.
Okay, well, what
But
is he
it's a good
saying?
question. William
Zack
asked.
Snyder did the same thing with DC. How did? I need a little bit more
Did what?
context.
Did what exactly?
Can you ask him what he meant? Or
Sims, can you extrapolate?
So I really want to answer that. If it's like,
I was just going to say the only thing I took issue with is that I don't agree with the fact that Marvel fans will just eat anything up and just accept it for what it is.
Yeah,
Because trust me, Marvel fans do complain too. Trust me, they do. Majority.
Where
of them
did you
will.
pull that comment from? William Zack Snyder did the same thing. Okay, where is he at?
Yeah, I don't see anything above that. I think he was responding to something you said in your rant about the Marvel thing, but I don't.
So
see
is he saying what the Flash did was the same thing? No, the Flash reversed his own timeline that he was still in. He did not leave the timeline. He reversed the one he was still in. He never left that linear. He reversed. He used his powers to reverse. He didn't create an alternate.
Sims. So here's going to be something that I'm just going to have to tell you.
Oh boy,
that's not true.
I agree with Enosh.
That's not true.
Yeah,
that's not true. What it deviates from is a Silver Age Superman idea that Superman is just good golly gee, big blue Boy Scout, always makes the right decision, always does the right thing, and has no personal issues or any kind of challenges whatsoever. But that's not how Superman has been written in comic books for the last 37 years.
And the lore of Superman is subjective because it spans literally my dad, my grandfather, and possibly beyond that. So the lore of Superman has been handled by about 20 or 30 different people.
Man of Steel is exactly what Superman has been written by in the comic books since 1986. That's my whole point of giving this stack away. Was this started that timeline? This started that idea of Superman being who he was. Would Superman? Okay, so we're gonna get into these. These are silly arguments.
Okay.
These are
point.
would Superman not save his father from dying in that tornado? Can I tell you something? Listen, I'm going to tell you as somebody who prefers Pa Kent dying of a heart attack because I think that it makes that point even better. Yeah, Superman, or should I say Clark, because we're not talking about Superman. We're talking about what you see there in that scene is actually a teenage Clark Kent. Teenager Clark Kent is what you see. Late teens, teenager Clark Kent watching his dad die. Okay? And it's because he trusted his dad, because they have the whole conversation beforehand of his dad instilled in him that he cared more about him than anything else. And that he wanted to protect his son more than anything else. That's why he has the conversation with Lois, because literally you're talking about a Clark Kent that has based his entire life now on his father's words. Even his father, after he passes, when he's having the conversation with him on the mountaintop, talking about what he should and shouldn't do. It does matter. It does matter. It does matter because you know what? No. There are times where you have to make decisions, and this is the great thing about Man of Steel and about anything else. There are times that you have to make decisions, and they are not always so cut and dry. It is not that. It is your loved one. Yep. But
and then for people that
that's just not true, because sometimes you have to make the tough decisions. You have to make a decision, just like when somebody has to pull the plug on somebody that they love dearly, right? That has a do not resuscitate order. Okay. Do you not think that that's not the hardest thing that somebody has to do? Or if something's left into their hands, maybe their family doesn't have a do not resuscitate order and they have to make that decision to pull that plug. Those are the real life decisions that people have to make every day. And at that moment, teenage Clark Kent has to decide in that moment, is he going to uphold his father's wishes for him to protect his secret at any cost, even if it means the death of his dad? Or is he going to reveal himself and possibly cause even more pain and suffering? That's the beauty of Man of Steel. The beauty of Man of Steel absolutely points that.
So Sims, that this is coming from somebody. If there's any point in Man of Steel that I thought was a weaker point, but not a breaking point, to me it was that scene. But it still told the narrative. I got what Zack was telling, and it was the same thing that happens when Pa Kent dies in any other iteration. Is that for all these powers you have, you can't save everybody, and just having these powers isn't everything. It's just far as saving people go. There are other aspects that I taught you that you will need throughout your life. So I got the messaging there. I thought that was a little bit cheesy personally, but other people loved it, and I didn't think that was a breaking point in the narrative of Superman. Nope. Zack Snyder still told a core story of Superman and of his origin, and like I said, it delineates from a version of Superman. It wasn't my favorite in the 80s, but that's fine. I still love Man of Steel. I think Man of Steel is a definitive origin story.
Yeah, and if you're gonna look, and if I'm guessing by the original Superman, you're gonna mean Christopher Reeves Superman.
Ooh, George. How many? Which original Superman?
Which original Superman? I'm guessing though. I'm guessing though that you're gonna talk about the
original cinematic.
Yeah, so you're gonna talk about Christopher Reeves Superman, right?
It's not 1977, guys.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I love Christopher Reeves Superman, but Christopher Reeves Superman movie is not a Clark Kent story. You do not know. And he was
an asshole, by the way.
You do not know Clark's outlook on anything because Clark is not the focus of the original, if that's what you're calling it, Superman movie. He's not the focus at all. Clark is not the focus at all. It's all about the guy in the blue suit with the red cape. That's all anybody cares about. Nobody cares about Clark. Clark is a throwaway for most of it. Yes, there are those of us who can see the nuances of what he did, and I will never take away from the fact that he plays that version of it precisely but he's Superman. Superman is the real guy in that. It's not Clark Kent. You do not know Clark's outlook at all. Clark basically died when his dad died in that movie. That's when he died. You saw a little bit of Clark. You literally saw Clark run and outrun a car back home, and that was it. He kicked a football into the air. He outran a car. He came home. He saw his dad die, and that's it. Clark has no motivation in those movies. It's all Superman. It's all based around Superman. It's not based around Clark at all. It's actually in Man of Steel where you, for the first time ever cinematically, actually get into the mind of Clark Kent because Clark Kent is the story. Back again, comic books last almost 40 years. This is what it's been based off of. Not Christopher Reeves Superman. Christopher Reeves Superman is not the definitive Superman story. I love it. It's brilliant. It was great for the time that it was there, but it is not based on comics. It is not based on the created character. They literally made stuff up. Doofus Clark Kent is made up. Look at George Reeves in the 50s. George Reeves Clark Kent is snarky. He's putting Lois down.
Chauvinist.
He's a chauvinist. He literally he's a man's man from the 50s is who he is. He is not that. He is not the bumbling Clark Kent that you see in that movie because that was something that the Salkinds and the writers of that film chose in which to portray Superman because they didn't know how to show a duality between the characters if they were both confident.
Well, in regards to the comics, I was going to say, pull up Shifty Gizm's comment real quick. I don't know if I agree with this point.
In that movie, Superman is a jerk in that movie. You know why? Because, and they say Superman doesn't kill. Not only does he kill in Superman 2, he killed a defenseless, powerless Zod and tosses him over to the thing. And they murder those custodians.
Yeah, people forget that very easily.
When he gives up his powers for a woman.
And he's even more of a jackass because not only does he do that, Superman goes back to that truck stop and with his powers and beats the hell out of that guy out of pure vengeance. Superman, the wholesome Man of Steel, no vengeance, could have killed that guy.
Threw him across a counter and into a pinball machine, which the top of it should have busted, glass shattered everywhere, should have had lacerations. And from the look on the guy's face and the way that he's doing, he's got a concussion at least, thanks to Superman.
His brain should have been destroyed, but that's okay though. But when our Man of Steel, kills a very powered Zod that's going
Wait,
to
hold on.
Sim
Sims, are you moving on from Man of Steel because we just totally crushed what you said? Like you're moving on to BVS because you're like BVS, man. Shake my head if you want to talk about angry. Then that movie is. We don't need to go through each one of these. I know we don't need to go through each one of these movies dismantling all your complaints about these films. Like I respect if those are your opinions. Those are straight your opinions. But the reality is what William has just said is absolutely true. It's the same arguments I have every day with people. You're not telling me anything that I don't hear literally every day from diehard Christopher Reeve fans who don't understand comic books, probably never read a comic book, but they love Superman because they liked him when they were a kid and they watched Super Friends. I was that kid too. I'm a child of the late 70s, early 80s. I loved all that stuff. But you cannot sit there and tell me that like Man of Steel does not have a place because of Christopher Reeve's Superman. Christopher Reeve's Superman did its job for what it needed to do at that time. Man of Steel paints a picture of Clark Kent dealing with real life problems, real life choices, the actual hurts and the consequences of those choices. And Batman v Superman is just really a continuation of that same idea.
There's a good
comment. Wait, but why can't Captain America do something out of character if Soups can't?
Yeah, it's from Gavin.
Because Superman was not out of character.
Superman, they established... Okay, because here's why. Because we're talking about the universe in which we're in. Man of Steel is not based in Christopher Reeve's universe. So he's not doing something out of character.
That is his character.
That is his character in the movie. Okay, it's not like we started off with Big Blue Boy Scout Superman from Christopher Reeve's thing. That is the problem with Superman Returns. Which, yes, I've got my Brandon Routh action figure right here. Because you know me, I'm always ready with a toy for all occasions. Here's the problem. You used established Superman lore, and then what did you make him? You made him a deadbeat dad. You made him a creep using his X-ray vision on people and listening in on conversations he shouldn't have been. Oh, and also you turned him into kind of a creep because he supposedly loves this woman, but yet he can't take this character was able to fly around the earth multiple times, turning time backwards. But you're going to tell me when he found out that there might be fragments of Krypton out there, he couldn't take 5 seconds and go, Lois, I found out that there may be pieces of Krypton out there, and I need to go check and see. I love you. I don't know when I'll be back, but just know that if I never come back, that I love you. But I got to go do this. Mwah. Done. And he can go look for Krypton. But he doesn't do that. And so therefore he pisses off Lois Lane. You can't root for him. And here's the thing. Here's it's not Brandon Routh's fault, by the way. But here is Superman's reaction to everything. Right? Here's Superman's reaction to everything. Major thing happening in downtown. Lex Luthor with kryptonite. Getting stabbed with kryptonite. Silence. Absolute silence. Christopher Reeve would not have done that. That, my friend, is taking Superman out of context, and that is one of the reasons why Superman Returns fails, is because you used existing lore and you put Superman and made Superman into something that he never was. That's not the same, though, as
Captain America. He's established as a and they deviate from what they had established within their own universe. That was my problem with that one. If Steve Rogers had been Silky from the Dave Chappelle show the entire time, I would have been like, well, damn, of course he's going to go back to the 40s and get that booty. But that wasn't the Steve Rogers that we would have been exposed to since 2011 or whenever they first. That is not the one that they built. And if you're going to say that for this entire 13-year period, he's made it's consistent decisions based on this set of morals, and then he just loses those morals, that's just not consistent with human life in general, unless something tragic happens or you snap. But he didn't snap. He knew what he was going back in time to do. He knew it his mission. He just like, while I'm here, and I'm like, the average human would maybe do that, but not the one that they had established for Christopher Evans' version of Captain America that entire time. That's my issue with it. If you're going to establish the rules, just play by your own rules, or else I'm getting a puzzle that doesn't fit anymore.
I just know from that last moment where Enosh was filling the screen, I want to see him recreate all of the original Superman movies with action figures for us.
Jesus, you'll do it too.
Puppet theater.
I would do it. I would totally do that.
Look what I started.
Totally,
Grab your popcorn. Here we go.
Totally. But you know what?
Enosh, I was kidding.
But can Homer Simpson star as Superman?
Oh boy.
Yes.
He's reading this comment right now, and he realizes this is absolute crap.
Horse crap.
I love you, Shifty Gizm, but I'm sorry, that comment is absolute horse crap. And I can say that to you because I love you, and you know I love you. No, there's so many things. Why wouldn't he kiss the woman that he loves after going through a really exhilarating moment before he knows that Zod is there and is like coming back to fight some more? Not saving his father. We already talked about that. Like, it is what it is. Not manning up against Zod, having to go to church first. I'm sorry if you don't understand that. He was a guy raised in the Midwest in Kansas, in the buckle of the Bible Belt, and he's having to deal with how does he do this? Does he like what? I don't understand how people look at movies. Like, do people literally just separate themselves from it and go, well, this is what the hero's supposed to do. So if he doesn't do that,
That's
my goodness, they've ruined this movie. Literally, you take a guy. Yeah, okay, let me put you in this situation. Aliens show up tomorrow and they're like, hey, Shifty Gizm. Well, we don't even know it's Shifty Gizm. There's a guy on the planet, right, who we're here to get. And if you don't turn him over to us, we're going to destroy the world. But you know, Shifty Gizm, that you're probably the only chance that this world has to be saved, right? And you don't trust the people who are calling you out and want you to come. That's the whole point. Superman doesn't trust that Zod and all these guys, because that, and rightfully so, because their plan all along was to terraform the planet. It didn't have anything to do with Clark. They just literally wanted Clark's help. They just wanted Clark to be on their side. They didn't care about Clark. They were going to do it with or without Superman.
And they wanted the genetic matrix to reform.
And the matrix. So the point is, Codex. So the point is that yeah, he would go to the place that he has gotten wisdom from, that he has gotten sanctuary from, that he has felt comfortable from. He's a person of faith. I know some people may not like that. Some people may not like that idea, but the kid was literally raised by an elderly couple in Kansas. It doesn't get more Bible Belt than that. It doesn't get more down home American apple pie, going to church, whatever than that. I mean, I'm sorry, he wasn't raised in Manhattan. He wasn't raised in LA. He was raised in the environment that he was raised on a farm. And so the thing is that, yes, that is where he would go to get wisdom and how he should handle this. He did the right thing because he shouldn't have just turned himself in, and he shouldn't have just fought it either. He needed to figure it out. He needed to talk it out with somebody.
Not manning up against Zod, having to go. He's just now becoming Superman. See, here's a problem when it comes to DC characters. They view every single DC character, not just this person here, but through the finished product that we all know and understand, that we've grown up with. They view every evolution of every DC character through the finished product of what we see in the comic books, and they don't view them from the starting point and the beginning of the story. They want the immediate version of Superman to be the one that jumps, the one we know, instead of letting the writer, director, storyteller tell a beginning, middle, and end of the story. So we're looking at things from the backward lens and say, well, Superman wouldn't do that. This man that is becoming Superman would not have done it that way. But the guy who he eventually becomes might be more aligned with the one because guess what? We're finishing a story. You're coming at it from the end. You're coming at the race from the finish line. And that's why I think the problem and the disconnect is.
Yeah, and as far as collateral damage, watch any episode of Justice League, the cartoon.
Yep.
Like, if you watch any episode of Justice League, the cartoon, or Superman, the animated series, my God, you want to see literally every building in Metropolis destroyed? Just watch an episode of that. Because literally every episode of every cartoon incarnation of Superman, which I don't understand why nobody complains about that. But
the Avengers wiped out Manhattan.
Yes, they did.
Oh, no, I got told last night that it was just 6 blocks, man.
That's still a lot of people.
All those people are dead. All right. And by the way, that's
they were
that's where they're at the
actively
end of
working.
Loki.
I was told last night that they were actively working to vacate the area, and that they held it all to within 6 blocks, where Superman failed the city of Metropolis because there were
On
parts
his
that
first
they got
day as Superman, and all those guys were experienced superheroes. Every damn one of them was an experienced superhero. One of them is a military man who knows what collateral damage is. So, and Superman is Superman for the very first time, fighting a alien with powers that like he has. He doesn't even know what collateral damage is. Captain America does. Iron Man does. The only one that you could give an excuse for causing that much collateral damage was the Hulk. Every other one of those people were trained assassins or warriors, but yet they destroyed Manhattan. So yeah, whatever. And plus, by the way, that's where they are at the end of that Loki. When you look at all those Lokis, they're in Manhattan. They're in the Manhattan that's in Avengers, by the way. Just off note.
Well, so guys, first of all, I want to thank everybody in the chat, because you guys make this a lot of fun, and it's only by your comments. Even if we don't agree with your comments, it's still fine. We still love
it's getting
every
pretty
one
spicy in the chat, actually.
Well, we love
Sure
all
it
these
is.
comments. Listen, this is real nerd talk. When I talked about the Poindexter Lounge, what we wanted to start here is this is what we want to start: a place for nerds. If you get a place for nerds, you're going to get nerds debating stuff back and forth. But when we all leave here, we're all going to go away going, "Hey, that was fun. That was. We may not agree with each other, but we had a good time. We nerded out about stuff. We all said our piece. We all said what we liked and what we didn't like, and and then we go warm up some microwave pizza or something. I don't know whatever you got in the
it's pizza time.
Whatever you got in the house.
Ramen.
But hey, this was fun. Like I love this stuff. This is what I live for. Is this exhilaration of talking about the stuff that I love, and I hope that you all do as well. Nightstar, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you, sir?
Well, you can find me at my website, jerryvassilatos.com. That's my name, Jerry Vassilatos. I'm here on YouTube at Nightstar Productions. It's spelled NITESTAR. And I'm also the host of a local news channel called Chicago Corner, which broadcasts on Friday night. I was actually on earlier tonight as well as Tuesday night. So if you live in Chicago or the Illinois area, you might enjoy what we cover on Chicago Corner. And as I said last show that I joined you guys, I've never really participated in pop culture podcasts nor formed my own show, because I would just prefer to be here talking about this stuff with you guys. So thanks for having me on again, Enosh. I look
glad to have
forward
you.
to when I'm up late and I see your streaming to be able to jump in.
Absolutely, man. You're always welcome. DL, tell everybody where the fine people can find you, sir.
Well, you can find me on YouTube at DLVitz, exactly how it's spelled right there. I talk about movies and shows and everything, the nerd and geek culture. And since we're talking about controversy and hot takes, I got plenty of hot takes on Marvel and DC if you guys want to check those out on my channel. And then I recently did Disney reviews, started a podcast with my girlfriend. If you guys want to check those stuff out, go ahead and check out my channel.
Hey, can you put a link in that in the chat room? Because I can never find you on here.
Okay, yeah, let me see.
I got to use modern technology. I'm old.
Then RJ, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you, sir?
Who cares? No, I'm just kidding.
Wow, William. Okay. Listen, I know we made that better with
That's
the
cool.
Alex Ross signed comic, but don't take it that
Bet you're
seriously.
never
man.
going to win because I'm going to be right on that. Just remember what I said.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'll have to talk to you about what you're going to want from me if I'm wrong. But no, I put the link in the chat. You can find me on YouTube at Resident Justice. Same for Twitter and Instagram. Just RJ Resident Justice. So there you go.
Awesome. And then I know that you haven't started a YouTube channel yet, but you're thinking about it. But you got the Sci-Fi Center, so tell everybody where they can find you, William.
And everywhere that you shouldn't be looking. No, I'm just kidding. Las Vegas. You can find me. Just Google the Sci-Fi Center. I'm the only one. I'll come up on different forms of media. And eventually I'll get around to putting my YouTube thing together. But it won't be live chat because this will make my head explode doing all that. But it'll be informational stuff that I'm used to, making connections to certain storylines. I'm going to do something eventually with Dawson. We got to do this Wonder Woman Dead Earth by the page thing because we were talking about that the other day. But things like that, things that can just go on. And sometimes it'll be wrestling, sometimes it'll be TV shows, sometimes it'll literally be me taking something off the shelf in the store and just going through it. So that'll be fun.
But by the way, I already showed Steppenwolf, but is it making you sick that I opened him?
Yeah. but I pre-vomit before I get on the show. So I get it all out. So now it's just dry heaving.
Can I just say
huge? He's huge. Look how big he is.
You gonna do the exclusive one that way? You gonna take that one out the box?
Oh heck yeah, heck yeah.
Oh yeah, see,
heck yeah.
Can I just say I love the chat? Like Mark Leaf's comment. I'm done.
Mark.
Oh, by the way, Captain James, that show was excellent. Fox were morons for not continuing that show, but that was during an era where Fox just canceled everything. If they found out you liked it, they canceled it.
That show was amazing. I have both seasons of it on DVD, and I will just say, like, I don't understand
the cliffhanger. Oh,
dude, right? I watched that stuff live, man. Like I was there watching that stuff, and then when it didn't come back, I was like, "You have got to be kidding me!" They finally
don't leave me like that.
Look, they finally did something. They finally did something with Terminator that, like, with all the subsequent stuff that came after it. That right there, besides those first two Terminator movies, it's brilliant. It doesn't have any of that original cast in it, yet it's amazing. It tells a great story. It really makes you feel for those characters. And
Shirley Manson, who still looks like that today. If I had the money, I would buy that franchise and I would start there. Lena Headey, she still looks like that. The only people I would have to recast would probably be John Connor. Brian Austin Green doesn't age. I guess he sleeps in a cryo. All those characters, all those people, that Agent Dillahunt, all those characters are still there. You could still, I would restart this movie. It doesn't have to be a high budget anything, and I would do it on one of these streaming platforms, because the Terminator stuff they did, and I love Terminator 3, by the way, being a timeline guy. But all the Terminators after Terminator 3 were just them throwing gum on the wall and see if it'll stick. Whereas that show was great. And like I said, Fox was like, "Oh, you love it? Well, we'll just cancel it because we don't care. We don't like you geeks. We have NASCAR and we have NFL. We don't care what you're watching."
It's a dumb decision by them.
Oh, it hurts to this day. It's been a while.
Oh, it is. I will say this: yes, be back here in another 25 years or so, because RJ will still be here.
I'll be there.
He's gonna have a tattoo on his forehead, because that's gonna be my end of the bet. You're literally gonna have my company's logo tattooed on your forehead for the rest of your life, or you'll get an Alex Ross signed issue of Justice League.
I'm gonna make this T-shirt, Paul, a Lounge Lizards T-shirt. I got to figure out a way to get that illustrated, a nice lizard, with a nerd,
all looking like us
thing around, yeah,
like the alligator, like the Loki alligator.
Yeah. For sure. All right, guys. Well, hey, you know where you can find me. You can find me on Poindexter Lounge here on the YouTube channel. We are also on, we do a podcast. That we got the podcast all over on basically anywhere you get podcasts, whether it's Apple or Spotify or whatever, where all the podcasts are. We're there under Poindexter Lounge. Also, follow us on social media. Make sure that you're doing that so that you know when we go live, we do stuff. We also have a Discord. I don't have the link to that just handy. I would post it. Maybe I'll get it up here in just a second while I'm talking about stuff. But yes,
give me that link, Diego.
I just put it in the chat. I put it in the private chat. Hold on.
Is it in the private chat? I'm in the private chat.
Hold on. I'm about to put it right now. And bam, there you go.
Thank you.
Boom goes the dynamite. Right. But yeah, guys, follow us on all the social medias because look, we like to have fun. We like to talk about this stuff. And we love you guys being there with us. I don't know what happened. I tried to share my my Discord back to my. Here we go.
All right, I just subscribed. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, that's not working. I don't know what's
going on. Now I'm giving you thumbs down. I'm giving you thumbs down on everything you've ever done. But no, I'm just kidding.
Our Discord, though, is a lot of fun. If I could actually just get a stinking... If I could get it to pull up.
Cylon and Scott is a lot of great stuff there.
I can't seem to get it to pull up right now, and I don't know why. It should be pulling up, but it is not.
Sorry, what did you say, RJ? I didn't hear.
Oh, saying Cylon and Scotty has a lot of good stuff on the Discord.
Heck yeah! I mean, he's doing Saturday morning cartoons, folks. He's getting ready to do a really cool thing, which is a I found it. He's doing a scavenger hunt that you guys can do from your own homes. All you got to do is join the Discord, and I think I found oops, I think I found it right
Yeah,
here.
I might find some stuff I've lost for years. If I
And
do
he's
that.
and he's got not only is he doing this as a scavenger hunt for everybody, but you win prizes. So here is our Discord link. They're in the chat. So go follow that. If you never used Discord before, it's a really cool group of people. They're having a lot of fun. There's literally all kinds of different rooms and groups and stuff that are talking about everything from Marvel. There's a Marvel room. There's DC. There's anime. There's just everything. Star Trek, Star Wars, everything. You guys can talk about all that stuff there. And like I said, we got some great things planned for the upcoming future for the Discord. So make sure to do that. And then also, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. I'd love to have you here. YouTube's been doing some weird stuff with me lately and not showing me everybody who subscribed. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Also, on your way out tonight, please hit that like button and let YouTube know that you like what we did here tonight. Thank you to the panel. Thank you everybody who is here tonight. Appreciate you guys all. Appreciate all of everyone in the chat for being just good people. And then also thank you to all of our moderators who keep things going well there. All right. So I think that's all we've got for tonight. We always have a good time here, and I look forward to the next time that we get together and we have some more fun. That being said, I wanted to go out with a specific drop, but my computer's acting so slow tonight. I don't know
Happy
why
4th, everyone.
Yeah, if you're in the United States, have a good and happy, safe.
That's the countdown.
I did not mean to do that. My computer's acting
Down to
super
the
slow.
end.
It's like I'm seeing ghost things. Once StreamYard has been on for so long, it just.
Are you using your Commodore?
No, I'm not. No, get out of here with that Commodore. Commodore. Anyways, no. So as we've passed the 4-hour 40 mark, thank you guys for being here. We'll just leave you with this right here.
We talking about bands, but I still bust the heat. We've been going on for like 4 hours now, like Zack Snyder's freaking Justice League.
Don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter, and don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. But seek to have good conversations, even if they get a little heated and you don't agree. That's fine, because then you can all just hang out afterwards and just enjoy being a nerd. Till next time, bye bye.